Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 359. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Reagan. Chris, good to see you today. How are you?
Doing all right. It's an interesting getup you got going on. It's interesting clothes.
Thank you. Yeah, we were joking around about this on where were we, Dustin?
Where was it? The Last of Us episode?
Yeah, that's what it was. Where I was like, you said I should have to do it with no shirt.
This is my fault. I manifested this, but between my mustache and your chest hair out, we might be able to get a certain type of film going here.
Yeah, well, maybe we will. We'll get to you in a second, though.
Okay.
Chris, how are you today, my friend? Good to see you.
Doing okay. Woke up like 7 a.m. So just been kind of bubbling around, been playing a lot of Doom, and we'll talk about that later. But it's a pretty normal day. It's getting to the point where it's getting hot now, like really hot. We had a little bit of a heat wave last week, but now it's kind of like sustaining. So now I'm like, it's getting to that point in the year where it's like I'm gonna have to start finding like pools and like maybe a beach day at some point.
Yeah, the ocean.
Yeah,
but going to that dirty ocean with those disgusting creatures.
Yeah. I would never go too deep into the ocean for that reason. I don't like the aminals out there. You know.
Yeah. Right.
Not all right with it.
Who does? All right, well, it's good to see you, my friend. Dustin Furman, let's get back to you, executive producer. How are you today?
I'm doing just fine. I was telling you, Colin, about some packages that came. One of them I can't talk about, but had two instances this past week where the packages I order are just completely fucked up when arriving. First one today. So I order toilet paper through a website called Who Gives a Crap. Not a sponsor, but that's... So really? The toilet paper came. It's bamboo toilet paper. It's really nice. Sorry, this sounds like an ad. It's not. Really nice toilet paper. Subscription. It's good price. It's convenient because the Aldi toilet paper not very good. So we just ordered the toilet paper. This box was fucking eviscerated. And in addition, last week for Holly's birthday, I got her a giant map of Middle Earth. It's the map that was drawn by J.R.R. Tolkien. So I had to order it from some museum has the rights to it in the UK. So I had to order it from there, ship it here. Just a giant fucking dent in it. And I was like, what was the point? Like it says fragile on it. I guess that none of this shit matters. It's being replaced, thankfully. But what are these guys doing?
It doesn't matter. Is
it like Ace Ventura? When is that the movie? It's Ace Ventura, right? Where he's like kicking the package at the beginning.
I don't even remember that, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know. But I believe you. I don't remember either Ace Ventura movie very well, to be honest.
Yeah, me neither.
One of them has a very, very offensive joke now.
What was it?
There's the thing where the woman. The spoilers for Ace Ventura: Pet Detective, where she is is appearing as a woman, but is a man at the end, and they find out she's like kissed all the men, and they throw up. It's crazy watching it now.
Interesting. I actually, the one scene I remember, I think, is from the sequel when he like regurgitates and feeds a squirrel or something in its mouth. Isn't that?
I've not seen the sequel. Oh, okay. I've only seen the.
What is it called? Like When Nature Calls or something?
Nature.
Like that?
I think it's Nature Calls.
The first one's just Ace Ventura: Pet Detective. Wasn't there like a cartoon?
I think
also, I believe there was.
Yeah. I feel like I remember that.
A lot of things got cartoons in the 90s. Like I remember even Mighty Ducks getting some cartoon, but it had nothing to do with the Mighty Ducks, like the actual movies. Annoying sons of bitches, just licensing everything. No one cares. I'm looking at this Who Gives a Crap. It's us.whogivesacrap.org. Just get some fucking Angel Soft and be done with it.
Too fluffy. No.
Too fluffy. I've never heard that in my entire life.
I can't, dude. When toilet paper is too fluffy and soft, I feel like it's going to leave particles behind.
Right.
So,
don't you have a bidet?
I do, but so toilet paper is mainly just a drying mechanism. So the bamboo toilet paper works pretty nice for that. But yeah, Aldi toilet paper is no good. So you can't buy it there. I'd have to make a whole nother stop. Colin's just left the show.
Yeah, Colin left.
Oh wait, he's changing. You didn't want those nips on cam.
Oh yeah, I thought we would. I would have definitely done it on camera. I thought we would have gotten in trouble or something, right? Because of the bare nipple thing.
I don't know. I mean, there's plenty of YouTube videos of people.
Certainly, I would have done it on camera if I thought that I would have gotten away with
Chris,
it. Yeah,
you've been shirtless in some of your videos. Did it get you demonetized?
No.
Oh yeah, Chris. Yeah.
No, I've never experienced. I don't really understand what the rules are, to be honest with you. They feel completely schizophrenic because I remember there was a thing a long time ago where people insisted that you couldn't curse at all in your YouTube videos or else you would get demonetized. And that was the reason why everybody was like, censoring themselves. And then I have videos that are demonetized with barely any curses in them. And I have videos that have curses all over them and that are completely monetized. So I don't really know if there's any rhyme or reason to any of this, quite frankly. So
right there, I don't think probably is. I curse on a constant basis on all of our shows. That hasn't stopped us from getting demonetized. The only thing I ever said, and we did it on purpose, Chris might remember, is when I just started saying COVID over and over and over and over and over again in a show. It would, and it did demonetize us.
We did also CU.
Oh, right.
That'll get you demonetized for some reason.
I've said that before as well. And nothing. I don't really understand. I don't get it.
Why is that such an offensive word? It's like I can think of 25,000 more offensive things to say to someone than gunt.
Yeah. We also do that, and there was that time we got the channel strike because of a Lockmort edit.
Right, that's right. That was with racism, I think. Right.
Right, and some Kanye-esque sensibilities. Right. Joking, of course.
Right. What do you guys think about that new Kanye song? You into it?
Are you into it?
It's something.
Micah and I, I found it and then I showed it to Micah and she thinks it's hysterical. It's like a ukulele cover, like an earnest.
Yes.
Dude.
I did see that.
I was dying watching it because it is so funny. Like, I'm sorry. It is that is fucking comedy to me. Like, that's comedy.
It's one of those things where like, I think even a few years ago, I would have found it more funny than I do now. But like now it's just like, oh, people aren't smart enough to get jokes anymore. So now I find it inherently less funny because it's just like there's not enough people in on the joke now. Because now a bunch of actual psychopaths are just going to be bumping this, and then they're going to get themselves killed, which I think that's hilarious to me. But if you're going to die playing Kanye, like God bless, that's a wild way to go out. But we'll see how that shit goes. He's definitely insane.
Yeah, I would say so.
So that's
no, Chris. He's got a deeper meaning. It's about censorship. Okay,
I feel
you just don't get it. Okay, you don't get the meaning behind what he's trying to do.
Dude, I feel so vindicated in some way because I've always hated this guy. Like I've hated this guy ever since I learned about him, like ages ago. And so it's very nice. I feel like I have a good track record for these things. Like there are people who like Candace Owens was initially one of those people too, like years ago when she was like pretending to be like some liberal lady.
Yeah, I never.
I was like, I don't like this. I don't like this lady.
Yeah,
and then she flipped, and then I don't know, man.
Yeah, I don't like her either, specifically because she did flip. Like I just don't understand how you can be one thing and then the other thing.
Nobody 180s like that unless they're like inherently mentally unstable. Like
right,
I don't buy it. I don't buy it at all.
I didn't like her before she's like huge now.
Yeah.
So I must say it didn't matter.
Right, exactly.
How I felt about her, but yeah, I wasn't a huge fan of hers either. Kanye, I liked Kanye. We talked about him on Constellation. I don't think you guys were there, but I liked his first few records, like Graduation and all those. But I was never really I never really paid attention to him. By the time he did that thing to Taylor Swift, I was already like kind of, I didn't really wasn't paying attention to him anymore. And it's funny to think that that's like a weird moment where it's like, wow, he really did pick on this younger, less famous artist, but she's like the most famous artist probably since Michael Jackson now. So she got the last laugh on that one. But do you guys remember that when he was announced he was running for president, and then I said, I think on Twitter, I was like, I will endorse Kanye West. This was like several years ago before the whole racism thing. And then there was a Wikipedia. Do you guys remember this? There was a Wikipedia page for Kanye West's whatever it was, 2020 presidential run or whatever. And then I was in it as like one of the prolific endorsers of Kanye West, but it got deleted. So
dang it.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah. My favorite Kanye line was he was in an interview and they're talking about Lady Gaga. And they're talking about how Lady Gaga was one of the like board members or something of Kodak. And he's like, I like some of the Gaga songs, but what the fuck does she know about cameras?
Yeah. There's one, my favorite one of him. It was the first time I think I was aware of him was when he did that thing for Hurricane Katrina with,
oh yeah, that was a long time ago. That's 20 years ago. At least.
Yeah. George Bush doesn't care about black people.
Actually, I guess it would have been 20 years ago. Yeah, last fall.
It would have, yeah.
Oh, Mike Myers on that is like,
he's like the most dramatic turn. It looks like it's out of a bit from one of his movies. It's awesome.
It does. Oh man.
Yeah, I like Mike Myers a lot. But yeah, Kanye totally fallen off. But if no one's going to stop him, I mean, no one's going to intercede in his life or whatever, then I'm just like, fine, we'll laugh and we'll take it. Freedom of expression. Do what you got to do, I guess. Doesn't he have a line in that, in one of his songs where he says, I hate those N-words more than the Nazis. So there's a little bit of an irony now that he's a Chappelle Show style black Nazi. And
it's like
I'm sure they would. That's what Dagan and I were talking about on Constellation, where I was like, oh yeah, they would love him. He definitely wouldn't be destroyed in 2 seconds by, the Third Reich. They would have loved him over there.
Yeah, well, I don't know. They I remember years ago there was like this like KKK video of them trying to rebrand specifically, where they're like the inclusive KKK, where they wanted, and it wasn't even a joke. I don't think it was like genuine.
The KKK. So,
yeah,
it's like a fake organization at this point. Like it doesn't exist anymore. That's why I get so annoyed. There's people that are in the KKK in quotes, but it's like not anymore. Not the way it used to be. I was actually reading about it recently, where there's like 2 waves of KKK, where there was like a post-war one, and then there was like which was crazy, but then there was like the really crazy one that was like after Reconstruction, I guess. And now you just got racists.
Yeah, good old-fashioned racists,
disorganized racists.
Well,
it's good to be here with you for Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. We go live each and every week. And you can get it 3 days early and ad-free over on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia, like some 13,000 of you do. We appreciate your support. Couldn't do without you over there. Your $5 a month, which is the average that people like to give, will get you early ad-free access to every episode of this show and all the other shows in our network. That's 6, sometimes 7 even, episodes every week. In fact, I think we'll have 8 this week, but that's just a random week. You can submit your inquiries to the show. You'll hear them throughout the show, of course, on the weekly thread in the newsfeed. You put your inquiries in there. We pick through them. That's for all of our shows, of course. You get access to the RSS feed, so you don't have to interact with Patreon if you don't want to, and Spotify support as well. And of course, a big perk over there is Sacred Symbols Plus, our weekly supplement to this podcast, where we conduct deep dives and interviews and so on and so forth. So what we've been doing over there is reviewing The Last of Us HBO Season 2 episode by episode. So we have 5 episodes only for patrons right now on those shows. If you want to go check those out right now, patreon.com/lastdaymedia. Tomorrow, from when this podcast goes live on Patreon, we will have another interview going live. This one is with Marek Tominsky, who is the CEO and co-founder of CI Games, the studio that do Lords of the Fallen. And I specifically invited him onto the show, and we had not a politically charged conversation, because it's really not about a political opinion, but about navigating the politics of the industry and how they've kind of leaned into the anti-woke, if you want to call it a quote unquote, kind of stance for their games, which has really worked for them. And I wanted to ask him about that, about what that route has been like and why they did it. But also, more importantly, no offense, I guess, but more importantly for our audience is I just did another interview with Shuhei Yoshida. That's live now on Patreon. I approached him with an idea right after he was on last time and he liked the idea, which I thought was really nice. And he's like, that's a great idea. Let's do it. And the idea was, what if I presented you with 10 games that you greenlit and shepherded, but nothing big or nothing too big. So like, I want to hear about God of War 2018 again. Like I want a fucking bullet in my head. You understand? So, and The Last of Us and Horizon and all this stuff. So I was like, what if we talked about Concrete Genie? What if we talked about Mag? What if we talked about Freedom Wars or Resistance 3 or Killzone Shadowfall or Dreams and so on and so forth? So we spend 10 to 15 minutes on every game. He kind of gives some anecdotes and tells some stories. A lot of news in there for people that are willing to pick through it as well, including really the first confirmation of what went down between the MLB and San Diego studio, which was pretty cool because that's one of the series we talked about. So he really liked this idea and he agreed to come back again later this year to do it again. And what we want to do later this year is let the audience pick the 10 games. And we'll figure out how we're going to do that because I had so many other games on the list. In fact, one of the games I had on the list, I forgot to put back on the list because I had so many of them, which was Puppeteer. I was telling him that I had Tokyo Jungle on an early list and the game Africa. I don't know if you guys remember that game on the list and others. And he was like laughing and he's like, oh my God, there's so many things to say about these games. So we're going to have him back. I told him he can use a little break from Colin, I think. So we'll get him maybe like late summer and return it. But in the meantime, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Listen to that fascinating conversation amongst others as well. Expedition 33 spoiler cast and review discussions are upcoming. I think we're going to do 2 of them because there are so many people that have played it. So the first one I think will go live soon, probably in the coming week. We have one up for Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 right now as well. And then the Until Dawn film that just came out if you want to listen to that. So a lot of good stuff going on. Sweet Jones wrote in and said, Colin, you released your fantastic interview with Shu and you didn't ask him about Taurus Trophy. You brought TT up 2 or 3 times since your last interview with him in the game you wanted to ask him about. What was that? A tease? No, I never wanted to ask him about Taurus Trophy as the head of first party because that game's too early for him. That game came out in 2006. He was an executive at Sony during that time, but he was not in charge of first party production during that time. He wouldn't have greenlit that game. There's virtually nothing on PS2 that he greenlit. That's why we focused on PS3, Vita, PS4, and even got to a PS5 game. I wonder what it could be, since he did greenlight all of those early PS5 games as well before he moved on in 2019. So not a tease. Taurus Trophy, for people that don't know, Taurus Trophy is a very random... Taurus Trophy, I think, is a real race. But Taurus Trophy, the game, is a motorcycle game made by Polyphony, released in between Gran Turismo games on PS2 in 2006. It's really the only non-Gran Turismo Polyphony game since their kart racer a long time ago, which predates, actually, Gran Turismo. James Aquilina wrote in and said, Colin, I wanted to ask you about when the Ranking PlayStation IP Part 2 is coming. Really enjoyed that content. Soon. We're stacked up right now. There's too many things. So I actually turned down a pretty good opportunity to record something more recently because I'm like, we just have too many episodes of the show. Like, publishing Shuhei randomly is cool, but I'm not going to do that. We want to wait for the 1 day a week to pop. So we have to let things clear out a little bit. I assume we won't get back to that till the summer because we have Expedition 33 and Doom and Death Stranding kind of percolating and all these other things. It's going to be mixed up and messy, but we've been waiting for this. We've been waiting for the games, right? And they're finally coming. So that's exciting. Merch, laststandmedia.store, t-shirts, sweatshirts, hats, stickers, etc. And please leave us nice reviews on podcast services and so on. A few bad reviews on iTunes recently. I don't like that.
Oh, what'd they say?
I don't remember. Something like these guys suck or I don't know. You know, the usual.
Sure. Fair enough.
So help us out over there. Find new audiences with nice reviews. Although I think bad reviews might actually help too. Not your score, obviously, but algorithmically.
Yeah, it's
but
technically
I prefer you
engagement.
didn't do that. Don't do that. Yeah. What were you saying, Chris? I'm sorry.
No, I was saying it's technically engagement.
Right, engagement.
You know, according to the model. So like it's good. It's like it's better to be talked about than not talked about, I guess, is how like the general kind of core of or like the skeleton of all of this functions. But yeah, be nice. Come on, guys.
Be nice. This show is not bad. It's not 1 star.
Yeah, come on.
1 star? The amount of work I put in for you guys? I'm here. Give me at least 4 stars. Let's get into some topics of discussion and spread our legs a little bit. Or stretch them. Some non-gaming stuff. And then we'll get into a bunch of gaming news. We'll get into what we're playing. And we'll finish off. I'll finish Chris off with 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Opera GX, the supreme web browser for those in the know. Learn more for yourself and download it for free at operagx.gg/sacred symbols. Since the World Wide Web launched in the early 90s, there were always a number of random, often roving, and up and down browser options. Remember Netscape Navigator and Internet Explorer? But one fighter from that era remains quietly engaged to this day, 30 years after it first launched, and that company is Opera. Now, Opera has several options for you, including the classic Opera browser and its mobile complement, but today I want to talk to you about Opera GX, a browser aimed not only at my fellow gaming brethren, but for those of you that want a more sophisticated and customizable browser experience. With Opera GX, which is fully free to download and use, you'll find a robust feature set for you to deploy, all aimed at making your online experience faster, more fluid, and more intuitive. So while it allows you to, say, control the browser's draw on your CPU and GPU, especially useful for PC gamers out there, it also comes built in with many of the perks that we often download separately and integrate as best we can. That means that Opera GX is equipped with its very own VPN functionality for those perusers of virtual private networks, and comes with a sturdy built-in ad blocker as well, so you don't need to grab a separate app. ChatGPT is even built in natively, and as I've recently discovered how useful it is for in-game help in particular, well, Opera GX has that going for it too. What I like best about this whole thing though is that Opera makes it easy to switch from, say, Google's Chrome browser to Opera GX, since you can import any mod that works on Chrome, plus your cookies, cache, history, bookmarks, and more. Really, when taken in conjunction with the fact that Opera GX is totally free, well, you really have no excuse but to try it for yourself. What do you have to lose? Indeed, as you'll find out once you use it, you'll have a whole lot to gain. To try the Opera GX web browser for yourself completely free of charge, head to operagx.gg/sacred symbols today. That's operagx.gg/sacred symbols. Again, for the supreme Opera GX browser and all that comes with it, head to operagx.gg/sacred symbols today, or use the link in our show notes. Dante B wrote into us on Patreon. Remember, you can write into us on Patreon at patreon.com/lastdaymedia. Use the thread in the newsfeed. Hey, you fat manatee blubber bitches. That's not nice. Can we get a moratorium on every woe is me write-in this week? I'm truly sorry your dog is dead or your mom has cancer or you're getting a divorce, never to find love again. I know I'm being cold, but Christ on the cross, it's enough already. We're here to escape into the weekend, pop some plats and bust some bussy. Or bussy. Bust some bussy. I don't like the way it's spelled, really. But how else are you going to spell it? Stand down, you sad sacks. It gets better. I love you all no matter what, my kings. Yeah, totally fair enough. Fair enough. It wasn't meant to be a thing. Like, we weren't supposed to have a memorial section of Sacred Symbols.
Right.
It's just that when people write in about those kinds of things over once in a while, you don't want to skip them. I personally feel bad about it. You know, it's like, well, someone wrote in about he's got fucking cancer or something. But then it became like a thing. Right. And then it's like, well, I don't mind ignoring most of the nonsense you guys write in, but that kind of stuff. So this week we had a few of them and I'm like, yeah, you're all right. Fine. Everyone just die in peace. Die quietly.
Die in silence off the show.
Yeah. Dante doesn't want to hear from your human struggles. So
nobody wants to hear about your 22-year-old dog and how sad it is that he's gone.
Your divorce. The only divorces I want to hear about are if we're responsible for them. Otherwise, that's
right.
Good stuff. But keep your divorces otherwise to yourself. Okay? 50% of you are going to get divorced. It's not that big of a deal. Sucks for you, though.
Damn.
Dante, thanks for writing it.
Is that the real statistic still? 50?
Well, yeah, but I think it's like heavily manipulated where people on second and third marriages get divorced way more, and that's counted. And then I read something where if you reach 7 years, I guess the divorce rate plummets.
Right.
And what was I reading about that recently? Like the idea of the 7-year itch and all of that. And how that's like when people start kind of going crazy and like cheating. And
where's the itch? The penis?
Well, the itch is going to be on the penis after you cheat on your wife with a prostitute.
Sure. Right.
Yeah.
And hence the 7-year itch. So yeah, that's like, I think taken all into account. It's like half of marriages, but not half of first time marriages and not half of marriages that reach a certain plateau and so on. So it's a good question.
Yeah.
But divorce is way too casual in the United States and elsewhere in the world. Don't get married. How's that? If you don't want to be married, don't get married in the first place.
Yeah.
Dummies. Dante, thank you for writing. Player X wrote in and said, how you doing, fucking nerds? No, for real. How are you guys doing? Everyone's being mean to us today.
Yeah.
Everyone's always crying about their problems or asking for advice. No one ever asks how you guys are holding up. So for me, take a minute and let us all know how life's been treating you boys, okay? I'll unzip and listen. May the creator bless you all. Dustin, Player X wants to know, how are you? How are you? How are you?
Honestly, not great. Furmans are holding on though. Not sure I can really get into it quite yet, but we're doing okay. We're holding on. As far as outside of deeply personal stuff, I'm excited. Doing some traveling next month, going to Los Angeles for Summer Game Fest to hang out with Brad. So we're getting all of our appointments set up and excited to hang out. And after that, later in the month, Too Many Games. We just are ironing out some details with that. So we'll have more info on that soon. So I think that's been the promise of, or the looking forward of things changing up, going out of the house a little bit has been a big motivator for me. Kind of like post-winter, ready to get out, do some shit instead of just being here all the time. So, yeah, I don't want to make it sound like I'm horrible, but it's not a good time.
Well, you've gone through a lot.
Yeah.
You've gone through a lot. You and I just sat down with you a week or two ago just to talk to you about things. Because I feel like no one wants to hear from me. You know, like when things are going bad in one's life, it's like distance, space, and the tools necessary to, you know, do what you got to do or whatever. But I appreciate when people are like, how you doing? You know, you want to talk or whatever, but yeah, I just don't know if you need that from me. I mean, we're good friends, but I'm also your boss. And I feel like there's this incumbency on you to be like, I need to get back. I need to be normal. That's why I kept telling you last year, I'm like, just take the year off. Like, you know, and come back when you're ready and there's no rush. But to me, that's what I felt I could do best for you, was to be like, well, everyone's going to play their role.
Sure.
And my role is like a money flow while you take care of your business, you know? So,
yeah, well, I was thinking about after that conversation that, while I think that makes sense, I feel like you and I are close enough that, I mean, you did reach out a few times regardless.
Yeah, of course.
And I never felt, you know, you told me everything was set and good at the very beginning. And so I have the trust in you to be like, okay, cool. So when you reach out to me again, there doesn't feel like there's a, you know, weirdness.
Yeah.
So just to make it clear, I didn't feel that way.
Oh, good. Yeah. It's a complicated. I mean, it's not complicated. It's just like you want to. People are like that, and they will put things between the lines, and they will. I just didn't want to come off like that, you know. But yeah, I'm sorry. I mean, yeah. I mean, God, we're right back to the sad stuff, aren't we? You went through
Player X asked.
Yeah, you went through a tragic situation. I mean, unthinkable. So obviously, you're going to have your ebbs and flows, and we're all with you, of course. Chris, how are you doing, my friend? How are you really doing?
Here, see, my situation with this is like, how do you answer this question on a podcast, right? Where like, you don't want to hear how I'm doing. Yeah, right.
You think you do.
You think, like, I'm saying from the audience perspective, like the audience thinks they want to know this stuff because like, I want to feel closer to the podcast. No, you don't. You do not really actually want this. Yeah. You want me to go through everything? No, it's generally things are fine. Things could be way better, but they are what they are. You know, like I don't like to get into. I'm very personal. You know.
Yeah, you are.
I keep a lot of things very close to the chest. I've seen people on the internet get weirdly parasocial with me over the years.
Sure.
Pay weirdly close attention, you know, follow me places. So like I'm just generally a very private person, especially with stuff that I'm going through.
Yeah, the Lacey relationship really sent me over the edge with you, where I was like,
it was weird.
I was like, wow, people are this. It almost felt like I knew a celebrity couple or something.
Yeah,
because I knew Lacey as well, and I was like, these are just normal people. Like I don't understand what's going on here. We go to the beach and drink or something. It's like not that big of a deal, you know?
Yeah. So that situation, and by the way, even just talking about that situation itself, like I feel like people.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Read into it's not that it was a bad, you know, like we're good, we're on good terms or anything. It wasn't like a bad situation. It was just like the way people absorbed it and the way people talked about it the way people wrote about it on like actual articles on like real like reputable news sites, and it's just like I don't
reputable,
esteemed, and so you're just like I don't know. I'm holding up okay, but things are hard lately. I'm not gonna lie. Like it's a lot of family stuff, a lot of medical stuff, but it is what it is. I got Doom, so I'm pretty happy.
Yeah, that's good.
Anyway,
that's good.
And we'll talk more about that later. But
in that game, the name of the game kind of indicates the feeling of the moment. So that works.
Yeah.
How am I? I'm fine. I feel like I'm on a like a, what would you call it? Like a hamster wheel or something, where it's just always going. Nothing really changes. The status quo is good. I'm not a very exciting person. I don't really know that I've ever been. I'm not a very social person. Obviously, what happened to me almost 10 years ago with the industry and like my falling out with everyone broke me forever as far socially, just as far as like my willingness to put myself out there and be social anymore. I used to be quite social in a lot of ways and have lots of different friends and stuff. And now I'm really just kind of isolated, and I've done that to myself, but I just don't trust anyone anymore. I trust you guys, obviously. I trust my wife. I trust my family and a few odds and ends, people we work with and all of that. But I don't have like much of a social life anymore, because people reach out even in the area that listen, where everyone's like, oh, we should go get a beer or play a game. It's like, that's cool. And I think that that's really nice. And we could become friends. I've become friends with listeners, like real friends with them, selective. I mean, we have over time, we've had millions of people listen to this show. I've become personal friends with a few of them. And they're great people. Actually, Mike Batelli, my G.I. Joe consigliere, is coming to visit in a few weeks, and that's going to be fun. We'll hang out for a weekend, like have a sleepover or whatever. But I'm so wary of meeting people in person because I just want to be normal. I don't want people coming into the relationship. That's an imbalance. If you know me and I don't know you.
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh, let's meet for brunch or something. But then it's like really me performing for you instead of us meeting in a mutual sort of way. And that's why I always tell that story about Soda Popinski, the place in San Francisco where I played Dr. Mario with that dude. And I thought I had made a friend. And then he was like, oh, by the way, I'm a big fan. Or whatever. I'm like, you should have said that 2 hours ago. I thought I was having like a real conversation with a person. You just never really know. It's like, so I'm fine, but I just feel like I don't feel antisocial, because I'm not really antisocial. I'm just like asocial. And it's not really healthy. Like, I know Micah's a much more social person than me. Like, she tries to find friends and like wants to do things. And I love just hanging out with her. And I have a few people in my life, but so that's kind of where my mind is right now. Like, not a loneliness, because I'm not lonely. I'm a homebody, and that's becoming heightened in some ways. And it's a state of mind. It's not a literal thing. I'm not agoraphobic or something like that. I go outside every day. I like going for walks and doing things, but going to the store or something like that. But I don't really count. That doesn't count. I don't go and like, let's go on a sojourn and fucking go for a hike, or like, let's take a weekend trip somewhere or whatever. It's like, I'm good. So let's call it a malaise, as it were. Back to the depression. Entenmann's Cross Star Wars Salacious Crumb Cake wrote in. Said, Colin, on occasion, you've touted the diversity of Last Stand Media's hosts, but I've noticed a glaring lack of representation of one of the biggest demographics, the obese. As all 9 of LSM's hosts are American and our obesity rate is about 40%, at least 3 of you should be obese. Please select 3 LSM hosts to cast obese upon. Alternatively, you may choose to stack the effect twice by casting Obesa, and 3 times by casting Obisaga, as long as it adds up to 3 obeses. Thanks. And are you going to finish that croissant? Well, someone's going to finish it if they're fat. Entenmann's Cross Star Wars Salacious Crumb Cake. Thank you for writing in.
Colin,
right,
I feel like you and I should take one for the team on this, because then we can stop trying to be something that we're not.
Right. I am.
We can just let go.
Right.
Become fat.
Right.
And then, die early because of it. And it's just like, that's who I am. We can stop resisting.
One of the funniest in-jokes we had in the show recently was when I was talking about how I'm going to get rid of XL shirts because I want everyone to lose weight.
Yeah.
We're just going to stop selling them.
Yeah.
I am obese at heart. You have to understand that. I'm 185 or 190 pounds right now. At my most, I was 200 pounds, which was starting to get like what I would call overweight. But I've never been obese. And I don't know that I could allow myself to get to that state because I'm too... This is part of the obsessiveness of Colin Moriarty, I think, is like, I am good enough to be like, don't eat all day. Go for a walk every day. Work out every day. Like, just because if I don't, then I feel bad about myself and then all that. So it's hard for me to break that cycle, but it wouldn't be hard for me to become fat. Believe me. Like, I am all but fat. Fat in spirit.
Yeah.
Fat in mind. And by the way, if you're fat, if you're obese, that's cool. Do what you got to do. I worry about your health, but you have to do what you got to do. It's not my business. So
what you're saying,
go ahead, Chris.
So what you're saying is on all levels except physical, you are obese.
Right. That's right. Except for it playing out physically.
Right.
Like, I would love to eat all day. I would love to not work out. I would love to be sedentary. And I would love to just shove shit in my mouth all day.
Yeah, you would.
Oh. Maybe a cock cookie like Dustin likes.
All right. Classic.
That's a reference to a tweet I did a few days ago. There's in Indiana Jones. There's a like you pick up food and there's a cookie called cock, like KAHK cookie. It must be some like Egyptian thing or something because it's in the Egypt map. And so I just said that's Dustin's favorite dessert. Seemed a little inappropriate, but all right. So who's going to get? So I don't know if I want to cast Obisa or Obisaga because, well, we could cast Obisaga and make someone like really fat.
Yeah, upsettingly.
Obese. Who's
the tallest person?
Brad
on the team. Brad? Oh my God.
It'd be the easiest for him to... Well, no, here's the thing though. They need to maintain for the diversity's sake. But Brad would probably wear it the best unless the spell itself is proportional to someone's height.
Right.
Like how fat they get. It's not just like a set number.
I feel like it would be like I just because he's so tall, I feel like he'd be an absolute unit. You know, I mean, it'd be like Kingpin in some way. You know, just that's a intimidating person. It would almost be like barely a negative.
Who's that rapper that like the really
Dave
really
Blunt's?
big what's his name?
Is it Dave Blunt's?
Yes. Yeah.
we were gonna go see him. He's playing a show. But then I think there was like some health thing, so he ended up canceling. I
don't mean this as a joke. I mean, it is funny though. Don't they like wheel him out on stage?
No, they do. They literally.
I don't understand. Listen, let me just say something. I don't understand how you get that big. I don't get it.
Spells, magic.
Obisaga.
Yeah.
Now, I think casting it on Chris would be funny just because it's insane. I can't picture Chris as let's say Chris is 250 pounds, right?
Yeah.
I don't know what that looks like. I don't know how to handle that. And it's unclear to me how that would work. Gene would also be funny. And Micah would be funny, but not for me.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I've thought about this a lot because like I don't particularly like. I just happen to have a really good metabolism. Like I'm active in some way, but like I'm not at the gym all the time. Like I'm not. I really could be pretty. I'm kind of astonished that I'm not more. I'm astonished that I'm not fatter than I am.
Yeah.
Because it really kind of doesn't make sense.
You have a fast metabolism. I've always noticed that about you since we met. You know?
Yeah.
When we go out to eat or whatever, like you don't wear anything. That's the way I was too. But by the time I was your age, that was over. So you've had it going. Like that's how I became 200 pounds when I was early in my time in games media. Was I just ate the same way I always ate.
Yeah.
And then like a fucking gavoon, as we would say in broken American Italian. And to me, I'm like, well, yeah. I mean, I'm going to McDonald's and I'm getting a 20-piece chicken nugget, 2 apple pies, a double quarter pounder with cheese meal. And literally in college, that would be great. That would be like one of 3 things I would eat that day too. And then I would do that. And then before I knew it, God, I wish I had it. I brought it up in the past. I don't have the picture and I don't talk to this girl anymore, but I dated a girl for years. And she took a picture of me when I was cooking in our apartment in San Francisco. And I had like just underwear on. And I was like cooking something. And I was like, that's what I fucking look like. Like I was like, holy shit. And that's when I cut back. And that was me at my heaviest. So that was 15 years ago, probably. But I would love that picture because it's gratuitous.
Gratuitous.
Would you, if you got the picture, would you post it?
Yes, definitely.
We can make merch out of it.
I also think I haven't spoken to her since 2015, probably, maybe early 2016. But I think she also has my yearbooks, or at least 2 of them, because we went to the same high school. So when she moved out, I think she took, so I have my freshman and my sophomore yearbooks, but not my junior or senior yearbooks, which kind of sucks. And I've wanted to reach out to her and be like, she fucking hates me. I wanted to reach out to her and be like, I broke up with her and it was messy. Yeah. And she didn't do anything wrong. It's not nothing to do with her, but well, maybe it had something to do with her, but it's like, I want to reach out and be like, do you have my yearbooks? And I feel like she'd be like, why the fuck are you talking to me? Yeah. So maybe it's left on
account of my yearbooks.
Right. And then I'd be like, well, I'm talking to you specifically because I'm pretty sure you have my yearbooks. Because where else could they be? It makes perfect sense that you would take them. And it would also make perfect sense that you probably don't know.
It also makes perfect sense if she had them, she threw them away.
Yeah, that would piss me the fuck off if she did that, but she probably did. That's probably exactly what happened. God bless.
That's one of those things, like, you'd be furious, but like, how could you really blame that person on some level? Like, what are they going to do with a yearbook from an ex relationship that they haven't heard from in 15 years?
I don't know, but to me, if I had that's a pretty sentimental thing. Like all the things people, not the yearbook itself. I could give a fuck about the yearbook. It's everything people wrote in it, you know?
Oh, I see. Yeah.
And that's sentimental and personal. I would be pretty pissed if that happened, but that's probably what happened. And I've let it go. Right. Clearly I haven't let it go completely, but what the fuck are we talking about? I don't know.
We're talking about who we would make fat. I think Brad is a good choice, but just because he's tall, I think he would be a unit. And I'll do it on me. I would like to see what that would look like. Yeah. I'm curious.
Okay.
I don't know if I'll ever see it. That's kind of the thing. Like, because the thing is, like, I don't eat particularly well when I do eat, but I also eat very little. Like, I'm kind of like a maybe 2 very light meals a day person.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You know, like if I ever go to McDonald's, I get like fries and like, I don't know, like a 10-piece nugget or something.
Jeez. Yeah, you eat like Ramon and I, my friend Ramon and I used to kid around. Like you go into the McDonald's and you see like a really old person there, and they'd be drinking a small black coffee, a hamburger in the white wrapper, and a small fry out of the paper thing.
Yeah,
it's like you're eating like you're in a concentration camp at that point. Like, what do we do? Well, they didn't have McDonald's in a concentration camp.
Yeah, that was pretty close.
The McDonald's at Auschwitz. That's one of the good ones.
Right.
A good McDonald's.
Right. That was a good McDonald's.
Yeah, that was one of the good ones. They had a good promotion there, I heard. A lot of good coupons.
So yeah, all right. So Brad, Chris, and I think Gene would be funny. Everyone loves a fat Asian guy. You know?
Sure.
Who doesn't love that? And we'll leave it there. I can't do it to myself. I'm sorry. Obi Saga would be something else. Like, we're talking about my 600-pound life style thing. Who would we do that to? I don't know. I really don't know.
That's a good idea for the RPG you're making. Like as a little Easter egg.
Yeah, Obi Saga. Yeah.
You can cast that.
Obisa and Obi Saga. Yeah.
Love that. You just cast on it. And anybody you can cast it on has an alternate, like, mega obese model.
Yeah, you have to make 2 sprites.
I know.
Many.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
It's the art. It's the art that's keeping the game from being anywhere close to be. Well, actually, the game is pretty much playable, but like it's so much more work to do. It's so much more complicated than we thought.
Well, it's going to be delayed. It's going to be another year delay to get these obese sprites functioning in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, we like that fat Nathan Drake that they did for Uncharted.
Donut Drake.
Donut Drake. They called it Donut Drake.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, I loved that, and I think they kind of did they disavow it, or
that's so silly.
I think they just stopped doing it at the very least.
I think that was funny as fuck. Just too many sensitivities.
Didn't they lower his voice too? Like when he was mad, he had a lower voice. Maybe that's just in my head.
That would be awesome. It's just. Oh God! No! The idea that they would pitch him down like several octaves is hysterical to me.
Okay, wait. Yeah, This is on Reddit. In Uncharted 3, if you equip the donut Drake skin, Drake takes heavier steps and his voice is pitched lower to simulate him being overweight.
That's awesome. God
Love
bless. That. Yeah, I don't know. That's funny.
It is funny. It's not like it's like, multiple sclerosis Drake or something like that. It's something you did to yourself.
Well, also
Drake ate the donuts.
Yeah, and it's not even like, I don't know. I never viewed it as like, it's not like putting it down. It's just like the spectacle of seeing somebody that weight do that level of like flips and shit, like barrel rolls. Like it's a funny spectacle.
Yeah, definitely.
To see.
Definitely.
I don't know. That's a little silly.
I think about Donut Drake, but I think even more about Fat Princess and how great of an idea that is. And how I think that great. Sensitivity stopped it from being exploited more, which is too bad.
It's a shame they didn't do Donut Joel.
Donut Joel, that would be awesome. Yeah,
they did Blackface Joel. So that's
right. We did get Blackface Joel. That's true.
That is true.
Minstrel Joel. All right. Thank you for writing in, Intimans. This one I had to read. This is more for me, but I mean, you guys can sound off. Obviously, it's a situation. MJP Grass wrote in and said, "Hello, sirs. Had a situation this week and I'm still trying to figure out what to do. I recently moved to my house last winter, so I didn't have much time to meet the neighbors or take stock in the yard as snow was on the ground when we bought it. Well, May showers brought May crabgrass and dandelions, and I had to take some time off to do odd things around the house, but I had fertilizer dropped off along with new wood chips and stuff to get the landscaping back up to form. Delivery came while I was at work, and when I came home, I noticed my wood chips had a dent in them. I didn't think anything of it at first, but when I went to inspect it, I noticed a trail of chips leading to my neighbor's yard. Sure as shit, I saw a patch of the new chips in his side yard bedding. What should I do? I've never talked to my neighbors as his driveway faces a cul-de-sac while I'm on the street, so our driveways are not close to each other. Do I knock on the door and demand recompense? Do I just take it back? Do I just let it go because it was a small amount? Do I create a fertilizer bomb and throw it through his window? Anyways, just got done spreading my seed on the lawn. I'll hang up and listen. The fertilizer bomb is pretty extreme. I didn't know you were going to go down like the Timothy McVeigh route, but if that's what you wanted to do, it seems a little extreme. God, this would piss me off. Micah had brought this up to me because she was reading through Patreon yesterday and she saw this. This was the comment that I think was at the top of the thread, so it was just showing it. And she's like, "Did you see this post about the mulch yet?" And I'm like, "I haven't looked at the letters yet." And she's like, "Oh, you're gonna love this one." And sure, and lo and behold, I did. So if you guys out there can't picture what this guy's talking about, when you live in suburbia, you can have people come over and do your mulch. You can also buy mulch in bags, which I always found to be a waste of money. Like you can go to Home Depot and buy mulch. But what a lot of people do is split the difference. And instead of having someone put the mulch out for them, they'll simply have it delivered in bulk and it'll be dropped in a pile, like on your driveway or in front of your house or whatever. And then you just kind of use a wheelbarrow and a shovel and disperse it. So I know exactly what this guy's talking about because a lot of people do that in my neighborhood. I'm too lazy to do my own mulch and I have way too many beds to be doing that. It's like I'd be out there all fucking day. It's not happening. So I pay someone to do it. If someone did that to me, that's so bold. That's so bold. I don't know what you do about it though. You don't really know these people. Do you want to have a weird relationship with them? They did take advantage of you. They are hoping you don't say anything. They did put you in a situation. This is a tough one. Because it's just a little bit of mulch. But who does that? I don't know. This is one of those conundrums where I'm like, I actually don't know that I have any real useful feedback for you. It's an unbelievably bold move, though. I wouldn't do no fertilizer bombs, though. Please. He
left a trail. It almost feels like someone wants to get caught. Right. Maybe he wants to be friends with you, but he doesn't know how to get your attention. He left a little cookie trail there for you to come find him.
Right.
Doesn't make any sense, though.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. Okay. I don't know. It's a tough one. But I'm glad you got the crabgrass and the dandelion sorted out. You don't want any of that stuff. Gross. Ben Matthews wrote in and said, "Colin, let the great triumph commence. We did it. Our cries of agony and pain have been heard by our overlords, and we have emerged victorious. Never again shall we doubt the voices of the unknown when they shout in unison, 'No more.' Today is a good day because a great cosmic injustice has been corrected and the proof that our Lord God exists is on display for the entire world to witness. Welcome back, HBO Max. And rest in piss, Max. Power to the player. Bah! Did you guys see this?
God. I did. It's not surprising at all. Or I shouldn't say it's not surprising. It's not surprising that Max ended up being such a bad name that they had to go back. That's not surprising. I am a little surprised that they did it.
It's like knowing you got to do what you got to do and getting it over as soon as possible. Right?
Yeah.
Is probably the best move. And they do have some clever advertising around it. Like they're leaning into it. I don't know if you guys have seen that, but like their social media feeds and stuff are like leaning into how fucking stupid the whole thing is. So for people that don't know, HBO started a streaming service under Warner that was called HBO, HBO on cable, then HBO Go. This became HBO Max. And then it became Max. And now it's called HBO Max again. And the reason it's relevant to our show is because we went absolutely crazy when they did this on the show, because it's the worst branding decision ever.
Yeah.
I'm sure something worse probably exists, but I can't think of it.
Right.
It's a new Coke level blunder. HBO is probably one of the most recognizable names in television for 40 something years at this point. And you call the streaming service, and I know people are, this is crazy, HBO. The guys that gave you The Sopranos and The Wire and Game of Thrones. I don't really think anyone gives a shit about everything else that comes along with it. And I know they were trying to be more inclusive. It's like, we have Discovery, and don't they have CNN or something like that? Like all this garbage. And they wanted to be more inclusive of it. And I'm like, it doesn't matter. You still call it HBO. Don't you get it? You just call it HBO. And now Discovery is on HBO and CNN is on HBO. And they're like, but it means home box office. And it's like, no one cares what it means. Right.
And if anything, wouldn't you want people to associate the stuff that you have on your service with, you know what I mean? Like HBO is what's going to get people in the door in the first place. Because it's going to be a name that people pay attention to. So it only benefits you to associate it with other things that you own or that you license.
It's crazy. This is, Chris, this is why I wanted to bring it up too. We bring this up often, is that I want to remind everyone out there that there are people in positions of power throughout every industry that have no idea what they're doing. And that you could do a better job than. Not Chris. Chris could definitely do a better job, but all of you out there. Dude, you definitely have you have a good possibility of being a better marketer for HBO than HBO's current marketers. It's crazy, but it's true.
Dude, the you know what really frustrates me is like the guy whose decision it was to do this in the first place probably had that guy never has to work again, probably.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, he's probably a C-suite executive making millions of dollars a year. Yeah.
Yeah, and he was like, let's change it to Max. And even though it's objectively a bad decision, so much so that they're now completely going back on it, he probably still works there. It's probably entirely still. It's part of the process.
Yeah, he got promoted,
like, brother. Yeah. He got promoted. It's so crazy to me. HBO Max. Back to this. But this is, by the way, exactly why I still call it Twitter.
Right.
Like, I'm just. It's not. It's. I'm sorry.
I've relented. I tried to be like, I'll call it X, but I really haven't stuck to it. It's still impossible. Twitter and tweeting. Yeah, it's like, again, that was a stupid branding move. I kind of understand it more with what they were trying there, because he's trying to make like the everything app, but it's like you do that later. Once you have everything should be a separate component. And then you have X, and X is like the thing that brings it all together, but they're all separate, right? Like a little galaxy of things. But that's too clever. So instead they renamed Twitter X. Yeah. HBO needs no new branding. It's never needed new branding. Imagine if they did something like got rid of the scratchy screen. It's like, let's replace that with it's like, do you not understand anything about your brand? Remember we did the exercise? I think it was on Constellation. I don't know if you guys were on this show where I played it at like the scratchy noise and then like the thing kind of coming up or whatever. And I'm like, what do you think of? Because everyone has a thing that goes into it. It could be Alabama 3 or Alabama 5, whatever they're called, the Soprano song. It could be the Game of Thrones song. It could be like, for me, it's dun 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 dun. Right? You know, I love that. That is called being iconic. That people literally have stingers in their heads that they hear after that, and they're like, nah. What we'll do is we'll call it Max. It's like, cool, you dumb fucks. It bothers me so much that people in positions of power are so stupid.
Yeah.
Ugh. It was like the one television brand that didn't need a rebranding. It's like when we talked about how Netflix tried to split the company into two and called it. It was like Flickster or something like that, and like it was like, what the fuck? And then it was like the next day, they were like, never mind, because even they realized like we can't. We didn't think this one through. God,
so
man.
Funny.
I love the whole idea of branding and all that. Like when I think about Last Stand, we rebranded in 2021 from Colin's Last Stand to Last Stand Media, and that was a big lift, but we had to do it, and it was obviously the right move. But we're never going to rename ourselves, obviously, and I think everything's going to stay exactly the way it is. Like I like the logos, I like the brand. I don't like when things feel like they need to change just for change's sake. Like we got to get a fresh set of coat of paint on this. Like when sports teams redesign their logos. And it's like, you've been in the MLB since like 1920. Like, what are you doing? You have like this iconic imagery and you're like messing with it. Dumb. Finally, the Lizard King wrote in and said, hey, wankers, Colin, the guy who is the guy waking up meme is a live stream gamer from Glasgow known as Limmy. Once had his own show on the BBC. Get him on Sacred Symbols Plus. Chris, I feel like you'd enjoy his content. Search Limmy Bus Stop into YouTube for a bit of British humor. Take care. I don't know if I can take any British humor right now, but I will do that in the future.
I've seen this video, by the way.
Oh,
I've seen this video that he's talking. And I remember it. Like I saw it a while ago, I feel like. And I totally forgot about it. And I looked it up when I was reading the document. And it jogged my memory immediately. It's like, that's a great video. Like that is one of the funny, and there's no lines in that script at all, but it is one of the funniest things I've seen in a long time. Limmy Bus Stop, highly recommend it. Yeah, I will definitely check it out. And I do love British humor. I'm only kidding. Actually, I think I actually have a bit of a British DNA in my humor because I'm dry and flat, which is like the beauty of British humor. I love Britain. What a wonderful society! Like, no joke, an awesome civilization. So unique and interesting. But yeah, I didn't know that. It's funny how in terms of memes, we don't know who the meme person is. You know who I think about the most with this is Drew Scanlon. Remember him from Giant Bomb? Oh, he had the
like
open eye.
Right. Like that's one of the probably 10 most famous memes ever. I mean,
as far as GIFs go, yeah.
Right. Yeah, GIFs. Let's say GIFs. And people have no idea who that is. And it's like, I do. I knew him in person, but like a lot of people but there are hundreds of millions, billions of people probably that even know they're on social media that know that. And they're just like, oh yeah, that's the guy with like the eyes and stuff. And that's how I feel about this Limmy guy where I'm like, I don't know this person. The other person that I bring up a lot that people are like, you don't know who the fuck that is the guy who is like disgusted taking his headphones off.
Oh yeah. I don't know who that is.
He's apparently like a FIFA guy or something that people would know. But I'm like, I don't care about that. So he's just the guy that takes off the headphones. But then there are others like, one of my favorite GIFs is the basketball player. It's Alonzo Mourning, but he's like shaking his head like this, and then he's like, do you guys know what I'm talking about? Where he's like shaking his head no, and then he's shaking his head yes. It's like he thinks about it, and then he starts shaking his head yes. I love that, but a lot of people don't know who that would. A lot of people wouldn't know who that is either. And there are memes too that I didn't know who it was until someone told me. Then I'm like, oh. So one of the ones I love is the guy when it's like the lumberjack style guy in the woods, and it like zooms in on him a little bit, and he just like shakes his head. Like,
oh yeah.
Oh,
and that's Robert Redford,
right?
Which I was like, oh, I didn't know that. So now when I look for that meme, I just look for Robert Redford, and there it is.
Yeah, a lot of people thought that was Zach Galifianakis.
It looks like. I mean, it's not him, but you can see that. Yeah.
At a glance, for like a frame, he might look like Zach Galifianakis if you're not paying attention.
So yeah, Limmy, I'm sure is a person who's known by a lot of people, but I don't know him. So he's the guy waking up, and that meme is like that meme is on heavy rotation in my life with people. Like
the guy waking up.
Yeah, I love that meme. I tweet it out once in a while, like when I respond to I usually respond to like sports teams or something like that, and I like got to bring that one up.
Some people have just like perfect expressive faces. For like that giant bomb, because I remember learning that about the giant bomb guy, and be like, oh, it's a giant bomb. That's crazy. And then I looked at the original clip, and the original clip is even crazy because it's like one quadrant of like a multicam kind of podcast, but his is the only camera that's zoomed in even remotely that close, and it's like, so it looks like it was like intentional.
Yeah,
but like there's no way it was.
I don't know what happened to him. He's like. He did that thing. Do you remember? Dustin, you would probably remember more than Chris. He did that thing, Cloth Map, for a while.
What is that?
And then that, which was like a Patreon that he did, it was like a deep dive documentary series. And then I don't know what ended up happening to him after that.
It's a terrible name.
Yeah, that's over. But I don't know what he's doing now.
You don't like the name you say, Chris?
Cloth Map? No, not really.
Oh yeah, I kind of liked it. Yeah,
for what you're describing.
Yeah, it's a docu-series. Yeah, I guess it's not a great docu-series name, but yeah, you're right.
I guess I'd have to see like what the logo looks like.
It was like I think it was a compass or something like that. A compass. I don't want to get back into. We can't get back into this. I can't do it. All right. Well, thank you for the insight on Limmy. I'm not going to remember this. I probably won't even remember that I had this conversation in 10 minutes.
I'll send you the video, Colin, because I genuinely think I think it'll get you. That video, because I was expecting it. I remember when I first saw it too, like years, like a long ass time ago. I don't know if it was years, but like, and I remember kind of sitting through it and be like, "What is this? This is like," and then it ends, and you're like, "Oh, this is really brilliant shit." Shout out to that video. It's a great video.
Yeah, I'll check that out for sure. What did I send? I sent you a video recently, Chris, that you found fun. Oh, it was a Norm Macdonald thing I had never seen actually, which was weird because usually you see all of the Norm Macdonald stuff over and over again.
Yeah,
and you've probably seen it, but I've never seen that. All right, that's it. It's time to stop spreading or stretching our legs, depending on how you want to look at it. Get into the news of the week. Quite a few things to talk about. Sacred Symbols is a PlayStation podcast. It's supposed to be, anyway.
Ostensibly, yeah.
Right. So I can close the Taurus trophy window now. We've talked about that. Okay, so let's begin here. Sony fiscal year 2024 financials have been revealed. The big numbers that I want to discuss here, although we'll get into much more of it here, is so fiscal year 2024 ran from April 1st, 2024 through March 31st, 2025. So we are in quarter one of fiscal 2025 now. In fiscal year 2024, during that time I just discussed, 18.5 million PS5s were sold, bringing the lifetime number of PS5 sold to 77.7 million. Some people are saying 77.6. I haven't really seen the math, so I'm not really sure what the specific number is. But 777 is pretty funny, just from a Las Vegas casino optical slot machine sort of thing. Big numbers. 303.3 million games were sold during that time, so nearly 1 million games a day. And PlayStation now enjoys 124 million monthly active users. This is presumably across PS5, PS4, PS3, which probably still has a couple million lingering people it did last year. And then PC, although I don't think the PC stuff is outside of Helldivers, which is millions. I don't think that it's too many people. So I'd be curious to know more about the monthly active users, like how they're counting that, if that's strictly on PlayStation Network or if that's people interacting with your games. Like Microsoft claims 500 million monthly active users, but that's obviously insane. I mean, that's counting people that play their mobile games. That's counting people that play an Xbox game on PlayStation. That's counting people on Gamepass.
Yeah,
it's a good metric. And it's actually a metric Sony said that they want to use more and really rely on more, but I need to know more about how they're getting that number. So maybe they'll talk about that more in the future. So those are the high end things. I did bring up some other stuff to talk about here. Sony had a 4.6% increase in net profit from the quarter ending in March, and the Game and Network Services division saw a 12.3% rise in sales during this period. Soft sales for first party, because there really were no first party games outside of Astrobot in that entire period, which is sad when you think about it. But up from third party games that were very popular, obviously a slew of those, and PS Plus subscriptions, which are very strong right now. In the holiday quarter, Sony sold 9.5 million PS5 units, up from 8.2 million PS5s in that same quarter. We can now analyze those quarters. So this was the PS4 Slim quarter and then the PS5 Slim quarter, I'm sorry, and then the PS5 Pro quarter. Those two different quarters. So a rise from Pro. So strong sales there. And tariffs are going to continue to, or at least the threat of tariffs are going to continue to impact things, although there's good news here. And I want to talk, I think I have, yeah, here it is. We have a letter from this. Dante Martins wrote in and said, "Hello, kings of gooning. The new financial report from Sony got reported and seems very healthy, but it's clear that the GTA 6 delay held them back very hard. Now with tariffs, Sony is saying that they will act quickly to increase prices. Would it be smart to increase the prices prior to negotiation? The government seems to be moving quickly with deals. China and the UK this week, Japan willing to talk shortly after. It's dumb to blow the lead they had for a 10% increase over a month or so. Thanks, guys." So this is an important note that people have been bringing up. And I brought up the games for our notes. I brought up the GamesIndustry.biz article, and they write, Sony considers manufacturing PS5 consoles in US due to tariffs. And they write, quote, Sony has revealed it is considering manufacturing PlayStation 5 consoles in the US as a result of tariffs. During an earnings call following the release of its full-year financials, Sony president and COO Hiroki Totoki told investors that manufacturing hardware in the US needs to be considered going forward. However, he noted that the firm wasn't in such a critical situation for this decision to be implemented immediately. Quote, consoles, of course, can be produced locally, he says. I think that would be an efficient strategy, but PS5s are being manufactured in many areas, whether that's going to be manufactured in the US or not, end quote. And then Sony CFO Lin Tao noted that PlayStation hardware is produced in 4 countries, with a high ratio of manufacturing in China, though the supply chain has been diversified. I wonder what the other countries are.
I feel like isn't it like Vietnam and
yeah, would it be like Vietnam, maybe India?
Yeah, I think that's what I heard. Just tangentially, I feel like there are other places in Vietnam and India that are manufacturing them as well.
Yeah, that's where Apple is manufacturing a lot of its stuff now, is out of India and out of Vietnam. I have to, let's see. That can't be right. Toki said Sony is anticipating 50 million unit sales for PS5 consoles this fiscal year. That's a hell of a typo. That would be fucking insane. They're selling 1 million consoles a week 6 years into the console's life cycle. They should probably go and type that up. But anyway, that's over at GamesIndustry.biz if you want to check that out. So I got to say, that would be fucking awesome if they started manufacturing PS5s in the United States. That's the whole idea. I'm surprised by that, but it does seem like the tariff situation is going to be abated as far as electronics are concerned. There is the new trade deal with the UK. China and the US announced that they are finalizing a trade deal over the next 90 days that brings the tariffs back down to 10%. That's something conceivably that they could eat, although they're not going to. I mean, that would be $60 or $70. But maybe you don't want to make any moves too soon and see how this all plays out. As we've noted in the past on the show, Sony was actually one of the wise ones by importing a shit ton of PlayStations. And what we learned from Sony during its financial call is that they think they have about 3 more months of PS5s in the US to sell. So if this thing can be resolved by then and they can get more PS5s on ships from Asia moving over maybe by late summer, then maybe they don't need to do anything at all. And they're in such a huge advance. I agree with what Dante's saying. It's like, you're in a great spot right now. If you could just hold pat, but it hurts. This is what happened during the PS3 era. It was way worse during the PS3 era, obviously, but every console, ironically, Sony selling more consoles cost them more money. And now they were losing hundreds of dollars a unit on PS3. Here they would lose maybe $50 a unit. I learned recently, guys, about this thing called bonded warehouses. Do you ever heard this term before?
Nope.
So in trade, there are these special bonded warehouses, which are bonded through the governments in which they're in, and they're all over the world. But the United States has them too. And basically what it is a way for countries to ship goods to other countries, but not import them, basically. So like it doesn't count as an import yet. So you bring your tchotchke over from China and you put it in a bonded warehouse, and then you pay the bonded warehouse a fee to just keep things there. It's just space. And then once you get a trade situation that is favorable to you, you remove your items from the bonded warehouse and pay your tariff, because the tariff is charged at that moment. So that this is apparently what a lot of companies are doing right now. and bonded warehouses apparently are like booming. If you own one or are in a group that owns these things, it's like apparently nuts because everyone is just trying. They would rather pay you 2% a month than have to pay 50% to the government. And then maybe they pay 5 months worth and then they get no tariff or something like that. So Sony has that option too. Anyway, let's talk a little bit about the high end numbers here. Dustin, let's go to you first. 18.5 million PS5 sold to bring it to 77.7 million lifetime. 303.3 million games sold and 124 million active monthly users across their consoles. 77.7 million. I mean, GTA is not coming this year. It'll be in the next fiscal year. If it was in this fiscal year, I would say Sony was actually going to surpass 100 million units next year, but that's not going to happen. What are your thoughts?
Yeah. Well, I wonder, I think I saw someone post that basically PS5 is still tracking with PS4
It's
sales.
apparently 1.2 million units behind, which is pretty amazing considering it's way more expensive and was really scarce.
Right. Yeah. So I wonder just what they have no idea, and that's probably what's freaking them out, is that if there is a tariff situation where they need to drastically increase the price of the console, then how will that affect the trajectory of the sales of the console? It's interesting too now that PS5 Pro is in the mix as well. I don't think that the breakdowns there's like no individual numbers on like how many Pros have been sold, right?
No, they didn't break that. They don't break those numbers now.
Right. Yeah. I'd be interested to see that. But as far as the PS5 being made in the US, I was looking, and apparently some people do have PS5 units that say they were made in Japan.
Oh, cool. So Japan would be the fourth country. Okay.
Yeah. Apparently it's a slim amount of them. But I did see pictures of someone like their PS5 box says made in Japan. So who knows? Maybe, I'm sure some of the audience out there, maybe you have a PS5.
That's so interesting, dude. I would love, no one would want to do this but me, but it's like, we've talked about this before about paying more or paying a premium or being willing to pay a premium to get fair trade items. And it's like, they should give you the option to buy the Japanese PS5.
Right.
That's the only one of those countries that truly treats their people fairly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what I'm wondering about this idea, and you guys know this, but just to be clear, I don't know a lot about trade and manufacturing, but to me, the price of starting up manufacturing a PS5 assembly line in the United States, plus it sounds like the accessories are still mostly made in China, unless you want to start making all the accessories here as well. Plus, as you were saying, Colin, about the labor wage would be so much higher here. Is that going to, like, is it even going to matter in the price of the end product to get all of that set up and the higher wages, things like that, versus whatever the possible tariff could be? And I think it makes sense that he's like, well, we would consider that. I don't know. It must be insanely tough for a company right now just because the tariffs feel like on, off, it's like the office snip, snap, snip, snap.
Yeah, it's disappointing. It's disappointing from my perspective because I've always wanted to see something like this happen, to see if we could bend the arc back towards American manufacturing, but it's been so inconsistent. It's like, if you're going to do it, just do it.
Right.
Right. And then see what happens and let it play out. But things have kind of gone okay. Like the market, I'm pretty sure, is actually above where it was now when the tariffs were first instituted. Deals are coming to fruition, which is good. And it's just, I just don't understand. Excuse me. I just don't understand the chaos around it, because it's what you're saying. Like you want to give these companies certitude, right? Like, no, you want to invest in a factory here or a plant here, and you can do you can manufacture maybe all your things there if you can figure that out to sell in the American market and export if you want. But yeah, you have to. This is what people talk about when they talk about manufacturing things here. And it's true. It's why we need more rare earths and shit like that. And we need to like start mining our own stuff and doing all that, is because like everything has to be imported even to make it. Right. But that's a choice, because we definitely have that shit. We're just not willing to make it or get it or dig it up. And so I was actually kind of happy to see that they were considering that, just because I was like, yeah, this is kind of the idea. Why not support American industry if you're going to sell your goods here and you'll pay nothing? in tariffs for doing that. And I'm like, yeah, so I'm with you, Dustin. It's like, that's the disappointing thing is that as I'm not a free trader. So I've always wanted to see tariffs and protection put in place, but not like this, and it's not even the targets that matter to me as much as it's the fashion in which it's done. Like have the balls to just stick with it.
Yeah.
That's what bothers me the most about this situation. So Chris, any thoughts here about the numbers, the situation, the tariffs, what comes to mind?
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing that comes to mind is, him saying I'll consider it is interesting, but it also is like of the mind. It's like you have to understand, like this is going to take what, like 5 years to get.
Yeah, years.
It's going to take years.
It could take so long that by the time it's done, there could be a new administration that says none of this is happening anymore. Yeah.
Right, and that's kind of the issue, and I think that's really the sticking point and the nervous point for a lot of these companies. It's like, yeah, we could make this choice now, assuming that what is currently in place remains in place, but that's not guaranteed across administrations. And even within the administration, it's like it seems to be going up and down. And like you can't make a decision as drastic as setting up, international supply chains in a new region off of, foundation that is as flimsy as what we're seeing. And I think that's ultimately going to result in like you're probably not going to see this happen, at least not anytime soon. Which is a shame because I actually do think, it would be a great idea to get manufacturing back in the United States. But I don't think it's been handled that well, especially just like with our old trade deals are so bad. The ones I set up, I didn't actually like them. It's fucking, it's truly befuddling. But like, PS5 still doing well. I mean, 77 million. That's pretty damn good. Love that number.
Yeah, it's a great number.
Sevens.
Yeah, it's a great number.
But yeah, no, I mean, that would be a great hypothetical situation. It remains to be seen as to whether or not that'll happen. I kind of very much doubt it because I just don't think there's a lot of trust in the stability of what's going on right now. But we'll see. Stranger things have happened. Yeah,
Sony has some sort of plant presence in Indiana with disc manufacture. Yeah. And we've talked about that in the past. And I don't know if that's maybe where they would want to go with more factories or whatever. I did, by the way, check in because, we order our games. We publish our games at Lilymo physically through East Asia Soft. They publish kind of for us, and then we make our own special editions, as people know. And I was asking them for our next game, I want to kind of get it ordered soon. And I was like, so are we going to be affected by tariffs, or are these, because when we get the game shipped to us, they come from Indiana. And what I discovered was the games are pressed in Austria, and then just the discs. And then the discs are sent on these major spools to Indiana, where they're individually boxed and packaged for shipment. And because of that, they said actually they don't anticipate any problems because of the nature of the shipping and like what the items are. But Austria would technically be in, it's in the EU, and EU is under some sort of tariff, so that might raise prices. So game manufacturing too, it's more complicated than that because it's actually like happening in places that you don't expect.
Right.
And this is specifically for Sony. Like, I don't think Nintendo has any game cards being made in the US.
No.
So anyway, it seems like it's all flattening out. And I do think it's good, like, to allay people's fears. The market kind of roaring back has been good to kind of flatten everyone's fears and just be like, it's good. Like, I didn't get personally, and I'm heavily invested in the stock market. It's like, this was always going to happen. This was always going to happen. It wasn't going to be clean and easy, So I was like ready for the market to drop. But for those that were not prepared for that, or kind of getting weak knees, which I get, people close to retirement, people that don't have a lot or whatever, it's like, well, everything's back. So now we can see where things go from here. But yeah, strong sales. It will pass PS3 in the next 6 months or so. And then it will have PS4 in its sights, but I don't know if it's going to get to those numbers. We'll see. GTA 6 is definitely going to drive millions of these things, though. And yeah, shout out to all the games sold. 303. It really goes to show you how many people are buying and playing games. Like 303.3 million games sold in the year is a lot of games. Now, of course, these could be $5 games, but they are also $60 and $70 games, many of them. Okay. Dark Rod 99 wrote in us and said, "Hey, CDC boys, during the financial results, I saw a quote that states, quote, financial discipline within the first party studios. In the past, there were various issues. We are still halfway, but I think the mindset has changed significantly. What do you think that means? More smaller games, lower studio headcounts? I'm seeing that PlayStation is becoming more and more worried about the profits and wants to drastically increase their margins. What are your thoughts? I mean, this is especially important because they are anticipating that their profit margins will go down in the next year. So Sony anticipates a $678.1 million reduction in operating profit due to U.S. tariffs affecting its game, entertainment, electronics, and image sensor division. So even if things are ameliorated, they've obviously, this fiscal year has already been running during this era. So they're going to have to still count that and eat for that and eat that. So they do need to get costs under control. I don't know if you guys saw this, that at the amount of money they made, which I think was $32 billion in revenue last year, they're the first company, I think, to surpass $30 billion, first gaming entity to surpass $30 billion in gaming revenue for a year ever. And are making, in revenue, not in profit, but in revenue, something like 3.5 times more than Nintendo, which is wild. And they made, I think, $10 or $11 billion more than Microsoft, Activision, Bethesda, Mojang, King combined. Like all of that in that family. So it's like Sony's not in very much trouble. The idea that PlayStation is just murdering. But they have to improve, as you said, Dark Rod, the margins. And they're making money. They're just not making sufficient amounts of money. That's why I keep telling people that they need to invest in games as a service. These money mills that could potentially give you hundreds of millions of dollars a year in profit just by themselves and let you build upon that. Anything else here that I have other notes. Oh, this was an interesting thing. Monthly active PlayStation Plus users, 116 million. Wow. Is that true? Mm. That's pretty crazy. This comes from Automaton Media. Yeah. Oh, this is last year. Oh, this is citing last year. I see.
Oh, that was the number last year?
Yeah. What is this fiscal year? Yeah, I tried to use ChatGPT and then click on the links that they provide to read more stories, but I didn't realize that oh, these are all. Oh, okay. ChatGPT is confused. Like some of this is for this one and some of this is for last year. But the ones we talked about are all right. Yeah, these are all for this year. It's interesting. I should look at that. Reminds me, I used to make the same mistakes on Podcast Beyond where I'd be like, oh, this thing is dated 2 years ago. Oh yeah, this is all good. That's interesting. So yeah, it's citing. I've been trying to use ChatGPT more just to be more open-minded to it. I don't know how I feel about it.
You have to use it as like you still have to fact check it.
Yeah, definitely. You know, and that's I want to reiterate. I don't know if do I get into it later in the show? I don't think so. But I talked about it last week. Is that I really did open my mind to it for game help, and it really works pretty well for that. It's a little scary, actually. If I'm being honest, like it's a little scary, but who knows? All right. That's all we have for the fiscal stuff. I don't think most people really give a shit about that stuff anyway, but I like to talk about it. Speaking of fiscal stuff, I brought up this Video Games Chronicle article. The next story I want to get to. Capcom announces 8th consecutive year of record results, 12th consecutive year of operating profit growth. So nothing to really say here. Net sales were $1.14 billion, up 11.3% year on year. Net income or profit was $327.5 million. And a lot of this has to do with Monster Hunter Wilds, as they note here. They say, though, quote, the results mean that Capcom has achieved 12 consecutive years of operating profit growth and 10 consecutive years of more than 10% operating profit growth. For the current financial year, Capcom says it forecasts a 9th consecutive year of record high profit, predicting a net sale of $1.28 billion. This indicates that there is an unannounced game in here. I wonder, it could be Resident Evil. I think a lot of people, I saw things going around recently that people felt like Resident Evil 9 was being teased in another trailer. Did you guys see this?
Oh.
With like the IX thing. And I'm like, I don't know about that.
Yeah. Seems silly.
But I do think that game's obviously incoming. So I just wanted to give a shout out to Capcom for a job very well done. They're so impressive. And I'm not being facetious at all. They're doing great. Just what a it's been so long since they were down that it's not even really worth noting anymore. But it's just in such an impressive turnaround because Capcom was on fucking life support.
Right.
Yeah.
In the let's say like mid PS3 era, they were awful, and they really did figure it out. So
it turns out making good games that are high quality, people like them and buy them, and also games that are unapologetically because during that PS3 era, they were chasing something that they weren't. Trying to make
games.
more Western games,
Yeah.
and turns out a lot of people like Japanese style games, whether not even outside of like a JRPG, but just like games that are unapologetically Japanese. So do it.
Yeah. Were you gonna say something, Chris? I'm sorry.
No, I think it is crazy to think about like where they came from because I remember when I was in high school, not necessarily. It's not that Capcom had a stink on them necessarily. It wasn't like it wasn't like a mark of shame or anything, but like it definitely was. It was far from a guarantee, And there were games from that era that I kind of liked, sort of, or that were doing things that I kind of appreciated somewhat, but they were lost in an overall package that was kind of mediocre. Like I think about that Bionic Commando game quite often.
Oh yeah.
Where like I remember playing the multiplayer demo of that game all the time because it was literally just Spider-Man with guns, and I was like, this is what I've wanted for a long time. But like no one's gonna play this. Especially because they gave the multiplayer demo for free, and then they were like, oh, well, this is the most fun part of this game. Why? Thanks.
Yeah, they tried they had like the AAA Bionic Commando game, and then they did Bionic Commando Rearmed, which was cool, and Rearmed 2. They had some good stuff in that era. Like Mega Man 9 and 10 come from that era. Zack and Wiki comes from that era. But they were fucking around with shit too. Like that's like during the shitty Resident Evil era, and they were just really the kind of botched Dead Rising remakes, or not like re-releases, and I don't know.
Yeah, rough time. So it's nice to see them on this 8th consecutive year of just crushing it. Looking forward to see. I'm looking forward to because I know that I know Resident Evil 5 remake is coming at some point. And I wonder when they're going to do that. I would imagine it's probably after 9.
RE5 remake, you're saying? I think.
Yeah, I feel like it's pretty clear that that's happening.
Yeah, I think the rumors were like, was it? No, not Nemesis. Resident Evil 0 and Code Veronica would be
right. That's
next.
right. Yeah.
So and then because 5 and 6 is when you're getting into PS3 games, and that's. I don't know if they really need to be remade or if they just need to be remastered. And I feel like they've already been remastered. It would be awesome to remake them and fix them. But
right.
But I don't know. I've never played 6, actually. It's the only Resident Evil game I haven't played. But 5 I did play. I beat. I wrote the guide for it when I was a writer. And I'd like to go back to it because that kind of shit ruins a lot of games. And I don't know if I got the proper feel for it, although I really didn't like it at the time. It felt like a shooter. And I was like, this is not what I'm really in for.
It was definitely more of a shooter. It leaned far more into that direction than 4 did. Although 4, I would argue, is still kind of 4 is pretty action oriented. So I don't know. 5 has like there's been a what do you call it? Like a revision of how people feel about that game. As time has gone on, people remember it more fondly, especially as a co-op game. I remember, like most of the people that I know who like Resident Evil 5 have specific experiences with that game that are co-op oriented, that like they love it and they swear by it, which I could see, which I totally understand, because the one thing that I hated about that game was playing with AI Sheva, and she would like walk in front of you always. It's the most infuriating thing in the world. But yeah, they're doing great.
Yeah, I remember the stupid costumes in that game too. You can unlock and put them in.
Crazy. Yeah, those are probably not coming forward. There was one Sheva one that was genuinely like wild. I was like, I can't believe that they put this in this game.
All right, let's get into this next. This isn't a huge story. This actually happened after we published last week, so it's a little bit older, but I wanted to put it on the record nonetheless because it's exciting. Death Stranding 2 on the Beach is gold. The game launches on PlayStation 5 June 26th, and you can get it June 24th if you pre-order the digital deluxe edition, which I think I'll probably end up doing. I'll probably wait for a little while, and I'll do it that week see where I'm sitting. Like, do I need the extra 2 days? Could I get away with it? What does it come with? I got to kind of sit down and figure that out. But I saw that I think a bunch of people went over to Japan recently, like media types, to play the game. And I read that they played it extensively. I assume that would, by the way, that would piss me the fuck off if I had to do that. Just letting you know. This is why I hated previewing games. If they sat me down and were like, you can play Death Stranding for 20 or 30 hours, and then you have to start it again, I'd be like, I'm not really interested in doing that, to be honest. Sorry. But nonetheless, people went over there, and I think did they release the previews that? I feel like they were positive.
Oh, yeah.
I'm really positive.
And I read somewhere that Kojima was saying that mock reviews are very high, which I would believe. I think the game looks awesome. I'm totally tapped out as far as paying attention to anything that's going on with it, though. I want to just kind of go in blind. So, yes, Death Stranding 2 on the beach, gold, coming to PlayStation 5, June 26th. Gut check, Chris.
Oh, man, I think it's going to be great. I'm really looking forward to this. Everything that I've heard about it tangentially, I've kind of been going on media blackout for it, too. I don't really need to see anything more to convince me to jump in, but the few things that I've seen against my will, either like as a headline on Twitter or just as a he said she said kind of thing, it sounds really good, and I think more people are gonna like this game than like the first one, not necessarily because it will end up being better. I just think the general feeling about Death Stranding has softened since its launch, because I think more people have had more time to either experience it or kind of get what it is. I think we went over that kind of when we were doing our fantasy draft, and we were kind of going over the review scores over time with like the launch version, then the director's cut, and then when the director's cut came to Xbox on the day that their obvious contract ended. And they just, even though it's the same game ostensibly, like the review scores just kept going up as time went on, and people got more familiarized with what this was. So I think because more people are open to that kind of gameplay system now, in addition to whatever tweaks and improvements that they've made, I think it's going to be fucking great. I'm excited. I'm thinking maybe like a 90 probably.
Yeah.
I'm pretty bullish about it.
Dustin, Death Stranding 2 on the beach, gut check.
Yeah, I am pumped for this game. A lot of people have asked me, they're like, well, do you think anything will be better this year than Expedition 33? I was like, well, maybe Death Stranding 2. And as you guys were saying, the people that went and played it had really good things to say about it. And last night I was watching a video. I actually pulled it up so I could shout it out, from a YouTube creator named Basil, who has only 2 videos out, but one of them posted a month ago and he has 86K views on it. So
nice.
Kind of crazy. It's called Kojima, the Internet and Changing the Narrative. And it was basically about how a lot of Kojima games, when they come out initially, they are misunderstood. And then as time goes by, people realize like, oh shit, this is actually insane. Specifically Metal Gear Solid 2 is the example of a game that people were not necessarily pleased with when it came out. And now looking back on it, it's like, holy shit. How? Still to this day, when I think about Metal Gear Solid 2, I'm like, I have no idea how Kojima was able to, as a whole, narratively, what it's trying to say is just completely crazy, prophetic. And I think also, man, I feel like this is also, at least I hope, that this is starting to happen with Metal Gear Solid 5, because I think Metal Gear Solid 5, while it's not a perfect game, I think it's incredible and one of the best things he's ever made. And Death Stranding 2, well, I guess the original Death Stranding, it's tough, I think, for us, or at least I'll speak for me in particular, that I've always thought Death Stranding was amazing.
Yeah.
And like, since the first days of playing it, I was like, holy shit, this is incredible. And I think we were all kind of skeptical, because it's, how do you even describe a game like Death Stranding? And it, not only its story, but its gameplay. And so I'm very curious about what he's going to do in Death Stranding 2. I've also been out on a lot of this stuff. And I mean, let the Kojima glazing continue, but this is just a man that I trust, that he has a vision for something that may not even be understood initially, but it always seems to win out at the end of being something incredible. So I just saw they're doing some kind of Death Stranding. It's called the Death Stranding World Strand Tour. And the first one is June 8th in Los Angeles. And I will happen to be in Los Angeles on June 8th. So maybe I'll go check out the world tour. Maybe Kojima will dress up as the guitar man, play a Sweet Child of Mine.
That'd be wonderful. I would love that. Kojima is a master of his craft. I don't think he is infallible by any stretch of the imagination. I disagree with you about Metal Gear Solid 5, although
you didn't finish it.
No, right. And that's what I was going to say. I don't want to speak about what I remember about Metal Gear Solid 5 very specifically. And by the way, I never beat Metal Gear Solid 4 either. It was just too much. I was like, this is fucking too big. Like, cutscenes go on forever. I was in a very weird place when that game came out, though, and I never went back to it, which is why I'm so eager to play it again at some point. Because I liked Metal Gear Solid 3 a lot more than I thought I would. Right. When I went back and actually finally played it through again. And I really didn't like Metal Gear Solid 3 when I first played it. So I was just in a totally different place. And so it's entirely possible there'll be like internal revision about MGS5 as well for me. But I've noted this many times, and it's what frustrated me about the game was I felt like the beginning of it was so strong where I'm like, why isn't the whole thing like this? And then it's like, well, now you're going to go through maps. You know, I'm like, all right. I mean, like, I guess that's cool, I guess. But you had this really strong emotional, and maybe it gets like that later in the game. I don't know. It could be like a Final Fantasy 13 thing where it takes 40 hours for it to get good, in quotes. No. So, but yeah, I remember it'll be in September. It'll be 10 years since Metal Gear Solid 5 came out. And by this point, we had already gotten Ground Zeroes. So we had gotten a little bit of a taste of what they were trying to do. But MGS1, MGS2, and MGS3 are so special. And Death Stranding, I think, is a really special and interesting and unique game. It took people time to figure it out, as was noted. That's the way it goes sometimes. But I have high expectations for Death Stranding 2. The one thing that I'm nervous about, if I'm being honest, is it sounds like it's really more reliant on combat. And not that it's, you know, I don't think it's gonna be ever present, but you can play, with the exception of some of the boss stuff, I think you can play Death Stranding without firing a bullet. And I'm pretty sure I did, because combat was like not, it wasn't encouraged. You wanted to avoid it. And it was kind of choppy and frustrating to play. It might feel a little bit better on PS5. I didn't play it on PS5. I'm going to play Death Stranding next month in preparation for Death Stranding 2. Some people think this is a really bad idea. I actually feel like I get a lot more out of the games when I do this because I remember everything. I was so pleased that I did that with Final Fantasy VII Remake. I was pleased that I did that with Spider-Man. So I'm going to do that here too, and I'll have more to say about it. Well, maybe we'll do another, like, you know, kind of a little bit of coverage of it leading up to the release of Death Stranding 2 in late June. But I have high hopes for it and high expectations, and I think they'll be met. And then I think that's the end of Death Stranding after that. I think he said in an interview, like, there could be more. I think he said he has an idea for another one, but he won't do it. Someone else would have to do it. Because I think he's kind of, these games are taking so long now, and I think he's kind of over it. And he's got Fizzant going with Sony. He's got that OD project going with Microsoft, which presumably will get on PlayStation. And so he has some irons in the fire. Plus these TV adaptations or movie adaptations of things that he's doing. So good for him.
Yeah,
shout out to Kojima.
He's a busy guy. He's doing a lot of cool shit. I'm also kind of on the side of just MGS5 is really fucking good. I think I do think that game has a lot of story issues or whatever, but like that the meta narrative, I think the meta story in that game is fucking really special. And the sandbox is next level. Like as a stealth game, like it's a beautiful game. I think it's a better stealth game than any other Metal Gear actually.
Dude, where's the collection volume 2 with hopefully Metal Gear Solid 4 and 5?
That would be crazy. That would be a big game. That would be really exciting to see. I've never actually I played 4 a long time ago, and I actually hated 4 when I first played it. I think I was just like, I didn't like seeing Snake old. There's something about it. It's like I don't want to see. I don't know. It's like when it's the Indiana Jones thing, right? Where it's just like I don't want to see Indiana Jones with like multiple sclerosis.
Right.
You know, like I don't need this in my life.
Yeah.
But even that game's probably better than I remember it. So like I'm curious to play it when that collection comes out. But yeah, shout out to Kojima. I think I'm so pumped for Death Stranding. I still kind of don't think it'll scratch. I don't think it'll kick Expedition 33 off my list though. Strong feeling.
All right, next piece of news here was actually leaked by Sony, a rare Sony leak, but then it was confirmed. So we don't need to cover the leak. We can actually cover the confirmation instead. This comes from the official PlayStation blog, Stellar Blade, the very fun, very stylish, a little bit sexy and titillating action RPG that was released on PlayStation 5 last year by way of South Korean developer Shift Up and Sony Publishing, is coming to PC on June 11th. We already knew that this was coming to PC. They've been talking fairly openly about this for a while. And here's what they write in part on PlayStation blog, quote, on June 11th, the PC version of Stellar Blade will be released. The PC version of Stellar Blade will support several new features and introduce exciting additional content. The additional content will also be available on the PS5 console version. This additional content will also be available. Do you guys have this open?
Yeah.
There's like a typo right in the beginning. It says, this additional content will be available on the PS5 console version. This additional content will also be available on the PS5 console version. Twice.
Oh, wow.
PS5 users will receive the free... Does anyone read this shit? PS5 users will... I don't understand. Is anyone proofreading this shit? Like, what the fuck is everyone doing?
That's awesome.
PS5 users will receive the free update content through a patch download. It will deliver the best experience to everyone, both users who couldn't join Eve's mission due to platform limitations and fans who have already witnessed the end of Eve's protocol. So some of the updates: NVIDIA DLSS 4 and AMD FSR 3 upscaling and unlocked frame rate. And it says the PC version of Stellar Blade supports NVIDIA DLSS 4 resolution scaling and frame generation, NVIDIA DLAA image enhancement, and NVIDIA reflex latency reduction features. AMD FSR 3, this is like all nonsense to me, is also supported. Additionally, it supports unlocking the frame rate, allowing you to maximize your PC's potential. Wide resolution, and this one's for you. Wide resolution and high resolution texture support. The desolate and lonely scenery of a fallen Earth, along with the majestic yet delicate artwork, are the pride of Stellar Blade. Chris, the PC version of Stellar Blade supports ultra-wide 21:9 and super ultra-wide 32:9 resolutions, allowing you to use a wide range of aspect ratios from 5:4 to 32:9. DualSense controller and key customization support will be available on PC as well. There'll be an extra suit that will be put on the PS5 versions as well. Support for simplified Chinese and Japanese facial animations. So they went in and kind of synced up the lip syncing to those particular languages if you want to play them more natively. And they have recommended specifications here on PlayStation blog if you want to check out what they have going on. It seems like minimum to very high requirements require 16 gigs of RAM, SSD for everything except for the minimum. And that's basically it. Let's see. 1080 frames. So the minimum is 1080p at 60 frames and the very high is 4K at 60 frames. So that's nice. Are you guys going to check out Stellar Blade on PC, or are you over Eve's adventures until the sequel, of course?
Well, I got the platinum in this game, which is not too common for me. So I feel like I've kind of done everything the game has to offer. Would be kind of interesting to see how this game runs on Steam Deck. Of course, maybe if I wanted to give it another go, maybe at some point for a replay. But honestly, the thing since I have a PS5 Pro, the Pro patch in this game is supposed to be very good. So I wouldn't necessarily be unlocking too much more in terms of performance. I mean, a 4090 is way better than a PS5 Pro, but I'm probably good. But everybody out there, take it easy with the mods.
Yeah,
it's
over.
It's beyond over.
It's never been more over than. It's gonna be a nightmare when this game.
It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah. We'll definitely see it.
Yeah.
But
people are getting amped up right now just thinking about it, I think.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Go ahead, Chris.
No, I mean, I think if I were to play it again, I would probably play it on PS5. I didn't finish it. I don't know. There was something about it that didn't grab me as much as I wanted it to. And I remember kind of feeling disappointed by that. Not that the game itself was disappointing, just like there was like I don't know, it wasn't gelling with me at the time that I was playing it. I think I was also like playing it around the time that I was playing a lot of other kind of FromSoft-like games. And so like I think I kind of unintentionally burned myself out on it. So I think maybe once this comes out on PC, when's it out again?
June 11th.
June 11th. That's pretty soon. it might be a good time to maybe jump back in and just finish it off. But yeah, I don't know. There was something about it at the time. I'm still kind of bummed about that.
Yeah, I really liked it personally.
Yeah, I liked it too. I just I don't know. It was like a momentum thing. Like it couldn't keep me going. Maybe now it'll be different. Like we talk about often how I mean, even you just talked about it, like Metal Gear Solid 3, how you played it a long time ago and you didn't like it and you ended up loving it. Sometimes that happens with video games for me, where I just I play it and I'm like, I'm not feeling this at all right now. And then I'll come back to it like in a couple months or like a year, or sometimes 5-10 years, and I'm like, oh, this is a brilliant piece of software. I'm frustrated that I didn't like it when I first played it, but
yeah, that's the way it goes. I think just any sort of media hits you where you are, and then you have to kind of look at it and experience it through that lens, and so that naturally changes up or down. Because I also go back to things I thought I loved, and I'm like, ugh,
right?
The fuck is this? That's why it's so fun when you love something and it really does stand the test of time for you. For me, that's like the old. It comes up constantly, but the old 6 Mega Man games like that, those stand up to me forever. Like those are perfect. Like I know I go back and play them. They're perfect.
Yeah, there's definitely games from like the PS1 era that like I will never play again, because I know the best experience that I had with them is already over.
Oh yeah, the 3D
like,
stuff.
There's no way Bugs Bunny Lost in Time is better today than it was when I was like 6.
The hidden gem.
Yeah.
So yeah, we will keep an eye out naturally for Stellar Blade and all of the wonderful PC mods that are going to come from that. And I'm sure that game is going to do very well on PC. I didn't get the platinum in it like Dustin did. As I recall, I mean, it was so many games ago, but as I recall, I think it was like kind of frustrating to not know what you had and what you didn't. So you kind of had to, I don't know if they fixed that, where they just made some nice UI and user experience kind of updates to track things better. And that's the kind of stuff that happens in patches. So I don't know if it's better, but the game is inevitably getting a sequel. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that that's going to happen. It did very well. And I imagine Sony is probably funding the sequel. And so it'll be on PlayStation 5 or PlayStation 6. And at that time, I'll go back and replay Stellar Blade, and then I'll get the platinum at that time. So we'll just leave it for future consumption in the meantime. All right. I wanted to just acknowledge this because I thought it was interesting and it has been making the rounds. EW, Entertainment Weekly, wrote an article called Tati Gabrielle of The Last of Us is about to go intergalactic. And it's an interview with Tati Gabrielle, who played a role. She plays Nora in The Last of Us on HBO most recently. But she was also one of the main characters in the Uncharted film from 2022. And she is the main character in Intergalactic, the Heretic Prophet, which is the upcoming Naughty Dog game that we don't have a date for yet, but I would assume is no earlier than 26 and no later than 27. If PS6 came out in 2027, it would be an interesting launch game for it. But I think they want to get it on PS5, and it will probably be on both ultimately. But the reason I wanted to bring this interview up, it's interesting if you guys want to read it. It's actually fairly long, and they go into her Uncharted stuff, into her Last of Us stuff and all of that. But they do get into Intergalactic and specifically kind of the response to it and the response to her. And I wanted to see what you guys thought of this. So here is what they write. Quote, "The studio unveiled the game that's been in the works since 2020 during the Game Awards ceremony last December." They're talking about Intergalactic. "The announcement trailer revealed a story set in an alternate history in which space travel progressed heavily by the year 1986, a factor that gives this galactic odyssey a retro-futuristic feel. Gabrielle's Jordan pilots a Porsche spaceship, rocks an Akira-style red jacket, and watches anime. In pursuit of her latest target, Kumal Nanjiani's Colin Graves, this bounty hunter is left stranded on the planet Semperia. No person has ever made it out of this cursed orbit in 600 years, so Jordan, powered by a soundtrack composed by Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross, will have to use every trick she knows to escape. When Gabrielle first joined the Uncharted adaptation, she was intrigued by the idea of making a movie based on the kind of source material. Now, headlining a video game is opening her up to a whole new set of experiences." And this is what she says, quote, "Neil's been boot camping me. I know Troy's experience. I know Ash's experience. I know Laura Bailey's experience," end quote. They continue to write, quote, "Bailey originated the role of Abby in The Last of Us Part 2 and endured an onslaught of brutal gamer reactions to the character, especially after Abby." Do we want to, we can probably beep that out.
Beep. Okay.
In a In a making of documentary, Bailey recalls through tears how these so-called fans even threatened her newborn over social media. Gabrielle, too, received backlash just for her presence as the lead of Intergalactic, though hers was racist in addition to misogynistic. She recalls, quote, I got a lot of love, but there was a lot of hate over me being a woman of color, me having my head shaved, all these things that I didn't even actually initially see. I'm out of the social media zeitgeist for that reason. But once I did, Neil was like, ignore it. No matter what, me and you, we're going to make something beautiful. We're going to make something we're proud of. Quote, and that's the end quote of her. And back to Entertainment Weekly. If The Last of Us is about grief, Intergalactic is about faith. Druckmann told the New York Times the game centers around a fictitious religion and what happens when you put your faith in different institutions. Gabrielle expounds on this concept. Quote, the question of faith is not black or white. When you initially think of faith, you think of religion, which is part of it. But there's also faith in oneself. There's faith in your environment or your community. All that faith means is, what are your beliefs? What are the things that you hope for? Faith sounds flowery, but we experience it day in and day out. What is your reason for waking up? End quote. So some interesting tidbits about the game in there, which is cool, but more about the abuse that this particular actress has experienced. I was curious if I want to focus on this in a different way, and we can talk about this however you guys want, of course, but I feel like Naughty Dog knew this was going to happen because they locked the comments on their version of the video when the game was revealed, which I thought was kind of a tell. And I think this indicates you have a decision. You either lean into the drama and try to explain yourself out of it, or you ignore it. And Neil telling Tati Gabrielle to ignore the noise, but then her giving an interview where she talks about it, I think it's her right. I mean, I don't give a shit, but I just think it's feeding it. It's making it worse because they know it's working. The people that are hurling the abuse and doing all these things. I think I just would have done a different strategy entirely, which is to just never acknowledge this stuff. And just be like, it really is an out there sort of thing to be upset about for all these different reasons. And of course, people are going to be upset even listening to this by Entertainment, when reasonably so, if you feel this way. Entertainment Weekly's framing of it being misogynistic and racist and all those kinds of things. I'm not sure. There is that. I mean, there's that. But I don't think it's all that. I think a lot of people just don't like the character's aesthetic. It doesn't matter what, they don't want like a shaved head. They want like hot women, right? This is becoming a more common thing. I saw that commentator Asmongold say something recently that was making the rounds where it's like men want to play as hot women. And I'm like, I guess that's true for many people, but I'm being honest with you. I don't care. Like, yeah, maybe I do subconsciously care, but I can't think of what the example would be of me being turned off by something because the character, I didn't want to fuck the character or something like that. So I think that based on the experience of The Last of Us Part 2 and kind of the reiterating of that experience for Naughty Dog now that the show is out and people are experiencing what we just beeped out and all of the rest, it's like, I think they've made a choice, which is to say, like, we know what this is like and we're going to be proactive. But for me, I'd be like, we know what this is like and we can kind of cut around the edges and make things easier, but we shouldn't feed into it because it just makes it worse. And I wonder what you guys think of that. Chris, do you have anything to say about this?
Yeah, I would agree. Like, although I guess it doesn't really, the interview itself here in, what is this, Entertainment
Weekly. Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't really, I prefer interviews that are more transcriptive, I guess, as opposed to interpretive kind of reframings of conversations. Because, like, as it stands right now, like, I don't really know how this came up. Like, it very well could be, like, they don't talk about like how this subject even came up, you know. And from my perspective, it could be that they asked about it, and this was just her earnest answer. And I get the feeling that, like, if she was, let's say she was hypothetically asked about this by the person who was interviewing her about, like, oh, well, how is it going, knowing that this is the situation with Laura Bailey and, you know, Naughty Dog turned off their comments and there's been uproar, whatever. If her comment was no comment, or like, I don't want to talk about that, I feel like that also would have, you know what I mean? Like, there would really be no way around contributing to the narrative in some way. And so, like, how this came up really shifts how I would feel about the article overall, or like what the strategy even is. But I would generally be of the same mind where, like, yeah, like, don't give it any oxygen, because it's not really. It really only makes things worse. And clarifying really only reaches people who don't need to be clarified to. Like us, like we don't need to hear this, because we know we get it. And somebody who won't get it doesn't care, and we'll use this as an example of like, well, look, oh my god, it's fucking, we're the oppressed gamer class yet again, and it's like, nobody needs to hear this shit.
Yeah, there is like an oppression narrative in gaming, which is weird, because there are some unsavory things going on, and like there were some DEI elements or so-called DEI elements and so-called woke elements that people didn't like and all that. That's all true. But generally speaking, like it's like a victim narrative. It's video games. At the end of the day, it's video games. Like, it is important. We love them, but we shouldn't be this riled up over them. And I do want to say, and Dustin, we'll go to you with this, Tati Gabrielle. She notes in the article that she's not really on social media. And it's sad that she's not on social media, because it sounds like she's not on social media because she doesn't want to deal with the abuse that she gets or whatever. But the upside of that is that she's not even, she says in the interview that she wasn't even exposed to the abuse. She was told about it. And to me, I'm like, well, that's akin to getting upset about something someone says behind your back. It's like, it's unfortunate, but you can't control it. And if you don't know what was said, then no harm, no foul. So again, I just think it's best to, you're not going to win. Like, you're not going to win. There's no way you're going to win. I don't know how the whole quote unquote Gamergate situation 10 years ago didn't show everyone that, like, you're not going to win. It doesn't matter there's just people that are loud and boisterous and are going to do their thing. Neil's advice. So in other words, Neil's advice was quite sound to her. She just shouldn't have said anything, and I don't want to make it seem like she should be, hamstrung and fucking not allowed to say anything. It's her interview. She can say what she wants. I just think it's bad strategy. Yeah,
that makes sense. And, it's an unfortunate situation where it's so funny. I mean, this doesn't just apply to gaming. It's probably like all forms of media or just online engagement, where you have a situation like Hogwarts Legacy, where a lot of people are like, well, if you don't like J.K. Rowling, then don't buy the game and move on. It's like, okay, well, that also applies here. If you don't like the way the main character looks, or if you feel like you're going to have stuff that you don't like in the game that you're going to feel like is shoved down your throat, then move on from it. And it's sad that people would target, like, it's one thing that if a company that you used to like makes something you don't like now and you want to voice your dissatisfaction, hopefully you do that in a mature way, but some people don't. It makes more sense to me to go out and go against a company that as a whole is make a decision. A company's not a person. It makes up people, but to go after individual people that are involved is just really sad. So, and I think the most important thing that I would hope that everyone agree on is that whether you like it or not, I want game developers to feel free to make the games they want to make, even if I don't like it. I think of around the launch of PS5, there's that Goodbye Volcano High game.
Oh yeah.
With it, like, there is nothing about that game that is appealing to me. But I want developers to feel free to make that kind of game for their target audience to enjoy it. It doesn't have to be for me. I don't have to like it, and I don't need to go scream at them or we'll make fun of it a little bit on the show, but it's not like we're creating a campaign against something that's not for me. So, I get the people that may be dissatisfied because they love what Naughty Dog was or is, and now they feel like it's not for them. But in this landscape, I'm like, there are so many things out there that probably are for you now. And go find and focus on those things.
Yeah. The thing too is that, like, in the context by which somebody would be like, Naughty Dog is no longer for me, in the context of looking at like Intergalactic, like I don't even know, like if you're thinking about like the Jack and Daxter or like the Crash Bandicoot days, like Naughty Dog hasn't been for you for a while, So it's like it's just I don't know. I think a good rule of thumb is to just kind of be okay with things that aren't for you. You know, because I think that is what a lot of this comes down to. It's just people being mad that certain things are not tailored specifically for them, and I think that's kind of
agreed.
I don't know. It's a little immature.
All right, a few more pieces of news here to get through. This is an exciting one. The Uncharted Wolf wrote in and said, "Hey boys, did you see the rumors of a GTA 4 port that's supposedly releasing later this year? To me, this makes perfect sense, giving people a GTA game, the best one I might add, to help make the long wait for GTA 6 less painful. Do you guys see yourselves jumping into this game again when it comes out? Thanks for all you do." So this rumor apparently begins, and this is the best I can find its provenance, is there is a well-connected user of, I don't know if it's Reset Era or other forums somewhere else, but it might even be the Rockstar forums themselves. It's a guy named Tez2, and his name pops up every once in a while because he does seem to have some sort of connection to what's going on with Rockstar. And he notes that in a post on this forum that there does seem to be a Grand Theft Auto 4 port in the works, that he says, quote, "Someone at Rockstar hinted at the 4 port to him," end quote. And that he believes that it will come out this year and that Max Payne 3 will actually get one next year as well. We got the GTA 3 trilogy, so 3, Vice City, San Andreas, a few years ago. It wasn't in great shape, but they've gone back and fixed it. Rockstar ended up, and Take-Two actually ended up buying the studio that did the ports properly. So it might be that this port is being done by them. I do agree with the Uncharted Wolf that Grand Theft Auto 4 is probably pound for pound the best Grand Theft Auto game. I think Vice City is my favorite just because I love the 80s and I love the soundtrack of that game. But in terms of gameplay and story and all the rest, you really can't argue with GTA 4, I don't think. So this would be awesome for it to come out this fall. I think it's kind of conspicuously weird, and its absence is strange. Like it's weird that it simply can't be played. It does need to be remedied. It's too good of a game to keep alienated and isolated over on old platforms, and I think they understand and know that. So getting that game running at a higher resolution at 60 frames with everything intact, and the DLC, the wonderful DLC, Lost in the Damned and the Ballad of Gay Tony, I mean, that would be really, really great stuff. So that is my hope. Chris, would you go back and play GTA 4 should this rumor be true later this year?
I think I would. I feel like I just beat it. I beat it for the first time, actually, I think a year and a half ago. It was I think the Christmas before last. Oh,
because you could play it on Xbox One or whatever, or Xbox Series X, right?
Yeah, Xbox Series X has it backwards compatible, but it's the resolution's a little bit, conspicuous.
I'm sure, dude. 2008. Ugh.
Yeah, it's upscaled a little bit. It's very playable. I don't want to undersell. It is worth playing, I think. But if there's a way to play it without any kind of compromise, especially if they could maybe tweak some of the stuff, maybe make, if they really go in, which I think GTA 4 really deserves, quite frankly. I'm not asking for, Final Fantasy 7 remake type situation, but if they could do an Oblivion kind of thing where they could really just get it looking modern, maybe tweak some gameplay stuff. Even something as simple as just upping the density in crowds and traffic and stuff like that. I think those are really the only blemishes on that game is really just the limitations of the time and the limitations of that hardware. So if they could just remake the game and pretty it up and give it that extra boost, I would definitely play Grand Theft Auto 4 again. I think Grand Theft Auto 4 has so much style. It's such a great game. It's underrated, I think, somehow.
It's truly special. It really is. They were firing on all cylinders.
Yeah,
they really
I
were.
just remember that loading screen music. That opening theme is so good. So good.
And let's see. It was fall 2004 was San Andreas, and then we got spring 2008. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it was 4.5 years between those games. And I remember people being what is taking so long? And then we had 5 years between 4 and 5, and now all of this time.
I know.
Leading to 6. So we really had it. We didn't realize how good we had it. I mean, we'll never have it as good as those three games in 4 years or whatever it was. It was 3 games in 3 years, really, because it was 2001, 2002, 2004. So
crazy.
Yeah. Dustin, GTA 4, are you going to go back and play it? I'm definitely going to do it, by the way. Definitely play it.
Yeah, I'm interested in playing it because I have very limited experience with this game. I did play some of it at some point, but pretty late. So I'm definitely curious about checking it out. But you buried the lead, Colin, because Max Payne 3 remaster after?
That's what he says.
That's an underrated gem right there. Damn, that game fucking rules. The animations of that game are totally crazy. So I'd love to go back to that as well. So it seems like Rockstar does have a stronger emphasis on re-releasing games, as you were mentioning with the controversial GTA 3, Vice City, San Andreas remasters. So it'd be great to get this up to speed, Max Payne 3, and then of course, just figure out how to get Red Dead at 60 FPS on PS5. It doesn't need anything else. Just unlock that frame rate on PS5, and I don't care. You can charge $10 for it. That's fine, or more probably, and people would still be in it because they did. They did the Red Dead port just a few years ago too. That was initially controversial because it was locked at 30, but I think that they went and fixed.
Yeah,
and now it is at 60.
Completely ridiculous. Completely. Yeah. I forgot about that. That was another random Colin Moriarty story that I was the one that told everyone that Red Dead port was coming. That was another scoop robbery committed on me. And remember, Max Payne 1 and 2, the original Max Payne games. Max Payne 3 was 2012, a PS3 game, but Max Payne 1 and 2 are being remade, which is pretty cool.
That's true.
Hell yeah. That's going to be awesome.
That's exciting. That's exciting. I never played Max Payne 3 because at the time when it was out, I hadn't played the first two yet. And I remember I heard that also it was like Rockstar and not Remedy. Like it was like a weird thing where it's like Remedy made the first two and then Rockstar made the third one. And I remember just being like, that sounds like a mess. As somebody who was only like kind of like loosely paying attention. So I never bothered. But I hear good things about Max Payne 3 to this day. Although I hear it's a depressing game.
Yeah, so I don't have much experience with Max Payne. So it's not something I can speak on. But I will play. Remedy did Max Payne and Max Payne 2 for people that don't know. And then they worked with Rockstar, and then they had this long incubation period, as people might recall, with Microsoft with Alan Wake. So there was, I think, 7 years between Max Payne 2 and Alan Wake as they tried to get that game out, and then they finally did. And now, they're going back and doing it again, concurrent to Control 2, I guess. And that Firebreak game is coming out soon as well. That three-player, I don't know if it's like a 3-player multiplayer game, right?
Yeah, I don't know. That strikes me as like a DOA kind of thing. Like,
it seems that way.
I don't know. I love Remedy, and I really couldn't care less about it.
Guys, here's some news. To be honest, I didn't even remember this game existed until I saw this news. But Marvel 1943: Rise of Hydra, which is a Skydance developed game being published, actually, interestingly, by PlayOn. PlayOn is an Embracer Group owned entity that has nestled under it some interesting, like Deep Silver is in that group, but Warhorse is in that group, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, and Flying Wild Hog is in that group as well. So this game is being published by that particular arm of Embracer. Why it's notable is that it is being written and produced by Amy Hennig. Amy Hennig, of course, is the creator of Uncharted and the writer and creative director of the first 3 Uncharted games. And she actually teamed up with Todd Stashwick, who's a fairly well-known character actor. But people might recall that he was one of the original co-writers of her version of Uncharted 4. So they've been eager to work together for a while. And though she has credits on Battlefield Hardline, because she was at Visceral at the time, as people might recall, working on something that never came out there, but she worked on that game a little bit. She hasn't released a game. By the time this game comes out, it'll have been 15 years between Uncharted 3, which is her last directorial game, and then this Marvel 1943 Rise of Hydra. So this game has been in development apparently for some time now, and it was originally teased back in 2022, and then I think properly announced just last year at GDC, as people might recall, and it was slated to come out this year. I had kind of forgotten the entire situation, but here's what it says. I brought it up on Wikipedia. Quote, its story is inspired by the 2010 Marvel Comics limited series Captain America, Black Panther, Flags of Our Fathers, set in occupied Paris during World War II. It involves American super soldier Steve Rogers, Captain America, forming an uneasy alliance with Azuri, Black Panther, the King of Wakanda, as they attempt to prevent the rise of the terrorist organization Hydra. And it's described as an open world style game, I guess, or a hub style game. So this has been delayed according to a post from Skydance Games, and they wrote, quote, we have an important update. Marvel 1943 Rise of Hydra will now be launching in early 2026. Taking this additional time will allow us to add more polish and make sure we give you the best possible experience and one that lives up to our vision. We have some exciting things in store and look forward to sharing more soon. End quote. I'm not into Marvel, obviously, but I do play the occasional Marvel game, Spider-Man. I'll probably play Wolverine. I think I might play this. As long as it looks good, I'll check it out when we actually see it, just because I like Amy Hennig and I want to support her. What are our thoughts here? Did you guys even remember this game existed? Dustin?
I barely remembered that it existed. And there's a lot of things that, you mentioned Amy Hennig being involved. That's intriguing, but I just don't care. Even I was thinking about like Spider-Man 2, which was a great game. I'm just not really into it. And even whether it's Marvel or not, I think the most appealing thing about this is that it is in 1943, the World War II setting. Pretty intriguing, but like you, Colin, I think I just need to see what the game actually is. I was trying to see if there was gameplay of this out yet. I know there's been some trailers, but I don't think there's any gameplay. So hopefully you would imagine over the next few months, if it is early 2026, that we will be seeing gameplay shortly. And that will then could sway me one way or the other.
Chris, are you interested in, did you remember this game existed?
I did. I don't know, man. Like I'm so not into Marvel right now. And I say that as somebody like I'm a big Spider-Man fan, obviously, and I'll always have like some curiosity. Like I did hear Thunderbolts was actually pretty good, that new movie, but like I think the only thing that was even remotely the only thing that made me even remotely consider go seeing it, and I still haven't yet, is the fact that Julia Louis-Dreyfus is in it. Apparently, like she's like a main character in these movies now.
Yeah,
like
she is.
Wild.
Yeah, it's
like,
weird.
She met the Rizzler.
That's fucking
at the event.
Yeah, that's right. Did you see that interview of her talking about meeting the Rizzler, and she was like, I don't know who that child was.
Yeah. and honestly, he didn't know who she was, probably.
No, they both. I love the idea of like two famous people who are famous for completely different reasons meeting each other and having no idea. Like that is a really amazing comedically fertile ground. But yeah, I don't know. I'm very divorced from Marvel at the moment outside of Spider-Man stuff, and even Spider-Man stuff. I'm kind of like, Spider-Man 2, like you said, like I liked that game. I thought it played very, very well, but like I was really, the more I marinate on that game, the more I'm kind of down on it for story reasons. I thought the first Spider-Man was just such a good. The first Spider-Man PS4 was so potent and so good, and it didn't overstay its welcome, and it was paced really, really well, and it was really heavy in the places that it needed to be, and 2 was kind of all over the place. And so the prospect of, I don't know, a 1943 Marvel game, like you said, Dustin, like the time and the setting is the most interesting thing about it. But even then, I would be like, man, this would be great if it wasn't Marvel. And it was just a 1943 video game. But I mean, I'm open to it too. Like any interesting gameplay idea could sway me. I just, as of right now, my interest is literally like below zero.
Fair enough. 2 more small news items, my friends, before we move on. New PS Plus extra and premium games are being added to the game catalog. We can probably go over some of these and see what you guys think. These titles will be joining the catalog on May 20th, so imminently, and other games are leaving, obviously. The biggest one here is probably Sandland. This was the action RPG that Bandai Namco put out, I think, last year. Kind of came and went, but it's based on an Akira Toriyama manga. Salute you, Akira Toriyama, and your Mist.
Right.
So that's going to be here free for you if you have it, or as part of your, I really should say, as part of your PS Plus extra subscription and premium subscription. Soul Hackers 2 is going to be on there too. That's like kind of a more traditional RPG. Five Nights at Freddy's Help Wanted Full-Time Edition for PS4 and PS5s there. Battlefield 5 for PS4 is on here as well. Stalker Legends of the Zone trilogy is here. Grand Blue Fantasy versus Rising is here. Humankind, Story of Seasons, A Wonderful Life, and Gloomhaven Mercenaries Edition. There is one game for premium subscribers, a more retro style game. It's Battle Engine Aquila. I was like, dude, I haven't thought of this game. I never played it. I haven't thought of this game in years. This is like a first person. Do you guys know this game?
No.
This is a first person shooter, but you play in like some sort of like kind of tankish sort of thing. And it was on PS2. It came to PlayStation 2 in 2003. It's not a well-known game or even a well-liked game. I have no idea. I was looking it up. It's like it was published by Infogrames, which it doesn't exist anymore.
Oh, wow.
And so, and Infogrames, I think, was absorbed by Atari, or at least a lot of their IP was. And thus, I think that they must be putting this out. I don't really know. I didn't look into it. I don't care that much, to be perfectly honest with you. But here is the... that is the list of games coming to PS Plus Extra and PS Plus Premium if you're interested. Dustin, are you disappointed in the Premium?
Yes.
Yeah.
Always, pretty much at this point with PlayStation Plus Premium. What the fuck is this? What is this? Where are the games?
Where are the games?
For real though, with this, where are the actual classics that we want? Because this ain't it. No offense to this game.
Well, offended.
By the way, this game, I thought the robot, he looks like Tom from Toonami.
Yeah,
he looks like a robot version of him, which may be kind of cool. But yeah, we need some real PlayStation classics here. The premium tier, these last few months, not it. So cancel your subscription, or at least go down to extra or essential or whatever, because the premium, not very good. It seems like they just simply do not care anymore.
Yeah.
I think that I agree with you. It's like you have to have more. But I'm not one of these people that's like you got to have everything all at once. But you have to have more. Right. You have to have something every month that's meaningful. And you should be able to do that for many years because there are so many meaningful games. So it was funny when I saw this list, I was like, what? Like, because I hadn't seen, that's like a game that just came and went when I was like early in college or whatever. I never played it. I don't think it got very good reviews. It was also on Xbox as well, which is interesting at that time. So, that's that. And then finally, I wanted to just point this out. Amazon Prime announced that Fallout's second season will premiere on Amazon Prime this December, and that they've already renewed it for a third season. So no need to wait. There is a press release if you guys want to check it out, but that's basically it. I haven't watched it yet. I'll probably watch it when it's all done. I'm not that intrigued by it. I'm not a Fallout mega fan by any stretch of the imagination. I love Fallout 3. I love New Vegas, but most of the Fallout, I'd never even played Fallout 1 or 2. I didn't like Fallout 4. So I'm not that excited about it, but it's supposed to be very good for people that are curious about it. It's supposed to be excellent, actually. And I believe it.
Yeah.
I believe it.
Chris, were we on the spoiler cast together? Was that me?
I think we were. It sounds like something that I would have really wanted to do. Yeah, I think so.
Right. The show has a good tone. It's fun. It understands Fallout, which is great. The writing is a bit mixed, in my opinion. I know that I think on the spoiler cast, maybe Cog was on that. I can't remember who else was on that. There were some disagreements there about that, but when I think back on the show, I think about how fun it was, not that the writing was a little weird. So it's worth checking out, and I'll definitely be watching in December for season 2, and even Holly was into it as well. So that's a good, she's never played the games, so it's universally appealing. So excited for that. And season 3, confidence.
Yeah, might as well get it going. Might even be able to try to do things quicker, get things out more quickly, and might be easier to film that way. Who knows?
Yeah, big fan of a lot of the people in that show. Ella Purnell and Walton Goggins. Great character.
Yeah, Walter Goggins is he's like having a glow up right now of some sort. Looks like people are really enjoying him.
Walton Goggins Renaissance, baby. It's about time. Like, I've been a fan of that guy forever. He was in a great episode of Community a long time ago where he played like the guy who's giving, Pierce had died and he was giving out all his last will. And it was
and the vials.
And the vials of semen, yeah.
Yeah.
It was a great show.
He had hosted SNL, I think, in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah,
as well.
Yeah, he did. Did you see that sketch where he was like the founding fathers?
Yeah, it was with the guns or whatever. Yeah, it was fun.
Like,
it was fun.
Guns, because we don't play.
Yeah, because we don't.
He's great. I'm a big fan of Walton Goggins. I love that guy. He's
interesting.
He's a great actor. He's great in Hateful Eight as well.
I read an interesting piece about him where it's like he's like, half bald basically, and that he's like a sex symbol of some sort for like that look and that aesthetic of like carrying it and owning it. And like,
yeah,
it's like a unique sort of thing, because most people would look at that and be like, that's not, that's not conventionally attractive, but people are deeply attracted to him,
Yeah, nobody can pull off the Kung Pao Betty hairline quite like Walton Goggins.
Jeez.
It's kind of crazy.
All right, boys, let's get into what we're playing. Since you guys are playing something similar, I'll go first and go more quickly, and then we'll get into Doom, the Dark Ages, and the other stuff you're playing as well. So I beat and platinumed Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. That's platinum number 182. I really wanted to see it completely, get a full grasp on it because of my respect for Machine Games, which I think is a great developer, and my love of Indiana Jones as a character in a world. I'm a huge fan of the Indiana Jones trilogy. I think from Indiana Jones perspective, I think it's very successful. I think it's fun to be him. I think that Troy Baker did, I think, an exceptional job delivering the lines properly. That the writing was fairly strong, that the character work was pretty strong. I like the locations. So I think overall it was a fairly successful Indiana Jones adventure, especially like we were saying earlier, like seeing Indiana Jones like when he's 70 years old is not fun. Seeing Indiana Jones in the 30s is fun. And so that was in and of itself cool. I think the gameplay is no more than mediocre, and actually it's actually kind of, it's crazy actually, like how I never used the whip except for to like climb. I never punched with the left punch. I barely ever shot a gun. I just like slunk around, manipulated the shit out of the stealth system, punched the shit out of it. It is funny. Like there is a comedy to the game. I will say that, a deep comedy to it. Like that shouldn't be funny, but it is, of just like sneaking up behind like a Nazi and then just like having a wind up punch and just fucking knocking him out, and the body just ragdolling. It's very satisfying from that perspective, but I found the gameplay pretty subpar. I recommend it to Indiana Jones fans. If you like Indiana Jones, you should definitely play it. If you don't like Indiana Jones and you're just looking for something to play, you can find many better things to play than this. And I will say, this is going to be a little controversial. And actually it's somewhat balanced, because I've said this. I've said that Sony, I think, gets overscored sometimes, like PlayStation games. I feel like this game, because it was so competent and even well done in a lot of ways, and it was associated with Xbox, people were like, yes, this is I remember people when this game came out in December of last year were saying like, oh, it's too bad it wasn't really ready for Game of the Year and stuff. I'm like, are you out of your mind? Game of the Year? Like,
I don't think it would have been good.
Yeah,
it wouldn't have been Game of the Year
in the conversation for Game of the Year. But so I feel like people were kind of I'm not saying everyone, but there was definitely an overstating of this game, in my opinion. But I'm glad I played it, platinumed it. I did enjoy it overall, and I do recommend it to Indiana Jones fans because I think it's just fun to be Indiana Jones. And Dustin really likes cock cookies in the Egypt map as well, so you can find some of those there.
Love it.
And then I beat Indiana Jones in the Great Circle, put the platinum away, so deleted that off the machine. Goodbye. And I had already because I pre-ordered it. I downloaded and had it downloaded Clair Obscur Expedition 33. So I started playing that, and I played it for the last 2 nights. I'm probably 4 or 5 hours in. It's really good. I mean, there's no surprise here. I was looking forward to this game. I just needed to clear other things off my plate before I got to it, as I was explaining. So I was eager to play it and give it the attention it deserves. There's a lot of really nice things to say about it. But I will say that knowing the team that made it, it gives you hope that you can actually make things like this if you are a well-oiled, tight, talented, and competent machine, that you don't need many hundreds of people to work on something for it to be big and broad and great. Now, I do think the game shows the seams of it being a smaller game. I don't think the style is nice. The graphics are not great, right? It's not, in my opinion, it's impressive visually, but also old, right? Like there are concessions that needed to be made. But I think where the game really shines is in almost everything it does, actually, so far. I'm intrigued by the characters. The writing is excellent. The voice acting is excellent. The story is a cool idea. I still don't really know exactly what it's about. I mean, I know from like the pre-release stuff, but in the game, they haven't still really explained exactly what's happening. you're supposed to kind of have this knowledge intrinsically. In other words, the characters know, but you're kind of learning as you go. And it's a deeply surreal experience, which I didn't really realize. Both major locations I've explored so far are what I would consider incredibly surreal. I don't even want to really say what one of them is because it's deeply strange and doesn't really make any sense, actually. But it's part of the surrealism of the game, and that really vibes. As a person who loves surreal art, it vibes with me in its seeming symbolism and its uniqueness, comparable to a lot of the aesthetic and the presentation of a lot of games. The other thing I'll say is that I think the combat is really cool, and it's impressive. This is also an impressive sort of thing where I'm like, this is good. This is actually really nice idea. I like basic. I just played Lunar, played Dragon Quest 3 earlier in the year, like these very basic turn-based role-playing games. And I think there's a place and time for those, and I don't hate on that. Just menu choosing, mostly just attacking, whatever, Wild Arm style, Final Fantasy IV style, it's fine. But this game is truly different, and there are games that do this. Like I think Mario RPG is one of the games that kind of people have been floating around out there. What it reminds me of a little bit is Final Fantasy 13. Not in its combat, but in its layout. It's corridors and kind of linear and one place to the next place to the next place. It seems like so far there is an open world kind of area that I've encountered, but it doesn't seem that robust. But in terms of combat, I like the parry system. I'm actually better at it than I thought I would be based on the way people were talking about it. You just have to learn the patterns of the enemies. They do a really nice job of not overwhelming you with enemy types and then enemy attacks. So you really do get to learn if you want, and then you get to move on and learn the next one and so on and so forth. And you can dodge or you can parry. And I like the MP system of like building up MP and spending it and then building it back up. I like the stagnant item system. It makes things a lot easier. So like you have just set items that refill when you rest, as opposed to just having this whole cacophony of fucking shit in your inventory. So I think that's pretty neat. I do think the game goes a little overboard. There's like maybe one or two too many things where it's like, yeah, we're going to do this, then we're going to do this, and then you're going to do this, and your character can equip this. And it's like, all right, like that's enough. They're getting a little too crazy with that. It's like you have these spells, and then the spells unlock these skills, and then the skills can be unlocked, and then the skills can be, it's like, all right. Like, let's not get too crazy. Let's focus on the really nice turn-based combat with these real-time elements. It's almost like active reloading in Gears of War, where you make like these really subtle changes that really are only required like once in a while during combat, and it makes it seem like a totally different game. And I think that they've done that here. So this is a really, really cool game. One major complaint, though. Do you guys know what it is?
Minimap?
Yeah.
That was my complaint too.
Yeah. It's egregious, actually, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And the only thing that helps is that, like, apparently I can't remember what button you have to push, but I remembered it later on in the game that it helped a lot. It's when like the button that brings up your stats or whatever.
Oh, it's triangle, yeah. And there's a compass.
It gives you a compass, and that kind of helps a little bit. But like, yeah, that was my only complaint with Expedition 33 was that lack of the minimap, and it bothered me really early on. But then by the time I finished it, I was like, "Oh, who cares?" It doesn't matter. It didn't matter to me at all. But like early on, that bothered the hell out of me because I kept getting lost.
Yeah,
because a lot of these corridors, a lot of the corridors look visually beautiful, but they all look kind of like very similar. So like it's very easy to feel like, did I go through here already? I don't quite know. So yeah, that's a big, in my opinion, very easily rectifiable. Like I don't know why that wasn't. Like, it was a really simple thing that could have been like, this game is blemishless if it just had a minimap. But I don't know.
Colin, what are you thinking about the soundtrack?
Excellent.
Dude, what's crazy, I was watching some of the like behind the scenes stuff because they've been doing some nice videos that the guy that did the soundtrack had never scored a game before and then just goes and makes arguably, in my opinion, one of the greatest soundtracks of all time. Just like right off the bat.
That's, you got to just find these. There's people
Insane.
like that. There's people like that. I always say that about me. It's like, I'm a good podcaster, but there are people out there that would be like,
yeah,
excellent. They'll never even do it. It's just one of those things you got to get. Not you have to. It's just these serendipitous things happen where people find each other and then they're unlocked. The thing that I've noticed about the soundtrack is there are a lot of songs. Like I don't know if they're going to start being repeated, but it even feels like enemy encounters have different songs, like based on the enemy. I'm like, I've never seen anything like this before in a role-playing game. You have enemy fight music, maybe you have world fight music, boss fight music. Maybe that changes when you get deeper into the game. But like, there just seem to be so many tracks. It's actually kept me engaged because I've been playing with headphones, and I'm like, this is really great. I can probably play this with it. Like when I get into the game and I'm just grinding through, I can probably put an earbud in and listen to a podcast or something. But I still haven't done that because the music is so good. And there's a lot of cutscenes too. So I'd be constantly pausing to listen to the cutscenes. So yeah.
It's weird. I know, Chris, you restarted the game and now we've moved on and there's a new big game out that I'm playing as well. But last few days I was thinking, and this is so rare for me, that I want to play it again now. Yeah. Like there's something that's in me that's still deeply held on to this game that I need to experience it again.
Yeah, I still have to, there's still a bunch of endgame stuff that I haven't done because I kind of, I didn't necessarily beeline the main story. I did sometimes side stuff, but like I finished it pretty quickly. I finished it in under a day's worth of playtime. I think like 24-ish hours or something. So I still have like all the stuff left to do. And so I've been eager to get back to it just because it really is that good. But man, just a great game. I'm excited to do a spoiler thing on it because it's just it really is a special. I was talking with this. All the guys on the Snark Tank agree also too. They're kind of in the same boat where they're just like, it feels like we're here for. It feels very rare. I guess Baldur's Gate 3 was one of those things, but like it feels very rare that you're kind of experiencing in real time something that in the future will be talked about. Like I remember Final Fantasy VII being talked about. You know.
Right,
like it's kind of how it feels, and I don't mean to oversell it or overhype it, but I also don't think it's possible because I just think it's that good. But
I think it's easy to go into into games like this a little jaded, even when you hear the effusive praise. But there just happen to be truisms. Like it's the same thing with Persona, where you just, or Metaphor is actually an even better and more recent example, where it's like it is an immaculate game, whether or not it's for you or not is another thing entirely. And what this game feels like is an accessible JRPG that actually and this is where I think things get a little interesting. So a lot of people think JRPGs are very arcane and weird, right? And menu driven, which they are, of course, but complex in some sense where they're inaccessible. And I'm like, this is actually a fairly robust role-playing game. Like this is in the top. If you were to have percentiles of like complexity in Japanese role-playing game systems, this would be in like the top 5%. That's what's so interesting to me about it so far. As I'm like, this is interesting because this is inaccessible.
Yeah. There's the Lumina system is like wild. Like I remember even when like in the pre-release, when they were kind of going into detail on some of these, and they showed the menu of all the like the hundreds of different combinations of Lumina. I remember like before launch, I was like.
Yeah, and the Picto system too. Yeah, on top of it.
Yeah, on top of it. So like I remember being like, I'm good. And then you play the game and you realize that like, I mean, it is complicated, but I think the surrounding package is so inviting and so cohesive that like it onboards you onto that complexity better than a lot of games. Like there are games that are less complicated than this that feel more complicated than this just because the onboarding to that, the roadmap to that complexity isn't as elegant or well thought out or you know, well done or well spaced out. Even in the menus, you know what I mean? It's like it's very cohesive. It's very clean while having like a level of style that's like it reminds me of almost the opposite of Final Fantasy VII Remake, where like you'd have like the menu systems and then you go into the weapon upgrades and then it was just this whole fucking different style of menu for no reason. It's like suddenly you're in the fucking cosmos in your sword or whatever. It's like, just give me a list,
right?
Okay. And I appreciate that about this game is that it's lists. It's themic and it fits, but it's just a straight up list. And it just onboards you to that complexity so much better. And It's a special fucking game. I can't wait for you to finish it so we can talk about it.
Yeah, I'm going to keep grinding through it. We're recording this on Thursday, so yeah, I'll Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I mean, it's going to take me some time because I think the game is. I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't go into JRPGs typically thinking I'm going to platinum them or whatever. I just want to play them, but I am keeping an eye out for some things. Actually, we'll get into this in an inquiry later on to give myself that option if I want to try to go for it. But as I understand, it's like 30 hours or something, and then maybe the platinum is actually twice as long. It seems like there's a lot of optional stuff in it, and also a lot of customization because of those deep systems. You get many permutations of these characters. I'm not entirely sure I'm leveling up my characters properly. I'm kind of just leveling them all up evenly. Like I have a really hard time. Like this is why I struggle with Dark Souls and Demon Souls and stuff where it's like I'm not, and those games are way more complicated actually with the statistics. This is only 5 attributes, but it's like I'm just not giving my people any luck, not much agility, and just dumping everything else into like might and vitality and all the rest. And it seems to be working so far. The one thing that I've noticed is some of the spellcraft and like the weaknesses. I love there are a lot of dynamics in the fighting, like the guns being useful on flying creatures and the guns being useful to like hit weak points. And then like burning the enemies with like burn attacks so they get damage, and then kind of leaving them weak and then letting them just die on their own, and like using your moves more wisely on another character so that when that guy's turn goes, he's just going to die from his burn damage anyway. So you didn't waste a turn. There's a lot of cool balancing. This is again, this is actually maybe what we would call Elden Ring syndrome or something, where it's like a game so tough, so complex, so deep, is so beloved and sells so many copies. That's obviously well above and beyond what Expedition 33 is ever going to achieve, but it's interesting that something so hardcore with such hardcore sensibilities is popular. That doesn't happen very often, in my opinion. And again, I'm not saying this is the most complex game of all time. It's not. It's complex for a Japanese role-playing game or a Japanese style, a JRPG.
Yeah. Well, and I think too that if you're playing on normal and you are doing a suitable amount, like you're not running past every fight and stuff, I don't think it even demands that you are so in depth with all of its systems. Like to beat the game on normal, like I said, as long as you're doing an appropriate amount of fighting, it is not going to be that bad. I think it's interesting though that the system or the systems allow you to create these if you want to. Get crazy with it. Like there's people posting their builds online and like all these like, well, if you have this equipped, then this will happen and this will buff up this character. And it's like, it can be crazy. But it doesn't have to be your main focus in order to like build craft all this different shit. But it can be if you'd like.
We have some inquiries here. Jay Bird wrote in and said, hello, I'm currently playing Expedition 33 and I think it's great. This is to the point you were making. I'm currently doing side activities whenever they became available to me, which in turn makes me overpowered for the main story. This makes bosses who are supposed to feel epic feel less epic. I don't like when games with great combat become too easy because I'm overleveled, but I also like doing everything available to me before continuing the story. If I do, however, decide to continue with the story and leave the side stuff for later, then I'm overleveled for the side stuff when I get back to it. This isn't exclusive to this game. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is another example. Has this ever been an issue for you guys? I'm playing on the hard difficulty, so turning that up isn't an option. Yes, but all right, so in Japanese role-playing games, it's funny because Lunar just came out, and Lunar is a great example of a game that tried to nip this in the bud. And it's been edited out of the new versions of the games, which is that the bosses would adjust their levels and scale based on your strength. And this was to stop you from getting too overpowered. But in my opinion, and that's cool if that's like what your strategy is and you like that. But in my opinion, part of the fun of Japanese role-playing games and grinding and all of the rest and J-style RPGs is getting stronger and manipulating the game to your heart's content. If you want to run around in an area and get experience and level up to level 99, do it. I mean, that's part of the fun. And so Final Fantasy VII Remake was like that, and so was Final Fantasy 16, actually. And you know what a game was that did this, and it wasn't a Japanese style role-playing game or even a Japanese game at all, but a game that I think about with this is God of War Ragnarok, which by the time, so what I remember about that game, I remember a lot of things about it, but what I remember about it is that by the time I got to the last fight, I had done everything else in the game, like the Valkyrie stuff and all the rest. And I'm like, this is fucking easy as hell. Like, this is almost comically easy. But I was thinking in my mind, and when you look at the trophy data and all the rest, you're realizing like most people are not doing that stuff. And so they're going into this fight more evenly matched. And you've basically manipulated the game, done it all. And so you're powerful and you've earned that. And to me, I think that's fun. So it really is a matter of like what you're looking for, because I like when I did everything, because I'm the same way as you, Jaybird, where if there's a main quest and 10 side quests, I'm doing all the side quests before I do the main quest. And then I'll do the main quest until it unlocks something else. And then I'll do that side quest and then I'll keep going. And that's the way I play too. But I do that as maybe subconsciously because it does make the main game easier. It's the more complete way to experience it. And so it's happened to me. It happens to all of us probably, but it's never really been a huge issue. Because even in God of War Ragnarok, when the last boss fight, and I remember the last boss fight well, I was like, this is it. But it's like, yeah, dude, you just fought like the secret boss. It's like in Final Fantasy VII fighting Sephiroth, but complaining it's too easy because you just fought like the weapons. And it's like, dude, the weapons are like borderline impossible. So obviously it's going to be way easier. You have to be an absurd level, like 80 or 90 in order to fight them. So obviously you could probably be in the low 50s and fight Sephiroth. Yeah, it's going to be easier for you. What are your guys' philosophies on this?
I'm not the type to do every side quest available, because especially with Expedition 33, it get later into the game. I wanted to know what happened in the story as quickly as possible, which means there was 1 or 2 points where I was like, I probably pushed it too far because this is kicking my ass. But luckily, going back and doing some side quests was pretty easy to do and scaled me up pretty quickly for those bosses. So I think, fundamentally against a level scaling system in an RPG. I think that would annoy me deeply because it feels like it's punishing you for doing your hard work, like going out and doing all those side quests. So I understand why some RPGs have attempted that, but I think that the common consensus that most people do not play like Jaybird here or Colin does.
Yeah, no, they definitely don't.
So that's why it's not designed that way.
Yeah, most people don't beat the games. I mean, I was noticing that with Indiana Jones, like only 20% of the people beat the game that played it. It's been out for a while. So that's about it is what it is. And so, yeah, that's just the nature of it. Do you have anything you want to add to that particular inquiry, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, I'm off the rip. I'm kind of against the idea of level scaling in an RPG like that, because I also, although these aren't really my types of games, I do agree that there is a level of fun and motivation in kind of over leveling yourself. It's kind of the point in some way. But yeah, I generally just, I'm not a side quest guy typically, because my thinking for a long time has been, if it was a great quest, it would have been a main quest. It's kind of how I look at it. Not necessarily that that's always true, or that there's like a blanket state of that being true. Like Skyrim famously is like the main quest is the worst one, and like there's other RPGs that are similar. But the way that I feel about it is I'm gonna see this game through its end. I want to see what the main narrative is going to be, and if I do end up liking it so much after I beat it, then great. Look at how much left there is for me to do. I think of it more as like saving some left for me when I'm done, if I really do like it. And Expedition 33 was a game kind of immediately where like I went through like the first act doing some side quests, and then I remember being like, I think I'm just going to mainline this or focus primarily on the story, because this is a game I know I'm going to play probably many times. Like I could kind of tell. And by the time I finished, I still had all this side stuff to do, and I'm eager to go back because I have stuff to do. And that stuff being under leveled, or like although I've seen some side stuff that's like mega hard, like way harder than the final bosses that the story gives you. So I'm kind of okay with that. Like I'm all right with there being like some incredible challenges left, and I'm also okay with there being some stuff that I could breeze through. because it doesn't come at the sacrifice of like the main narrative. Like if I got to the final boss of the story of a game like that, and then I hit him in one hit, like that would be more damaging to the story than doing that for a side character or like a side boss that is inherently of lesser narrative significance. So I typically save side stuff for later, or sometimes games will get me in a weird mood where I'll feel completionist. I'll get like a completionist mindset about him. Like in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, I was kind of doing all the side quests in the various areas before I kind of burnt myself out on it. But that's generally my playstyle. But yeah, level scaling, no.
Matthew Buchanan wrote in, said, "Hey CDC, I recently quit being a freeloader and joined the Patreon, and I must say I'm loving all the content so far. Thank you. My question is mainly for Chris and Dustin regarding Expedition 33. I think he says that because he didn't think I had played it yet, but we can all answer this, I think. To my shame, I've never played a turn-based RPG in my life. With that said, is this a good entry point into the genre? If not, could you provide any other recommendations for an uncultured individual such as myself? I'll take a bath with my toaster and listen." What did we tell you guys? I'll be interested to see what you guys think of this. I mean, I think it is probably a great entry point. It's just, it's not in the sense that it's not really what turn-based role-playing games are. Yeah. If it's kind of silly. If it's what's important to you is just getting a great experience, then try it out for yourself. But if you really want to know what a turn-based role-playing game is, you should play like Dragon Quest or something. And that's like what a turn-based role-playing game is. And then everything builds off of that. You go, I go, you go, I go, you go, I go. Then everything is built upon the menus and the equipment systems and the spell systems and the way HP and MP revoke. Like there's all these different ways all the games manipulate it, but they start at that base concept of turns. And I feel like jumping in here is like everything's going to be not a step backwards, because I love the more simple stuff, but it might be a step backwards for you if you're not experienced with it. So I feel like you can go either way, but certainly this is a very high quality game. And if you like it, then, well, actually, if you don't like it, then you're probably not going to like anything. In that genre, if you do like it, then maybe you work your way backwards. I don't know. What do you think, Dustin?
Yeah, I think it's good that it can help you get your feet wet with that type of combat that, I think some people, the problem they have with turn-based games is just it isn't engaging in terms of a gameplay front, because a lot of the gameplay is happening with strategy in your mind instead of like a hand-eye coordination with, a traditional non-turn-based game. So this kind of can bridge the gap a little bit for you. The systems, as we were saying, can be a little much, but I think the game is forgiving enough that you don't need to engage with. I mean, you definitely should engage with them, and it is necessary to some degree, but it's not like you need to be going nuts with it. And I think it is unfortunate for me to say it doesn't have the anime stink on it that is just going to turn off some people completely. So if that's a barrier for you as well, this game does not have that. So yeah, go for it. And the last thing, great runtime. It's not going to take you 100 hours like Persona 5. It's not like the most insane commitment in the world to play this game. I think you could realistically beat it somewhere between, depending on your speed, like 25 to 35 hours, depending on how much side stuff you do.
It's very French.
It's so fucking French, dude.
Kai wrote in and said, "Hey boys, can we talk about bad trophy guides? I bought Expedition 33 day one, so the trophy info available was fairly light. No official guide from PSN profiles or power picks. I stumbled upon a Push Square article stating there are no missable trophies, so decided to crack on and enjoy the game. Well, turns out there's quite a few, and here I am at the end of the game, one old key light of a platinum trophy. Luckily, I love the game and was planning a second playthrough anyway. Not a huge deal, but just a heads up for the trophy hunters out there. Read multiple guides. Thanks." The reason I ingested this letter to read, Kai, is because I experienced the same thing, but realized it too soon, where the answers were totally different. It's like, yeah, there are no missable trophies. There are missable trophies. These trophies are missable. I really studied for a while to see what was actually true. And you brought up the old key, which is the exact thing. It's from the very beginning of the game. There's a part of the game in the very beginning. It's not even a spoiler. In the beginning of the game, you get to this point where there are 3 merchants and you have 1 token. and you can buy something from each of the merchants, and there are things for you to do, like someone has like a quiz for you to take and stuff like that, and you can get 3 tokens and you buy something from each of these merchants, and one of them is an old key, and you need that old key much later in the game to do something that is necessary for the platinum, but it happens in like the first half an hour. So that's rough. There's also an enemy in the very beginning of the game that you can miss, and there's a trophy attached to that, but that's fairly easy to rectify. You could just start a new game and do it if you wanted to. But yeah, you gotta cross-reference, because it is crazy. It's what I was saying about ChatGPT and just guide writing generally, where I am deeply unimpressed with the nature of and the state of guides right now. And the Indiana Jones guides were rough, man, out there. That's why I started using ChatGPT. I'm like, I need a fusion of the right information. This shit sucks. Even people in the comments of the videos and on the articles being like, dude, like, what is going on with this? Like, why are these guides so bad? It's probably getting a little demoralizing because everything is being scraped now. And so I would feel like I would never write a guide probably today online. What's the point? It's just going to be ingested by something and spit out, as opposed to writing your old game facts guides and stuff. Now, physical stuff, it's different. Okay, let's move on to what you guys are playing. Oh, actually, one postscript real quick. Sorry. Joey wrote in and said, hey, CDC, this is more a question for Colin, but feel free to jump in, Dustin and Chris. Shovel Knight Dig has finally come to PlayStation this week. And while I'm not a fan of roguelike games, I've quite enjoyed this game. Are you looking to jump back into digging with this prequel to Shovel Knight, or are you waiting for the sequel to finally come out instead? I'll hang up and listen now. It is indeed out. It comes out the day that we're recording this, and I tried to buy it last night after midnight, but it was not available to me yet. I will be playing it. It came out, for people that don't know, this is a game made by a mobile-centric studio called Nitrome. They're actually making a Switch 2 game, so I think they are moving more into console and traditional development. But this game came out to Switch as well as PC back in 2022, and I have no idea why they didn't release it on PlayStation or Xbox. It's strange. So 2.5 years later, almost 3 years later, they're finally bringing it over. Yes, I will buy it. Yes, I will play it. That will be some sort of distraction, as is Doom: The Dark Ages, which I bought but have not yet played, and that's what we're going to get into now. So who wants to take it? Who's going to say something?
I feel like this is Chris's shit, so he's got to go first.
Yeah, I've also been playing a lot of Doom that is in addition to the Dark Ages. So I guess I'll start it off. So before I didn't play Doom: The Dark Ages early access. I was kind of like, I had work to do, and I also figured like I can wait. I'm in no real rush. So I jumped into Doom Eternal just to kind of give myself a feel for, like, it's been a while since I played Doom Eternal, and I remember really loving it. And I was thinking I would spend like, I'll just play like the first level or two. I ended up playing like the first 8 levels because I was just I got so into it, and I was like, yeah, I remember how good this was, and it's like, damn, this is a damn good shooter. The same issues that I had back then are still kind of the same issues that I have with it today, are just like that hub world is kind of, it's more manageable than I remember it being when I first played it. Like, it's not as big or sprawling as I had it in my head. It's like, it's actually pretty finite, but it does muddy up the flow of that game quite a bit from place to place. Doom 2016 had a much more focused feeling of like moving from place to place, and the end of one level would not seamlessly transition to the next one, but you understood how you got to where you were going, as opposed to Eternal, which kind of feels like it almost feels like you're playing through like a greatest hits of places that you've never been. It's very strange. Very, very disjointed in some way, but it's still like a very fun game. Very good. So I played really, really deep into Doom Eternal. I didn't beat it, but I got mega deep. Like, I unlocked all the major weapons and pretty deep into it. And then, the day came, Doom: The Dark Ages unlocked, and I was like, you know what? All right, let's jump in. And I'm about 5 missions in to Doom: The Dark Ages, and unsurprisingly, it's very good. It feels really good. I actually think the way that they've talked about this game, and some of the reviews that I've seen are a little bit good. I should clarify, by the way, I've heard from people that it's a much easier Doom. Like Ultraviolence, I think, was like the sweet spot difficulty for Doom Eternal that I found, and Doom 2016 prior. I bumped it up to Nightmare for this because I did hear about that. And there's like customization in the difficulty where you could like bring the parry window down. I pumped the parry window all the way down. Like, so I have the hardest parry window that you can have in the game, which is still pretty forgiving. And and I increased the game speed, which you can do by about its default is 100. I'm at 120, and this is like a very sweet spot for this game. I find I'm really enjoying it. It's a lot faster than I think a lot of people are letting on. Even in comparison to Doom Eternal, I think Doom Eternal is fast in people's minds because there's like dashes that you can do, and the grappling hook lets you like close. It lets you close like long distances in a really short amount of time. And there are runes that you can equip in Doom Eternal that allow you to like after a glory kill, which also has like a speed up glory kill rune. After a glory kill, you can like increase your base movement speed by like some percentage, but that's like a passive side effect of a rune that you can't really activate at any point in time. You have to kind of strategize when those speed boosts happen based on your charges and all that stuff. And Doom: The Dark Ages, I haven't heard anybody talk about this. There's a sprint button, like you can sprint in Doom: The Dark Ages whenever you want, and it's not the Call of Duty style sprint where like your gun is away and you can't do anything. You can sprint and shoot and jump and do all the shit at the same time. So although Doom Eternal, I think I understand what people mean by like that's a faster, more frenetic game, and it certainly is, I found the Dark Ages to be just as quick. In fact, more consistent in the sense that anytime that I want that boost in speed, I can just do it, as opposed to in Doom Eternal where like, okay, I need a boost in speed. I have to set up an enemy for a glory kill to get that, and then hopefully chain those together. That game's a lot more involved. There's a lot more mechanical systems like interlinking between one another. It's a mentally like taxing game. Like it's not just a run and gun kind of game. And this one is definitely more so based on my experience. It's more about the spectacle. It's more about like the power fantasy of just kind of like running into a crowd of demons and just laying fucking waste. And so although Doom Eternal, I think, is a little bit more mindful, it's a little bit more demanding. I'm having a great time with the Dark Ages so far. There's a lot of spectacle here. There are cutscenes, which I've heard people talk about in the sense of like, oh, the story stuff isn't really good. And it isn't particularly good, but it's so, I don't know, there's like an endearing quality to it. It does remind me a lot of shooters from kind of the late 2000s where like there's like this kind of spectacle. There's like dragon sections that feel like a Call of Duty kind of set piece, and I mean that in like a complimentary way. I don't mean it in like a derogatory sense. Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal feel more focused on what they're doing. This feels a little bit more like it's trying to do more, it's trying to celebrate more, and it might falter for some people, but early on in the game, 5 missions in out of 22, I'm having a blast with a lot of the new stuff that they're doing. I think it's awesome that there's a trilogy of shooters now, all in the same IP, all with the same kind of theme and the same kind of core thesis that feel so distinct and different from one another. Like as I'm playing through the Dark Ages, I don't feel like it invalidates Doom Eternal. I don't even necessarily feel like one's better than the other quite yet. I think I brought up how Doom Eternal feels disjointed because of the hub world. There is no hub world in this. It's mission to mission, so that kind of problem is alleviated.
Oh, thank God. Ugh.
But it's also, it is also less demanding and less involved than Doom Eternal. So like that might, it's kind of a give and take. And I do love that about this trilogy so far, that they all feel worth playing for completely different reasons. And I think that's really cool. I think it speaks to a level of confidence in the studio that they're able to go back to the drawing board on like a lot of their core main systems and reinvent themselves constantly when they really don't have to. They really could have easily just did Doom 2016 again and then a third time and been perfectly fine. But, the resource management kind of metagame of Doom Eternal being so hardcore, and then this game having like such a focus on melee, and I don't know, man, it's fucking cool. It's badass. It's a great time. I've heard that it maybe falters a little bit towards the end, which is very possible. But as of right now, I'm just feeling like we got really lucky to get a trilogy of first-person shooters that is this solid the entire time. Like, this is probably the best pretty early to call it, but it's probably the best 3-game run of any first-person shooter probably since the original Halo trilogy, in my opinion, and it's fucking great, and I highly recommend it. I think I will say one thing is like the music is a little bit kind of, it's not as special for sure. Like you can kind of feel Mick Gordon's absence, but I also don't know if that's obvious or I'm noticing it because I know that he's gone. You know what I mean? Like I can't quite. That's frustrating for me. I almost wish I kind of didn't know what happened, so that I could be a little bit more objective in that regard, because I do feel like there might be like a confirmation bias there, because it's still good. Like it still services what's going on in the game. It's heavy metal and it's cool, but I do notice the lack of like, there's like a funkiness kind of gone. But again, I can't really, it bothers me that I can't tell if that's like an earnest observation or if I'm just looking for it because I know that something's objectively amiss. But Doom the Dark Ages slaps. It's very good. It's way faster than people have made it out to be. I don't know. I've rambled for quite a bit. I want to hear Dustin.
Yeah. So I did get the early access. I'm playing on PC. I'm curious what people think about this. Sometimes I buy games from third-party key sites. So I got mine from CD Keys. And I've always been curious on like what, I know that it's a worldwide key, which is partially why it's cheaper. I've heard mixed things about whether this affects developers. I'm curious if anyone has any insight. I'm happy to hear it. But I was able to pick up the early access version for $88. And so I was like, oh, well, it includes the DLC. And I was thinking about how I wanted to be able to discuss it on this show. And also, like midweek, I had a lot more time than this weekend. So I went for it. And yeah, I think I agree with pretty much everything Chris said, particularly in that I appreciate that some people are going to play this game and not like it as much as Doom Eternal or Doom 2016. And I think that's totally fine because the games do focus and have a different gameplay loop. And I think that that's awesome. I don't want the same Doom game over and over again. And I'm finding, in particular, from my play style, I'm feeling like I like this game more than Eternal because I do think that I preferred Doom 2016 a little more, just because, and again, this is a preference thing. I don't think there's an objective, this is good or this is bad. Yeah. I was annoyed in Eternal how often I ran out of ammo. Like the game forces you to switch weapons constantly. And I don't mind that, but I felt like it was dialed a little more than I would like.
It's intense.
Yeah, it requires a lot. So this game, as Chris was saying too, nowhere near as slow as I thought it was going to be. And I'm pretty much playing. I was thinking that initially I was going to bump up the speed, but I thought I'm going to try the intended 100% speed. And I think I'm on Nightmare. I went with whatever I thought would be normal. And so far I am finding it to be a little bit easy. Not that it's like I've never died, but I haven't found anything that's been too challenging so far. The big knock I have against this game is, I think, and this is in the trailer, so if you care about a gameplay feature that was in the fucking reveal trailer, I'm going to talk about it. The kaiju fights, the Evangelion mech section.
Yeah,
I think these suck. I mean, they're not terrible, but I'm playing this part and I'm like, why? Yeah. Why are we doing this? The regular, and I understand you want to change things up, have new things in the game, change up just from the standard gameplay. But like, I think, and maybe I'm misremembering, they said something like, oh, we want the mech section or the dragon sections to be just as fun as the normal combat of the game. In my experience of the 2 levels I've played, or 1 level of each, they're not. They are just not as fun. There's like an initial excitement seeing the Doomslayer get into a giant mech. I was like, oh, sick. Yeah, like this appeals. This is very like instinctual male interests. A big man gets into mech to fight big monster. Cool. But I just found that they're like not very fun. And the dragon section, I kind of felt the same way. It is cool in the dragon section where you have combat when you are riding the dragon, which was fun. And then you kind of can hop off and do these other sections and then get back on.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool. And maybe my opinion will change because those first 2 levels in that, setting are very tutorial-esque as they're showing them to you. So I'm assuming, I honestly don't know, but I'm assuming there's going to be more levels with the dragon, with the mech that will expand upon it more, then maybe I'll like it a bit more. But I was just kind of thinking why? Why are we doing this in this game? And that's kind of also how I feel about the story. And I get what you're saying, Chris, that it is kind of endearing, that it's very nerdy, it's medieval, but there's also sci-fi stuff going on and it's all being taken very seriously. But I just don't really care.
Yeah, I don't care either.
I was thinking about Doom 2016, how it opens and it's rip and tear. I'm like, fuck yeah, let's go. And then now I'm there's these different people, different factions. I'm
Yeah, Doom 2016 is the best for the story. Even in Eternal, where I'm I don't know who these fucking people are. I don't care. It's cool that it's there for people who know, but I'm only kind of using it as a break. It's
right.
See, what do they got to show me this time? The story I really could give less of a fuck about.
Yeah, it's not nearly as bad. Earlier this year with Monster Hunter, that was a game that I was dude, I'm trying not to skip the cutscenes. I feel I should watch them as part of the experience, but I was dude, this fucking sucks. It's a great game, but the story is stupid. So it's not quite to that level, but I am kind of questioning why. But overall, I really like the parry mechanics are really neat, and add a different element to the combat. I saw there's a mod already that, because I was kind of thinking this, I don't like that while the game is much faster than I expected, the game does slow you down a lot to do different melees or I think certain parries or whatever. And there is a mod that gets rid of that, where those just happen instantly and ooh.
That's tempting, yeah.
That's kind of interesting. I think I'm just going to play the vanilla experience initially, just because I don't know. It feels weird to mod it and right off the bat. But yeah. Overall, having a great time with it. I think Chris is as far as I am, even though I've had 2 extra days, just because I think I've sat down to play it 2 or 3 times. I'll usually do a mission and a half. So I might be on mission 6 or 7. So it is, dude, the weapons in this game are sick. I love, there's that, I don't remember what it's called, but the gun that's a very wide spread that crunches skulls.
Oh yeah,
and shoots them out.
I can't remember the names of them yet. I'm still in my head calling them the Doom Eternal versions of whatever.
Yeah,
whatever they are. But yeah, the weapons are sick. I do kind of agree that the dragon sections and the mech sections are definitely lesser. You know what I mean? They're definitely, especially because the core game is mechanically pretty rich. The parry system works, and there's different functionality to the guns, and then the upgrade trees. There's more going on, and so when you go to the mechs and then you go to the dragons, there is a flimsiness there of where it does kind of feel like shallow water. I felt the mech sections were pretty whatever. I like the sense of, I like the feeling of it. You know what I mean? But I don't really care. I don't really care about what I'm doing. The dragon section, I actually thought I really like the dragon section. That's probably going to be a compliment. That's probably going to be a really controversial take for me, because I know that that's a part that a lot of people don't seem to like. And I totally get why people don't like. I totally see it. But for me, it reminds me of especially the one big. There's one particularly dense dragon section early on where you're going to these 3 different kind of carriers, and you have to board them and take them out from the inside. And I was like, dude, this is this very much reminds me of Halo 3, taking a Banshee onto a Scarab and going inside and fight. Anything that can invoke that. I've been waiting for that exact gameplay loop for a long time.
Yeah. Neurons activated.
Neurons activated. So I was just oh my God, it's been so long since I've been able to take a fucking vehicle, board a giant thing, and destroy it from the inside. I love that shit. Anything that's in, I'm all over it. So the fact that it's in a Doom game is music to my ears. I took to the controls pretty quickly. But even those, it's still
Yeah.
It's mechanically flimsy compared to like I would much still rather be on the ground. But the pacing worked for me for the dragons. The mech is like
Yeah, the dragon section I think is way better than the mech section. And it's not even the mech section is bad.
it's just bland.
Like, it's just kind of bland. But the dragon, I honestly don't know. I would assume they built all these systems for it, so I'm assuming there are more levels that have this, but I'm hoping those will be more enjoyable.
Yeah.
So
I'm looking forward to playing. I probably will not be able to avoid. I almost played it last night, and I'm like, I really gotta beat Expedition. But I think these are two different games where I can probably keep them together and keep it together. Because I have a really hard time playing more than one or two, or more than 2 games or so at a time. But it's just sitting there, on my cross media bar, and I'd like to get to it. I'm one of those guys that thinks Doom 2016 is better than Doom Eternal. I know that that's somewhat of a hot take these days. Doom Eternal is one of those examples we were talking about with Expedition where things go too far. And it's what you were noting. You guys noted about Eternal is it just requires too much. In my opinion, it's still a really great game, but it's not what I'm looking for in Doom. And
for sure, yeah.
At least this new iteration of like Doom Revival. Doom 3 was a different kind of game for sure. And is in its own way, I think, somewhat underrated. But yeah, I'm looking forward to playing it. And because I have a better connection to Doom 2016 than Doom Eternal, both of which I beat, again, this people might remember I talked about it over the holidays. I platinumed Doom 2016 and beat Doom Eternal. And I really loved them both. But Doom Eternal was like, yeah, kill this enemy with this skill and get this ammo out of them. And then this ammo is useful in this. It's like, all right, man, like I can't.
I loved it. But it is so much. It's very much, sir, this is a Wendy's kind of thing. Where like, what are you doing putting all this resource management into a Doom game? I think it's an immaculately designed game, but it is like, it's definitely for a specific person. And it's for that specific person, that's gonna hit. But like, I think most people turn on Doom to just kind of chill out and kill demons. And you actually feel kind of weak in Eternal. You actually feel like a really flimsy kind of person because you're just constant, like everything's a threat and you have to pay attention to the ammo economy and you have to like, I need to use the flamethrower to get the
flamethrower
armor and then the chainsaw to get ammo and then glory kill for health. But then I need to make sure that I leave enough mobs around.
Right.
I need to leave enough weak people around so that way, like if I need health, I can go and get it real quick. Like there's a lot going on there that I think it's really great, but it's such a different play style to Doom 2016 and to this. Like this is more 2016 than it is Eternal, I think. But I think it's doing in the way that Doom Eternal did a lot with its like gameplay systems. I think this does a lot with like spectacle. Like there's a lot of choices that they make that you're like, why are they focusing so heavily on story? Why are they doing a mech section? Why are they doing a dragon section? I think that's going to turn some people off in the same way that like the heavy resource management kind of game design philosophy weighed on Doom Eternal. But because they're so segmented, I feel like it's going to be a lot easier for those people to play this than like Eternal was like if you didn't jive with that game, like you were not getting past the first level, really, because you need to engage with that system forever. But like, this is like, no, you're on the ground, you're chilling, you're killing demons, and then you'll have like a little mech section, and then you'll have a little dragon section, and then you're back to.
It was very well designed. Like I didn't hate it. The thing I hated more about that game, or didn't like about that game, was just the hub world, and like just it was just so unnecessary and so stupid. I was just like, come on, man. The product of the time.
Yeah, it wasn't my favorite thing. It wasn't as bad as some other hub worlds that especially like having it really fresh in my memory now. I remember my initial complaint with it was that it felt really sprawling and it felt big, and I was just like, just give me a menu. And I still do feel that way, but it's like it's much less sprawling than I thought. And there's a section later on in Doom Eternal where like the hub world gets invaded, and that was kind of cool. But and apparently, like they added a horde mode to Doom Eternal that I did try out a little bit as well, and that's another thing that they did too much with it. Like you have you're in a level and then you're killing demons, and then round over. Now it's time for the coin mini game where you got to collect little coins, and I'm like, just leave me on a map and let me kill demons until I get bored or am tired. Like that's all I want. I don't need bonus round, do a platforming challenge. Like I don't.
Right.
Shut up. Stop.
Definitely. That definitely was a. Yeah, I like them both. I just think that Doom 2016 is the better game, personally. More up my alley. And so the way people talk about this, I'm like, yeah, cool.
Yeah.
I can get down with it.
I think you'll like it, Colin, because it is very like it does have that these mech sections and these dragon sections remind me of they just remind me of like PS3 era kind of like it's time for the AC-130 mission, you know, like it's fun. It's a nice little thing. I do wish I don't know. I really liked Eternal. So I think it's probably going to still be my favorite after all, but like this is still fucking fantastic.
Cool.
Chris, you reminded me of something else I wanted to mention that I like about this game. In Eternal, you're almost like a ballerina, hopping around, double jumping, going on boost pads, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Dude, in this game, and I mentioned this on Twitter, Doomslayer feels like a brick shithouse. Like he is fucking big.
Yeah.
You land on the ground and it's like a thud. And it's not, he's still very fast, but it's like this game does not have a double jump. And I think it literally is, if you land from a height, it will hurt enemies around you. Yeah. Because he's so beefy. So there's like a weight to this game that's nice.
If you jump from high up and you land, and I think it happens by default when you do like a sprint or like a running jump also, but like if you land and you're like if you land in the middle of a crowd of lesser enemies, like the smaller, the weaker mobs, they will straight up explode or die. Like it's hysterical. It is awesome. Yeah. I don't know, man. I just love Doom. Every time a new Doom comes out, it feels like Christmas to me. It's just like such a great vibe. I'm really into it. Damn good. And yeah, you are a brick shit house. It's fucking insane. Very cool game. There's some things that aren't gelling with me too much, but like not enough. It's like Expedition 33 with the mini map, you know what I mean? Where it's just like, whatever. Maybe this will get better, maybe it won't. I'll have more to say about it when I'm done with it. But
they must add maps to Expedition 33. They have to do it. There's no world or grounded excuse for them not to have that in there. It doesn't make any sense. And you're not playing fucking Shadowrun, you know, or like or Shadowgate, I should say, or like some DRPG where it's like I'm really trying to figure out where I'm going and I have a fucking graph paper on my desk and it's like, just show me. And it would really be wonderful to have. I don't need like the fully transparent immediate map, but it's like one of those things. I think Tales does this where you explore, or East does this for sure. You explore and it just adds parts to the map as you see them. So then you can just put it all together, and because I am getting lost, or not lost, but I'm backtracking constantly.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. It's a blemish with that game for sure.
Dustin, you're also playing Tomba. Do you want to say anything about that, or?
Yeah, real quickly. I'm done. Platinum achieved.
Nice. I'll have to
Very happy about it.
Take a look here.
If you haven't played this game, you might like it. You might not. It's a cool, it came out in a time of 3D games, and it's a 2D, but it was still 2D. But it introduces, I think, what was like a lot of the first like semi open world aspects in some ways in its quest system. And the platinum, as some of you may remember, but if you weren't listening or you don't remember, I was going for the platinum when this game came out almost a year ago at this point, and there were some quests that you could fuck up that are then not achievable. I realized this nearly at the end, so I put it down for a year, came back. It was still annoying to do, but I got the platinum this time. So if you are going to play this and want to get the platinum, just look at what those quests are that you can fuck up before you start that. But it was a fun little platinum. It's a basic like 100% the game, and you get the platinum for it. So excited for Tomba 2. Hopefully they have something to say about that soon.
Cool. Yeah, you're the 977th person on PSN profiles to get it.
Damn. Nice.
And the most recent still. There was one on May 13th as well. So you're the most recent at the time that we're discussing this. Okay. That's it for what we're playing. I guess we can get into listener inquiries now and wrap this episode up. So this is 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience over on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. Of course, support us over there for early ad-free access to every episode of this show, access to Sacred Symbols Plus every week, access early and ad-free to all of the other shows in our network. Very exciting stuff. Appreciate you guys. Cincinnatus wrote in, the great Roman general. Says, good afternoon, Sacred Snoozers. Do you think there is a possibility that Final Fantasy 17 is turn-based or some sort of ATB, active time battle system? Thanks, I'll hang up and listen. This is an interesting question based on the success of Expedition 33. I don't think it will have any bearing on it because the game is probably already deep in development and they already know what it is and they're going to do their own thing anyway. But it does bring up the question on whether there's a place for more traditional combat stylings in more mainstream role-playing games. And the answer to this, I think, is no, but I think it's possible that you see it in other games that are of bigger, more prominent, non-Falcom, non-Atlas style games that still do kind of embrace that sort of thing. So, Dustin, what do you think about this? Do you think Final Fantasy 17 will revert back to a more turn-based ATB style system? I guess we haven't had that since, 13? Before that, 10, where you had some sort of static turn-based combat as opposed to 11 and 14 are MMOs. Obviously 12 had this like pseudo MMO thing going on. 15 was more action oriented. And then 16 obviously embraced that completely.
Yeah. Is there a possibility? Yes. Is it likely? Probably not. But you have to imagine the Square Enix is looking around at the RPG environment, seeing games like Metaphor, seeing games like Expedition 33 and thinking, well, maybe there is something here. I think that if they did do it, it would be maybe more in line with something like Final Fantasy VII Remake, where it's very much in, active action game, but it has some RPG elements to it. Maybe something kind of like Kingdom Hearts. So it's possible, but I think that they've kind of gone this road now, and I don't know. I just don't see them changing at this point, but who knows?
What do you think, Chris? Do you think Square Enix will embrace a more traditional turn-based combat system for Final Fantasy 17? I must say, I hope not. I mean, I like that kind of thing, but Final Fantasy 16 was awesome, and they should continue down that road.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't see them changing. I think. I mean, maybe there's a chance that they could see what's happening in the industry now with like more traditional stuff being successful, but like I just feel like how far along do you think that game is? Like how far along do you think Final Fantasy 17
probably still in like a late levels of pre-production
right?
or early in production. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible that like I do think Expedition 33 being as successful as it is might be like some, not a wake-up call necessarily, but like definitely like something to pay attention to in the same way that Elden Ring was for action games. Not for the same reason, obviously, because like Elden Ring sold astronomically and Clair's sure selling really well too, but nowhere near. But that critical acclaim is definitely something that is that's difficult to ignore, and so I could see that maybe, but like I feel like they're on a trajectory right now with modern Final Fantasy, and I don't see them just kind of pivoting just because something succeeds elsewhere.
All right. Well, we'll see. I hope not. It could be a nice play to get people back into some people back into the good graces of Final Fantasy, but I think, and they do always keep things changing, but Final Fantasy 16 haters are questionable at best, in my opinion. What's there to hate? It was awesome. You're out of your mind. The Ghost of Scrotai wrote in and said, Scrote, why do we gatekeep? I have always found gatekeeping in gaming to be a bit silly, and so I'm feeling a bit surprised at myself for being pissed at all these new Death Stranding 2 previews, starting with a glowing reflection of the first game. I was there like a lot of the Last Stand crowd was in 2019, wondering what the hell a lot of gamers weren't seeing. At risk of sounding like a bell end, the often negative critical reception had me questioning if a lot of reviewers in our medium are perhaps just a little bit simple. Fast forward to now, and the revisionism is now complete. Should I be celebrating this? What makes us want to exclude others from what we have enjoyed from the beginning? It's interesting. Dustin, you have any thoughts on that?
Well, I'm trying to remember. I was looking. Death Stranding received an 82 on Metacritic. It's funny because I just don't recall that there was like a big thing where people thought that this game was mixed at the time. Do you guys recall that?
I remember it being like late, like high 70s. That's like what my memory tells me. But like, I think it might have settled around 82 maybe. But like, I remember a lot more people being a little bit, not necessarily mixed on it, but just like, I don't really know what this is. And there were some big voices, obviously like Skill Up, and a lot more independent YouTube oriented reviewers were like more champions of the original Death Stranding. But I do remember playing it and talking about it, and people were like, what the fuck are you talking? I remember that was like a common thing at the time, not here in this ecosystem, but like elsewhere. And that seems to have softened with time for whatever reason. Maybe the director's cut, or like I said, it coming to Game Pass, or was it Game Pass or like just Xbox in general? I think it was just Xbox in general.
Yeah, it was on PC Game Pass, I think.
Oh, right. That's what I'm forgetting.
Right.
Well, yeah, I don't know.
I feel like too. I wasn't on the podcast at this point, but you guys have mentioned how, Colin, you listened back to the spoiler cast, and you guys weren't as hot on it as you are now. So
yeah, I didn't listen to it. Other people did, but some people had said to me that I said something. I don't want to listen to it yet because we're going to cover it again, and I want to go in fresh without knowing, and then I'll listen to it before we record, so I can. Sure. Which is what I did with Final Fantasy VII Remake and Spider-Man and a few other things. But what they were saying was that we were positive on it, but not as high on it as we were after the fact. But right. I'll believe you, but I don't really remember that. I mean, I remember Chris and I both really liking it. That's what I remember.
I remember loving it pretty immediately. I do remember, like, because we were fresh off of basically reviewing it. We had just finished it. I remember feeling like that last section where there's like a last.
Yes, the end. Yes, yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The end is rough, I think. Even still to this day, I would say that. Like, and it's the same thing that I would say about a lot of my other favorite games too. Like, especially like Red Dead Redemption 2, where I'm just like, I don't need this extra 6 hours. And not that it's bad. I don't need it. I think it kind of fucks the pacing up a little bit. And that last section of Death Stranding where you're asked to do the same thing twice in a row. And it's a really tedious thing to do once, let alone twice in a row. I remember being genuinely frustrated by that. And it wasn't a great feeling. But the overall game is still fucking
right.
Like, I remember being still very high on it. I just think that discussion was inherently more critical because it was kind of a spoiler review discussion. So I think that's what people are maybe cluing into. But
yeah.
We were high on that game from day fucking one, I think. Like,
yeah, I'm pretty sure that's true. I mean, I think we had our criticism. Someone said I said that I thought Days Gone was a better game in the spoiler cast. And I'm like, I don't remember saying that, but that might be true too, because it is a better game because you play it. Death Stranding is an experience more than, I mean, it's a game.
Sure.
And it's very much literally a game. You're like kind of teetering and you have all this shit on you, but it's not action. It's not passive either. It's experiential. But I think one of the things I said a few weeks ago when this first came up, though, Dustin, was that Death Stranding also came out and I beat it during like one of the worst periods of my life, basically. So,
sure. Yeah.
So I think I was probably so heavily medicated. I have no idea. I'm actually really eager to hear what I had to say, but I just don't want to poison the well. You know, I want to like take fresh notes and then hear it later.
So I feel like there is something that when you are fresh off of, a game or a movie or whatever, I think a lot of your feelings are based on the last bit of it because you're still digesting it. And I feel like, at least for me, I feel like there's lots of times where I watch something or play a game and have a certain feeling about it where I put it out there or whatever, and then it takes time to like digest. And as time goes on, you start to think about the experience as a whole. So there is some of that. And I guess as far as the Ghost of Scrote here, that were those individual reviewers, like what did they say at the time? And I think it's okay for people's opinions to change and grow. with our medium or whatever the format is, that we're recorded what we're saying on the record right now about something, and that kind of in some way lives forever. But I think it's not very often, for me at least, that I have the same opinion on something forever. Sometimes you come back to something and it changes or whatever. And as far as gatekeeping in gaming, I mean, I don't know, this happens everywhere. I was actually just talking to Holly. This is not a gaming related one. We were talking about Avril Lavigne, because we were listening to the Weird Al parody, Constipated. And we were talking about Avril Lavigne. I'm like, man, we hated her when she was popular, because we felt like she appropriated punk culture. And we're like, this isn't punk rock music. This is just pop music, and she's branding herself some way. And now in hindsight, looking back, it's like, whatever. The songs are fine, good, whatever. So I get it. Yeah, Skater Boy. Yeah, it's an all right song.
What was that other one, the first one? Why you have to make things so complicated?
Yeah, complicated. Yeah, that's the Weird Al one. That's Constipated.
Okay, Constipated. I got you. That makes sense.
Yeah. So I get it. There's like this thing where it's like, you, in whatever medium or hobby or game, whatever that you're invested in, don't want someone coming in and feeling like a false ownership over it. But in general, as Scrote says, it is a bit silly. But I think, Colin, you said at points that you feel like gatekeeping to some degree is necessary.
Yeah, I'm much like Scrote. I'm divided on how I feel about it, because gatekeeping is anti-market, and without market forces working positively towards your ends, you're just going to probably fail, or at least limit your ability to proliferate. So the kind of nerdy bubble that was around video games for a long time, that was around even D&D and all these things, those things breaking down in some sense is good. But when those walls break down, then you have the influence of tourists and newcomers, and that influence is often readily felt and not welcome. And you see that a lot in D&D is actually a great example of the double-edged sword. Like, do you see the art that goes around for the new D&D stuff? Like, have you seen any of it? Dude, it's so bad. Like, it's unimaginable. There's this thing going around. I don't know if you guys saw it. Well, I guess you didn't, where it's like an image from like one of the new D&D books. And I used to play D&D. I played version 2. So this is a long time ago. But because I think they're on 5 or 6 or something like that at this point, maybe even more than that. There's this image of kind of like a town, like town life of these like goblins and humans and all these different things. And it's just so bad. And people circulate it and be like, where's the wonder and the even the majesty of like D&D, and where is it gone? And it's like, yeah, it was infiltrated by people that don't understand D&D and made D&D into something different. And that's the double-edged sword. It happened in, I think, to different degrees in Magic. It happened in Warhammer, and video games are not immune to it either. So you have to kind of like, that's why when a game like Baldur's Gate, Witcher 3, Cyberpunk, like when these games do well, that are both hardcore, well-made, and seriously good, like and on the straight and narrow with no bullshit, it's nice. But that sort of thing attracts more people that then give us Dragon Age or whatever, Mass Effect Andromeda, or just garbage. So yeah, Dustin, I for my own products, I want to kind of gatekeep my own products even, and like have them. It's not like not a pure audience, but like make sure you're filtering out people that really don't get it, right? But we're in a unique position where we're not making a tchotchke. It's not a development thing. We don't have to grow. So I just try to keep those things in mind, where it's like, yeah, gatekeeping seems good and fine, and I get it. When I discover a fan of, well, I'm wearing my Incubus shirt right now, and I only listened to the first 3 or 4 Incubus records, really. I don't even know anything after like Light Grenades and Crow Left of the Murder. Like anything after that, I have no idea what they even do. I not know one song. And I find it unique and interesting when I meet someone and they're like, oh yeah, I got into Incubus with this record, in the future, and I really love this stuff. I actually feel this way about the new Linkin Park, which we've talked about in the past, where I'm like, this sucks. I'm sorry, like this sucks. I don't know what else to tell you. I don't know what else to say. But I'm saying that from someone who loved Hybrid Theory and Meteora. You might be someone who loved whatever, Minutes to Midnight or whatever bullshit came out after that. So it's all a matter of taste, growth, and balancing all of those things. But then Linkin Park becomes something different. So I don't know if that makes sense, but that's kind of a diatribe in some sense, but that's kind of how I feel about it. Do you have anything you want to add, Chris?
Not really. Like, I don't know. I've never really felt an inclination either way. Like, because I've just been very, very aware, I guess, my whole life that like I can't. In some sense, when you're a kid, you're always late to something,
right?
You know, and I think I was very cognizant of it. Like even for video games, you know, like I was born in the '90s, so like I missed the NES and most of the SNES. I mean, I had an NES and I played it, but like I missed what that meant. And so in some ways, people would be like, well, who's this guy coming in? You know, he only came in with a PS1 or whatever.
Right.
It's like, that's not real. So I don't know. I'm just always cognizant of that, where at any point that I get introduced to something, I'm probably coming in some way. I'm very rarely at the ground floor of anything in modern culture. Like you don't really have the opportunity for that. And so I'm just very lax on this stuff. I see what you're saying though. Like I do agree that it opens itself up to, you know, whatever the word you want to use, like corruption, change. Like I think that's really more of like a consequence of this need to always grow than an inherent problem with, you know, whatever the medium is or whatever the IP is or what have you. Because like we have a general colloquial wisdom of like line must always go up, and if line go down, even if line just went up for no good reason, things are bad and line must change. Whereas like I feel like a lot of even you brought up what were the games you brought up? You brought up Cyberpunk and Witcher, but what was the Baldur's Gate?
Baldur's Gate, yeah.
Larian, which they're not publicly traded, right? Like they're not.
No,
as far as I
don't think so. I'll look.
I mean, I think that's that I think is genuinely like a pretty common thing that you'll find in a lot of companies that are just not publicly traded just do things better because there's no need to grow. Like that's not really there for them. And I think that's what is the corrupting force. And that's what leads to kind of the people coming in and changing it because like, it's not good enough as it is, even though it sells like millions. It's not good enough. We need billions now. We need hundreds of millions. We need like this and that. I think that's really more at the core of what we're talking about on like a macro level. But that's like broader and like systemic kind of things.
According to Google Gemini, Sven Vink, who is the founder of Larian and the director of Baldur's Gate 3, as well as the Divinity games, owns 60% of the studio. His wife owns, or 62%. His wife owns 8%, and then Tencent owns 30%.
Yeah.
So no publicly traded stock. Man, he is rich. Oh boy.
Yeah. That's
boy,
absurd.
Oh boy. That's so awesome that he held on to it for that long. Like, do you have any idea how many people are probably trying to pry that from him? God. Amazing. So yeah, I get it. I get all this. I don't know. It's one of those things I don't know. I wasn't talking about that recently, probably not on this show, but where I was saying like term limits. It's one of those things where I'm like, I don't know. I just don't. I don't know. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I have no idea what to say. I can see both sides. I feel, depending on the day of the week, one way or the other. And I vacillate constantly. But yeah, I get it. And the word is like infiltration. These spaces get infiltrated, I think. And
sure.
Things change, and sometimes it's good and sometimes it's bad. It is what it is. RD21 wrote in and said, "Hey, Sacred Father and Sons, seems like Giant Bomb has been sold to its staff and will now become an independent publication funded through a subscription model. What do you guys think of this move? Thanks and keep on keeping on." I think it's great. I mean, I don't want to see anyone lose their jobs. People like the content. I think the one thing that I'm confused about and what I really want to know is what Jeff Gerstmann thinks, because it's really his brand. or was, I mean, obviously it's literally not his brand anymore, but it was his brand, and it was founded with some media company, Whiskey Media, like we said. It got sold to CBS, I guess, at some point, right? And it was in the GameSpot family, so it just went back to where it started. My only hope is that at some point along the line, he made money, like real money. Because it would be a real shame for this thing to have just been kind of kicked around when it was really built on his back. And it's well out of his control now. I don't know if he's spoken on it. I don't really know Jeff. I've reached out to him a couple times to be on the show, but he never responded to me. And this was a long time ago. I don't think he likes me, which is fine. I don't care. But I would wonder what he thinks of it. Because the thing that the one thing I'm a little confused about with the Giant Bomb, and this is neither here nor there, obviously it's not nearly as big or as prominent as it once was, even 10 years ago, but certainly 15 or more years ago. I want to say it started in 2008 or 2009. So it's been a long time. And that was when it was really popular, and they really pioneered something. I mean, I think that we're kind of standing on the shoulders of that kind of model, although it happened with Patreon. And I think there were people that more directly influenced me and us back in the day. Like I think Jim Sterling was a major influence, for instance, like much more than Giant Bomb. But there's no doubt that they started it and they did it, and they asked their audience during a much different time to put their money where their mouth was, and they did. And so that's a really powerful thing. The one thing I'm confused about with Giant Bomb, though, is just Dustin brings up the ship of Theseus sometimes, and it's like, it's a ship of Theseus, like completely. I don't think, is there anyone there that was involved in like the real Giant Bomb? Was Dan Reichert's there, right? And was he involved with the real Giant Bomb? He was, I think, or at least
I don't know.
He's like, but like the Jeff Gerstmann, Ryan Davis, like all of the Ryan's obviously dead, deceased, but it's just confusing. It's like a cover band. I mean, no offense for the brand. It's not that they don't have their own power and things to say. There's talented people there. It's just, that's a thing that I'm a little confused about. Like, what is Giant Bomb? Is it a sports team where it's going to constantly have like new people, or is it really based on someone or based on people? I don't know. So I'm happy that no one lost their job and that they were able to get control of it. I wonder how it's going to do. They are using their website and a proprietary kind of system, as they did forever, to fundraise. I don't know if that's better or worse than using something like Patreon. We are deeply grandfathered into Patreon at like ridiculously low rates. So I think we just get a really good deal. I don't think a lot of people would get the deal we get anymore. So it might just be more worth it to do the work, have the infrastructure yourself, and not pay the middleman. But then you have to pay for all the credit card transactions and shit. So I think it's good. It's interesting. It looked really dire for games media for a while when them and Polygon went down back to back. If I had to save one of them, if I had to put a hand out above the churning waters to pull one of them up, it would definitely be Giant Bomb. So I would give the high five to the Polygon guy as he was drowning. Yeah. So any thoughts on Giant Bomb's revival?
Yeah. I guess mainly just I'm curious how it's going to work out, in that it seemed like they were going to be shut down, but now it's been sold. And so, a lot of people were upset when it seemed like they were going to shut down. So it's like, is the level of people being upset going to translate into financial success for them? Because for some reason there was something in the books, because I think they were with Fandom, right?
Yeah, it was Fandom later. Yeah, and Fandom was later. The one that got rid of them here. But Fandom had acquired them from CBS Interactive, which I think acquired them from Whiskey Media. So that would have been, this is their basically fifth ownership group, because I think they were founded independently. So yeah, it's a lot for 15 years.
So there was something that Fandom, and maybe people know, I saw something about like they didn't like certain things on their streams. I'm not too familiar, but hopefully it works out for them. Genuinely, I'm not like, well, hopefully it works out, but it's it's tough biz. And yeah, I'm curious too about the not being on Patreon, because there is something that's like, man, if we, not that, as you said, we get a good deal with Patreon, but not everyone does, but to not be able to pay any of those fees and instead have it funnel into your own thing is cool. We always talk about how like being on Patreon is helpful, because people understand Patreon now. People may be already subscribed to another Patreon, so they hop over easier. So I'm curious to see how that works out. Anything
you want to add, Chris? Are you Giant Bomb guy? Really. I don't even know how you feel about Giant Bomb. Really.
Yeah, I honestly don't really pay that much attention to these publications. So like I knew a little bit of Giant Bomb. Like I had But I would be hard pressed to tell you even who specifically was a part of it outside of the people that were already mentioned in this podcast, like or like in our conversation just now. I just wasn't an avid reader.
Yeah, I've never consumed the content, and I was never on the content. So
yeah,
I really have no connection to it. There are some people in that orbit that I was friendly with. Like I was friendly with Mary Kish, who worked at GameSpot for a long time. She's at Twitch now. And she was kind of like absorbed into their family. She was always really nice. And a few other people. We brought up Drew Scanlon before, who I kind of knew. I kind of knew that the post Ryan Davis passing group, I guess, best. But it's just weird to me. Like, I don't really know what people are looking for. I guess it's natural kind of churn of talent. If you have a good roster of talent, then it's like Saturday Night Live or something. It's like just constantly have new cast members and maybe people just stay engaged. But I don't really get that. I follow individuals. I don't really follow the shows. And that's what I've always lamented about Podcast Beyond. It's like, just sell it to me. You know, just sell me the brand. It was my brand and it was Greg's brand. The Ship of Theseus stuff has been going on for long enough, but they didn't want to do it. All right. And I've said before, if we ever got it, I would make it into a retro show at this point. Rio Yeti wrote in.
That's a great idea.
Yeah. Like a retro PlayStation show. Because there's so much to say. I mean, there's an infinite. There's actually more to say probably going backwards for the PlayStation brand than there will be going forward. If you look at the beginning and the end of the brand as like we understand it. So
I think almost certainly.
Right. So I think the richness in content, like if you wanted to churn content, that's the move. You would have forever, basically, because there's just so much. Anyway, we're not there yet. Rio Yeti wrote in and said, "Gentlemen, I wanted to know your thoughts on Tom Maller's tweet last week about the development of No Rest for the Wicked being in serious jeopardy because it was being review bombed on Steam. Apparently fans came to the game's rescue and it's safe for now. Please offer your insight as to how this type of threat might be avoided and how positive reviews helped it escape the maw of death. It would be an awful shame if this game's full release never saw the light because it's a damn fine game based on what I've played so far. Peace and keep being real." This is, again, another term limit thing where I'm like, I don't really know how I feel about this because the best way for an audience to be heard is to review a game well or poorly. And that's their right. And it's the right to have that stuff aggregated and propagated. The weaponization of it is dangerous and I think done somewhat flippantly and without regard to the long-term ramifications that such moves could have on teams and games. Now, I think a lot of people don't care. And for some people, that's the point, right? Like, so I get that. It's like the point is to hurt them. But
right.
I'd rather use it as a signal than as a cudgel, if that makes sense. I think not only the ease in which Steam allows you to review games, but with how easy, because of their back end or whatever, you can access that stuff and aggregate it and see it. And then it gets propagated on social media and it gets just like player numbers. Steam becomes weaponized and you better be on their good side there or they'll take you out. And I don't know that it's fair. It just is what it is. And again, so it's one of those 50-50 jump balls for me where I'm like, I don't know, man. Like, I'm glad that they turned it around. I actually have an email from Thomas Maller in my inbox. I still haven't responded to. I got it this morning about something different, and he was just on Sacred Symbols Plus. For people that don't know who Thomas Maller, by the way, is, he is the founder and CEO of Moon Studios, the guys that did Ori. And they're doing this early access game called No Rest for the Wicked now. And this is kind of the nature of doing early access in some sense too. You're going to, every update's going to come with ebbs and flows. And you see this obviously with final products too. Look at Helldivers. So I don't know, man. It sucks that this matters so much, but it is a useful tool and really the only reasonable way a normal person can be heard. So you don't want to remove that. But the thing I don't like about Steam the most in the reviews is you see Steam reviews and I'll click on it. I'll be on Steam and I'll just click on a review. And obviously you can order it in all sorts of different ways. So I'm not saying this is how you have to see it, but it often presents in terms of most useful or whatever, or most relevant. And it's like played for 0.2 hours. It's like, I don't give a fuck what you think. And I know you can remove that or whatever, but it's like, why is that even allowed? You shouldn't even be allowed to leave a review for a game after that little time. It's crazy. You could conceivably leave a review and they get refunded. that's broken. So I don't know. This is a tough one for me. Where are you on this one, Chris?
I don't know. I feel like I'm kind of in agreement with you in the sense that like I think it is reasonable for like that avenue to be open. Because it like you said, it is kind of like the one way that you can really make a difference, because really boycotting doesn't work in the same way that it used to. Like not really, because games are like so multinational that like something's gonna sell what it's going to sell ultimately. Like there's that famous thing that we bring up on the show often, that what is it, the Call of Duty that Steam group of like boycott Modern Warfare 2,
boycotting it, but they all owned it.
And they were all, it was just like a screenshot of that friends list, and they're all playing it on the day. Like you couldn't even hold that for like a couple of days. That's what's crazy about it. But
it's nuts.
So I am of the mind that like it should stay around. I just wish people were more responsible with it, I guess.
Yeah,
to not belabor the point.
Right. It is something to be. It sounds fucking crazy. It's something to be responsible with. It's something that does matter. In some ways, Steam reviews matter more even than the Metacritic bombing, which I don't think really matters. Like a Metacritic, for me personally, a Metacritic score, a user score, isn't very useful. We've made the argument that a Metacritic score itself isn't useful. Look at some of these outlets. It's like, you've never heard of it. I have no idea why anyone really takes Metacritic that seriously. It's a nice barometer. We bring it up, so we're part of the problem. But yeah, I don't want to defang anyone. We have a platform. It's easy for me to say, yeah, keep your kind of comments to yourself, and then I'll speak into my microphone to, 50 or 70 or 100,000 people, and I'll say what I have to say. But you don't use your recourse. It just seems wrong in some sense. I keep saying, I know people are really mad at me for saying in some sense a lot lately, by the way. Dustin, talk to me.
Yeah. This whole situation is a little odd to me, but I feel like it is. This is like you were saying, Colin. I don't know what the solution is, because an early access game is a game in development that you are paying for the game, and there is some level of understanding that it is unfinished and there's going to be changes made to it. So I'm not sure exactly what the case is with No Rest for the Wicked. I know that they just released their first big, maybe it's not their first, but a big major update for the game. And I'm guessing people either didn't like it or didn't like certain changes. And so it's like, yeah, those players need a way to voice their dissatisfaction. But then it's also coming in that it's that way of voicing their opinion is causing the game to look bad, which it's in development. So there's a chance that things could be bad with it. I was reading, because this comes from, to my understanding, Thomas Maller posted on, I don't know if it's their Discord, that's where this then got circulated around, where he said, there's like a whole paragraph here, but he said, I also never write reviews on anything, but if you want to see us actually finish Wicked, it's detrimental that we get those review scores back up. That does sound a little weird to me, that it's like, oh, if you want us to finish the game that you paid for, you need to review it positive. And I think that it comes back to the system of the review on an early access game. Something about it doesn't quite make sense, where you're reviewing a product that isn't finished, but you did pay money for. So it's a really tough situation.
Yeah, I wouldn't even put myself. I have not really thought too deeply about it, but I just don't think early access is a good idea. This is what betas are and alphas are for. Have closed alphas and betas and get real and play test your game. It's a way of offloading that, but you have to deal with the consequences, right? You have to deal with the consequences. I guess maybe we've come up with an answer in some sense. Because to me, it is an obvious way to offload. Not so much QA, because you don't want to go that crazy with it and release something that's truly broken, but balancing and things that focus groups and playtesters would do for you, and that firms would do for you, and that friend alphas and friend betas and closed betas. Moon has a big fan base. So I just think you mine all of those. I don't think it's harder to do that, but it's easier on the back end or on the front end, I should say, when you release a product and you're like, this is it. Now we can update it, but this is the game. And then then you just remove yourself from this whole situation.
I think the issue is that the success stories, it's kind of the same thing as like the live service argument that we all make when we talk about like, yeah, a lot of live service games will fail, but like on the off chance that one of them does do well, like that's a pretty big do well. I can think of like Baldur's Gate 3 was like the most recent one. Like Baldur's Gate 3 was in early access for a long time. Like I remember Sweeney playing it years ago and raving about it. And I remember at the time I didn't believe him. He was like, yo, Baldur's Gate's going to be the biggest game ever one day. And I was like, sure. Okay. I've not heard anybody else talk about this but you. And like, lo and behold, he was totally right. And I think of other games like Sea of Thieves. It was an early access game at the point. And so like, I think it's a risk, and you either sink or swim in that environment. And it does something to set yourself apart. It is good to get fans in early, I guess. But yeah, it can backfire sometimes.
Right.
And so you gotta be aware of that, I guess.
One clarification that I do want to make, just that's earlier in this post on this Discord post from Thomas Mallory. He says, if you're writing here and enjoying Wicked and are excited for future updates, but haven't left a positive review, it's entirely possible we won't be around in a couple months to do anything because we got review bombed. So he's not asking just like blindly, please leave us a positive review. He's asking if you're enjoying it, please leave a positive review. But yeah, there's something about early access that, and maybe it has something to do with the, like, if you're going to do early access and try to build the game with a community, it probably is safe. It's best done if the financial security of your studio doesn't depend on it. I think Baldur's Gate 3 was a game that was in early access, and I've heard some comments from the developers. They're like, we absolutely love that experience because we were able to get a lot of direct feedback, and that's why the game is as good as it is, because we have thousands of hours of people playtesting, and that's what made things really come together. But that game, I assume, was funded, and not necessarily
of the Coast
needed.
funded
100%, yeah,
or
so
Hasbro, Hasbro.
It wasn't necessary that their review scores were hanging on the entire fate of the studio from early access. So maybe that's a little bit of the issue too. But
I'll also say, and this is what I was saying, that's true. You can compound the number by proliferating the game as widely as possible and get as much data as possible. But you could also get really good data from just playtesting your game privately. And that's my whole point. It's not to put things out into the wild, but to just consider what you're doing. But that's hard and that's expensive. That's why early access had existed. There are professional, you don't hear about them very often, but I know people that work at them and I've known them for years. There are professional places that do just that get builds of games and give extensive, like, write reports on them basically. And a lot of good shit comes out of that. And I know people that do that stuff. And I've been offered that kind of work in the past. I don't want to do that shit. But maybe one day when I'm like retired or semi-retired, I'll do that kind of thing. But it's like, I don't want to fucking write I don't want to play your game and write about it. She's crazy. Especially when it's, I do some playtesting for friends. I think, Dustin, did we all do playtesting for Trigger Witch? Or was that just me? I'm in the credits for that game because of that.
I don't think I did any playtesting.
And I gave them notes. And I gave them notes on that, but I'm not going to do that like as a job. I just don't want to do it. I also feel like maybe it's like a little bit of a conflict. Anyway, Thomas Maller, always welcome back on the show. We're going to have him back on actually later in the year, I believe. Talk more specifically about No Rest for the Wicked, because we talked a lot about just the industry itself and our hopes that Ori will come to PlayStation. Shump and Dump wrote in and said, hey, sacred dudes, with the Xbox floodgates fully opening, Gears Reloaded imminent, what are the chances that we see some future deeper dives into the Microsoft back catalog? Personally, I'd love to see the original Fable trilogy ported or gradually rolled out one by one. Any other less prominent titles from the Xbox's past come to mind that could eventually make a PlayStation debut? I'll slowly start whittling towards my carotid with a dull butter knife now and listen. Great. That's great. There are some more obscure Xbox games that I want. I really do wonder where they're going to draw the line, though. Do you guys think about that? Will they really start backporting anything? Or except for the biggest stuff? Fable, maybe. But in other words, people always joke about Redfall. It's like, obviously not. Are they going to bring the retro or rare replay?
Rare replay.
The retro series. I thought that was awesome. Quantum Break, Sunset Overdrive. Although Sunset Overdrive is, I think, nebulously with Insomniac, I just think that they're probably within some sort of contractual obligation not to re-release it. So I do wonder that, or are they really just going to, with the exception of Halo, Gears, are they really just going to be like, no, moving forward is what we're going to get? And I do feel like that's probably going to be what happens with some rare exceptions. I think it has to demand, there has to be some sort of demand for the game. The game that they've released so far with by far the least sales and demand was Pentiment. And it seems like that game might have sold 50,000 copies or something. It was probably not worth it to do that. It's nice money. They probably made money, but they're Microsoft and they can use their resources in a lot better of a way. So I don't know. I don't know what the line is, but the Rare Replay is the one that I want. And I would say Sunset Overdrive as well, but I just don't think that that's even with them anymore. I think that Insomniac can do that. I think there's probably something about the publishing rights of the first game that keeps it from re-releasing on PlayStation. Where are you on this, Dustin?
I would imagine that it will be what makes sense. A Fable would be interesting, but I think that would require, because they did the Fable Anniversary, but that's still an Xbox 360 game playing on back compat. So it would require an extensive amount of work to actually port that game to modern systems. Maybe if they did like Fable Anniversary edition, that they were updating the game, then that would also come out on PlayStation. I could see that being the case for other games too, but I would imagine probably not. It would be cool. Some of those Rare Replay, the thing about Rare Replay, if I remember right, it uses a lot of the Xbox backwards compatibility features in that game. So that would also be a tough one, because I think it just, when you put that game in or boot it, I think it just boots the like Xbox 360 arcade version of Banjo-Kazooie. So,
yeah, it's a launcher basically. So like all those Rare Replay games are available a la carte. Like you just buy them and then they function as they originally, or not as they originally would, but as they originally would on the backwards compatible on the 360. So it's the 360 arcade versions of all of them. But Rare Replay itself is just a launcher. So like they would have to port basically all of those games. Not that they wouldn't have to anyway, even if it was a pack in, but yeah, I remember because that was confusing for me, because I remember they would on the Xbox store there were listed 2 versions of them. Like, so every game that was on the Rare Replay had 2 SKUs, and it was one that was just like the arcade, and then one was like the Rare Replay version. They were the same one, but I guess one was connected through the launcher or something.
Banjo-Kazooie would be a great candidate for a remastered, new graphics, same engine game, dude. Banjo-Kazooie refeathered.
Only Microsoft could sit on something like Banjo-Kazooie for so long and not do anything with it. It's truly bewildering stuff.
Hey, they did Nuts and Bolts.
Thank God.
Yeah, that was they really fucked Rare for a long time.
For no reason. Just truly crazy.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. What were you saying?
I was just going to say the Fable stuff is interesting to me. Like, Fable is one of those series where I get dead ass just go blank. I'm like, I don't care about the series. I don't know why. It's just one of the, I just don't give a shit. I never cared about Fable. I never thought it looked good. And I always thought Peter Molyneux was a weirdo. So there's also that. But I know people really, really love it. And there's obviously the upcoming one, which is, I assume, coming to PlayStation. So who knows what they will do. But I don't get excited about Fable at all when everyone's like, I'm not playing the new one. I don't give a shit. And I want to be clear, by the way, that there are more recent Xbox games that will come over. I'm talking about older things. I think that's obvious, but Avowed's going to come over. Hellblade's going to come over. Starfield's going to come over. All those things. That's not as old. This generation onward, I think, is in play. Last generation, I think, will just be contingent on classics, the true classics.
Yeah, let's get a Blinks the Time Sweeper re-blinksed or whatever the fuck.
I am a little surprised that they never did anything with Blinks, just cause. Even if it didn't do well, to just do it. It's kind of weird.
It is weird. Like, cause I don't know. Like, that game's not particularly good, but it's far from like terrible. Like, I feel like I've played far worse games than Blinks the Time Sweeper, like by an order of magnitude. So it's weird to me that they couldn't, like, I don't know, figure out something with it. Because I thought it was like kind of an interesting idea. I didn't understand I don't know why they settled on some of the design decisions. Like, I don't know why it's a cat with a vacuum cleaner, or why it's about time at all. But it was kind of a cool mechanic, and they just kind of, yeah. It's an interesting game. It was very Frutiger Arrow, like very, very of that time. But Voodoo Vince,
that's another one from that
era.
Yeah, it's funny because they were trying to do some different things at like that early second party Microsoft Game Studios when they were just externally getting things developed. Like, they were trying to do stuff.
I think it would have hit a lot more if PlayStation wasn't such a behemoth, and obviously that DVD player thing, man. Like, I know Xbox had played DVDs, but it was weird. Like, you needed like I remember they sold a remote that you needed to buy like a wireless adapter for the remote to even play DVDs on it. Or at least I remember that was like a thing that was really annoying. Like, you couldn't use the controller, I think, as far as I remember.
I forgot that there was a sequel to Blinks 2 Masters of Time and Space from 2004 on the original Xbox.
That must be rough, because I don't even know anything about it.
It says Blinks the Time Sweeper was released in 2002 for the Xbox. Microsoft had aimed to create a game that appealed to Japanese gamers and even potentially create a mascot for Japan out of a titular character, Blinks. But they found the game receiving only mixed to positive reviews, with it not selling as well as they had hoped in Japan. Despite this, the game sold over 600,000 copies worldwide as of 2004, causing Microsoft to greenlight a sequel in hopes of releasing a significantly improved product that would make much more of an impact. So that was the whole idea. It did not.
It did not.
All right. Final inquiry comes from Live Laugh Toaster Bath. It says, "Hey Fats, I'm a long-time listener from the Beyond days. This is my first time writing in, but I do it out of a place of conflict. I feel like the Xbox strategy is starting to take hold, and I'm now thinking of the dreaded words value proposition. Over the past few months, I've purchased on my PS5 Pro Oblivion Remastered, Expedition 33, Doom the Dark Ages, and Indiana Jones. I've been primarily a PlayStation player myself my entire life, but I'm starting to look at the prices of games I've just purchased, and I'm asking myself, if it's going to be like this, I may as well buy an Xbox and Game Pass and save some money. I don't know if I want to invest in what so many people consider a failing platform like Xbox, but my wallet is starting to feel it. Was this the master plan all along? Is this what Phil and Papa Satya intended from the beginning? Should I go for it and buy an Xbox as a Game Pass machine?" I think that this is the intention. Whether or not it's part of the intention. The other intention is to just make money publishing games, but they want to have a stark value proposition. And there's no doubt that Game Pass is in a very strong position right now if you like those specific games, and just the access to the back catalog games and all the first party stuff as well. It's up to you, man. There's no denying that you're going to get a better value on. You have to buy the Xbox, but once you have it, you'll be able to have Game Pass for whatever it is, 20 or 25 bucks a month, whatever it is, and whatever it settles at ultimately, because it's going to go up in price, I would imagine. And then you'll have access to these games. You won't own them. That might not matter to you because you might not ever return to them. However, you have to keep in mind that you're going to be captive to this. You're only going to get access to everything should you pay the subscription fee, which might work for you and it might not. And it would save you money probably in this, because these games came out so close to each other that you probably would have saved half the money if you just had one game per month on the subscription model, not owning it. You got to do what you got to do. I don't mind buying my games. I don't want to have a game subscription service, but I don't want to buy movies or TV shows, and I want to have a subscription service. So it's really all about your own preferences. Dustin, should Live Laugh Toaster Bath buy an Xbox and get on Game Pass?
Yeah, well, it's hard to say, as you were saying, Colin, that the price of the Series X just went up, and assuming the price of Game Pass will go up, so your initial investment will be pretty high. And then it just depends. Like right now, I mean, Game Pass is on fire with these 3 games back to back. And I'm sure that that's their intended goal with buying so many studios, is that they'll be able to keep up this pace. But yeah, I think if you're in a financial situation where that, you can make that initial investment in order to save the money. I know for me, when I first got married and was pretty poor, this would be insanely appealing to me and probably would have had me instead of buying games individually. So there is something about it. I was thinking about this with the game Blueprints, where I have PlayStation Plus Extra right now. I set it to not renew because I kind of just do it. There's like a thing that when you're so many months in, you can upgrade to Extra for whatever the remaining price is. So I guess in the last 2 years, I've done that. So it's not quite the full price, but I was thinking like, damn, that kind of sucks that when I don't have this anymore, I'm not going to have Blueprints. And so I'm just going to end up buying it. And so the value isn't there. But if you're not the type that goes back to games, then yeah, it does sound like an ideal situation. I think there's something to be said that you've been on PlayStation so long. So if you do care about being invested, whether that's trophies or your friends list or whatever, and even for me, I just don't really like the Xbox controller. Particularly the standard controller. I think the Elite controller is pretty good, but I don't like how clicky it is. I just don't enjoy playing games with it. So that's like, I mean, it's not the factor, but it's one of the factors. It's like, yeah, I have a Series X and I just don't use it anymore. So it's all going to come down to your finances, I think.
Chris,
and what you want.
What do you think about this Game Pass appeal?
Yeah, I mean, well, first of all, I think, yeah, this was absolutely the plan. I don't think the plan was for it to take this long for this kind of value proposition to manifest itself. I think that was probably not necessarily in the cards for them, or not necessarily what they expected. But development's complicated. Things get delayed. Things take time, and so we're finally, I think, now seeing the manifestation of the ultimate promise, which is just like, yeah, dude, like, there's no question that even if you want to throw South of Midnight in there last like a month ago, like the value here is crazy. And that's really only just considering these 3 new titles and not even considering like the backwards compatibility kind of stuff that's in there. And, all the other back catalog games that are included as a default, like it's unreasonably worth the money. I think my issue is, it's very worth it for people who already have a Series X. I don't know if I would necessarily say, yo, go out and buy this thing that's now more expensive than it was on the day it came out, to indulge in this subscription service that, by the way, only recently happens to have gotten this incredible cadence. Because what does the rest of the year of Game Pass look like? I don't know. It's probably good. I'm not saying it's like, but is it going to be as good as the Expedition 33, Doom Eternal, and Oblivion Remastered in a row in like a span of like a few weeks? Like, I don't know, man. That would be wild. If they kept that cadence up for even the next couple months, like that's a really huge feat.
Yeah,
to maintain.
Gemini says that game, The Alters, is going to be on there next month, and FBC Firebreak, which is also going to be on Plus, and then July, and there's going to be obviously much more, but this is what we know for now, just because we know where the publishers these games are coming from. So Tony Hawk will be on in July, and Wuchang Fallen Feathers, and then August is Gears, and then other games that have been announced for it. None of these are anything we've ever heard of. So
yeah, I would just say, it's hard to say. It's hard to recommend somebody invest in an Xbox right now, even though Game Pass is great. What I would say is, honestly, my honest recommendation would be to invest in a PC, because you get Game Pass. That's what I've been doing. Like, primarily, I've been using my Xbox for like Expedition 33 and a little bit of Oblivion and a little bit of Doom, but Doom and Oblivion I've been streaming on my PC, so I've been using that functionality a little bit. But like, if you want that value while not being so deeply tethered to a machine that you're not that confident in, I mean, like, that's the obvious answer. Like, just get yourself a PC that is multifunctional, gives you access to Game Pass and everything that you would want to get out of it, and gives you a little more than that even. So that would be my suggestion. It's and I say that as a fan of Xbox, like pretty deeply. I love the original Xbox like a lot, and the 360 is probably my favorite machine ever. Like a lot of my favorite games are on that machine. But I don't know what the fuck they're doing, quite frankly. And I think
I found a better list here. It's just for other things too. It's for later in the year. Ninja Gaiden 4, The Outer Worlds 2, Subnautica 2, and then some smaller things. Hollow Knight's on there whenever that comes out.
Right, yeah.
Moonlighter 2, which is the sequel to that game Moonlighter, where you play as the storekeeper and then you have to go and adventure and like find things to sell, which is a pretty cool idea. So there's a lot of stuff on there. And then things that are like State of Decay 3, Contraband, Gears, E-Day, all the shit you expect, but we don't know the dates.
Yeah, there's always going to be good stuff coming. I think the issue is like this is an unusually stacked period of time. Like with Oblivion, Doom, and Expedition, like these are three not just good games, these are three very great games in like a span of a very short amount of time. And if you're looking at this specific cadence of these three in such a distinct row as like, oh, if this is what I can expect consistently for every 3-week period, I just think you want to manage your expectations on that front. Not that there isn't going to be great stuff coming, but I still think I would ultimately like recommend like if you have a PlayStation and you want to get into the Xbox ecosystem because Xbox Game Pass is valuable to you, the PC is right there, and it's like the obvious choice. I think PC's only growing. It's very flexible, and it gives me no pleasure to say that. I would love to be able to sit here and say like, yeah, dude, get an Xbox. I actually like the Xbox controller more than the PS5 controller, and I like the machine. I think it's an elegant looking machine. I think it functions really well. Like there's a lot of things I like about it, but like there's just no real good reason, in my opinion, to invest hundreds of dollars into a machine that is really only going to be usable for this very specific subscription service that is available on another machine that is far more flexible and far more worth your money. Obviously, depending on what you do for work or hobby or whatever. But I don't know. That's kind of where I'm coming from.
There's just no denying the value of this thing at this point. It's a matter of how you want to play, and if you want to get not trapped but caught up into that, or you want to just buy games and own them and not have to worry about that. The time I care about too much about my time. I don't want to feel like I'm under the gun and all of the rest. But I come from a place of financial privilege that a lot of people don't, and I understand that that's going to be the most affordable way for people to play. So do what you got to do. That's it. So we have. Oh,
breaking news, Colin.
Yeah.
Breaking PlayStation news. I'm sending it to the chat. Jason Schreier.
Oh my God.
We caught it. Or this is something people gonna be interested in.
Oh my God.
There's some interesting quotes in here too.
I just farted so loud again and I muted it. I shouldn't have muted it. It would have been good. Good timing. All right. So this comes from Bloomberg. Jason Schreier writes, PlayStation executive Jade Raymond leaves studio she founded. So this is a quote. Jade Raymond, the founder and head of Sony Group's developer Haven Studios, has left the company. PlayStation leadership didn't give Haven staff a reason for her departure, but it came several weeks after an external test of Haven's first game, the online shooter Fair Games, according to people with knowledge of the matter. So I'll interrupt here and say that I heard from someone that played the game recently. I'll say that. I just haven't reported on it because I wasn't given permission to do so. So yeah, these plays, and I did hear pretty extensively about the game, but I'm just keeping it to myself because we'll see what they say here. I was told on background. Back to the quote. Some developers at Haven were concerned about how the game was received and its progress, said the people, who asked not to be identified because they aren't authorized to speak publicly. PlayStation spokesperson says, quote, Jade Raymond has been an incredible partner and visionary force in founding Haven Studios. We are deeply grateful for her leadership and contributions, and we wish her all the best in her next chapter. The spokesperson added that the company is, quote, committed to supporting Haven Studios and excited to continue the journey, end quote, with new studio co-heads Marie-Eve Denis and Pierre-Francois Sapinski. God, the Quebecois are just obnoxious. Back to the quote here. Fair Games, announced in 2023, is one of the few entries remaining in a slate greenlit by PlayStation several years ago of live service games or games that are designed to generate recurring revenue. PlayStation has said it planned to release more than a dozen, but many of those games were canceled or released to disastrous results. such as last year's Concord, an online shooter that was pulled from stores after less than 2 weeks. Fair Games was originally slated for release in fall 2025, but has been delayed to next spring, the people said. Raymond didn't immediately respond to a request for comment. A longtime video game industry executive, Raymond previously worked at Ubisoft, blah, blah, blah. We know. We'll have to get more into this next week. I don't know if there's much more to say. I mean, this is she's the producer and the founder of the studio, and if the game isn't going well, you know, the sword's got to fall with someone. It could be the director. That is the biggest problem too. But listen, all right. Jade Raymond's completely overrated. And I've said this for years. I've said it on the show. You can just go back and listen. I'm like, Jade Raymond hasn't put out a game in years and years. Years. Who cares that she started a new studio? The only thing Sony did that was really smart with this studio is getting a foothold in Quebec. That's a massively important place to be for games. There's a huge well of people that know how to make games working in Montreal and other places in Quebec. So that's smart. It's good that they're there. I'm rooting for Fair Games. I heard from someone recently, a source that played it and told me about it fairly extensively, and I'm going to keep what I heard to myself because I was told not to say much more than that.
Yeah. I think obviously it's interesting that she is leaving, and Colin has not told me anything about what someone has told them. So I am not speaking on any kind of knowledge, but that the game is not, what was the exact quote here? We're concerned about how the game was received and its progress. So yeah, it's bad. It's bad.
Yeah, I'm reading the email right now. Yeah, it's just, yeah. So I'll tell you,
it's bad.
Yeah.
So man, Sony just not continually fully striking out, because of course Helldivers is the example we always mention, but man, it's just, it's not funny. But it is funny that it's like just continually the live service initiative, man. Just I
hate to say it, but it's like, if this isn't going to work out and you guys have a good idea of that it's not going to work out, just pull the plug. And if you want to keep the team together, have them make something else. But just don't, be wary of the sunk cost fallacy and just dumping more into this thing if it's really just going to be a losing battle. But I'll tell you about what I have here after we get off, because I want to respect this source.
Sure. I don't know what I could really say. Like, this doesn't surprise me, I guess. I like not that she left. That's kind of surprising, but like I guess the internal reception of Fair Games being kind of is I don't know, man. I didn't really get it when I first saw it either. Granted, we just saw kind of like a cinematic trailer for like what they're going for with the game. Like kind of like a Fortnite looking kind of heist thing. Maybe a little bit of Payday 2 in there in the DNA. I don't know. They just seem to be striking out constantly. Even with like Marathon, I saw earlier today that there was like some plagiarism accusations hitting Bungie for like.
It seems like they steal constantly, dude. They've stolen a lot of art. I know that, going all the way back, I think, to at least Destiny 1 when it leaked. I think there were like stolen pieces of art in the leak, which we leaked at IGN, but I wasn't so suspicious of that because games are often pitched with other people's artwork and ideas. Like on a pretty constant basis, someone will be like, it's like this thing and this thing and this thing. And that's like normal. So but as time has gone on, I'm like, this is pretty brazen. And I did see that too. And I just didn't report on it because I want to hear what Bungie has to say first before we talk about this. But it's pretty clear. At least if what this artist is showing, he or she shows specific examples of it. And I'm like, well, yeah, clearly.
Yeah, exactly.
So, all right. So we'll follow up with the Fair Game stuff next week. Maybe more information will come out, and I'll press on this source to see if I can say more. Yeah, I'm reading it now. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, cool. So let's leave it there. Let's go around the horn and say goodbye to everyone on that note, on that happy note.
Yeah.
The Canadians have fucked us again, Chris.
Yet again.
Goodbye to you. Any big plans for the rest of your day?
Nah, probably more Doom. Gonna make myself some I'm thawing some chicken now. So I want to make myself some arroz con pollo.
Whoa.
Some chicken, rice, and beans. A little bit of secret family sauce. Excited. I don't get the chance to cook often. Just because like I just find myself like I'll be editing like way too late and then I'll be like, I'm not going to start cooking at like midnight.
You're not like me making egg sandwiches at like 2 a.m. last night? Yeah.
I'll make something like an egg sandwich. Eggs, that's fine, but like a proper like dinner, you know?
Yeah,
like,
you don't want to be messing around.
I don't know, man. I'm just
I get
it feels insane to be cooking. Like the stove being hot or like the oven being hot at like 1 in the morning feels psychotic. I don't know what it is about it. But like,
there is something weird about it. Unsettling. Like you're a baker baking the bread for the next day.
Yeah, like this makes no sense that I'm doing this. But I have some time today. I'm probably gonna cozy up with Doom. Make some dinner. I think there was something that I had to do tonight later, but like I have to check my calendar. I always write shit down. I'm like, yeah, I'll remember that, and then I forget the next day. Thank God I have a calendar.
Yeah. I
forget
forget things. I mean, obviously, I forget things all the time. Dustin, goodbye to you. I saw this news pop up. It's not really relevant to the show, but it is relevant and germane to your interest. Did you see that Konami had described Suikoden 1 and 2 HD remaster sales as extremely strong?
Oh, wow. I did not see that.
So
that's great.
Maybe they'll get to bringing 3 and 4 over. Be pretty cool.
Maybe they will. Yeah, that's great news.
Do you have any plans? Yeah, goodbye. Goodbye to you.
Yeah, as far as for me, nothing really tonight, but this weekend is filled with activities. Tomorrow is the food truck night in downtown Butler. So I'll be going and eating something horrible and drinking in public.
Nice. I love drinking in public.
Yeah.
Fun.
You know, I'm not trying to be wasted.
Yeah.
But being a little lit downtown, no
enjoy
problem
a beer,
with that.
dude. You got to enjoy a beer.
Yeah. And then Saturday is the famous Furman opening of summer party where we watch So I Married an Axe Murderer. So we'll be doing that. So also probably drinking there too.
Excellent. Yeah, drink. No problems. Be careful. And enjoy the food.
Oh, yeah.
As for me, I'll be watching some playoff hockey tonight and then playing Expedition 33. I got to go out. I'm going out tomorrow for Mother's Day with my mom. You know, a late Mother's Day dinner. And I'm just going to be hanging in this weekend. It's been rainy and muggy here. So pool opens in a couple weeks, though. So I'm excited about that. And just be dicking around otherwise like I usually do in my fucking nightmare of a Groundhog's Day life. And on that note, we'll say goodbye to you. We hope you are well. Thank you for joining us here on Sacred Symbols. 3 days early and ad free and all the other perks on patreon.com/laststandmedia. We couldn't do it without you over there. laststandmedia.store for merch. Appreciate the guys. Appreciate all of you. Be well. See you next time. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.